böyle bir organizasyonun sustainable, sürdürülebilir olması, yani insanla örtüşebilmesi de mümkün değil diye düşünüyorum ben. Yani bunun üzerinden giden bir silsile var. Bu sustainability'ye de değiyor. Yani bir şekilde insanların ortak bir sözde buluşması gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Bizim çıkışımız yani tevhid ve İslam hiç şüphesiz. Ama yani burada yani konuşulan bir sürü şeyi kapsayabileceğini düşünüyorum inşallah. Yani bu manada yani Islamic Finance de onsuz bir mana ifade etmiyor. Ben aynı zamanda bu IOF var, bilmiyorum duydunuz mu? Yani uluslararası bir standart koyucu Islamic Finance tarafında. Orada Governance and Ethic Board, yani işte yönetişim ve etik board'u üyesiyim. Oralarda da çalışıyoruz. Bahreyn'de bir kuruluş. Tabii siz yani çok sektörde olmadığınız için peki
Evet.
bir şey ifade etmeyebilir belki ama.
Ben sunumunuzu dinlemeyi heyecanla bekliyorum.
Teşekkür ederim. Başlayalım mı Osman Hocam? Duyamıyorum sizi Osman Hocam.
Ufuk Hocam, duyuyor musunuz?
Duyuyorum Osman Hocam.
Ufuk Hocam'a sordum. Ufuk Karadavut.
Hocam burada değil efendim. Yok, bir dakika, burada, tamam.
Üstadım siz başlayın süreci, o şekilde ilerleyelim.
Osman Hocam bana demiştiniz, yani siz hoş geldin deyin yani seansın başlamasıyla alakalı.
Evet. Açılış konuşması olarak hani bizim adımıza, bizim büyüğümüz olarak siz süreci o şekilde, tamam. Misafirlerimiz var, bir de zaten canlıda yayınlanıyor, daha sonra paylaşırız onu.
Tamam, tamam, oldu. Ben başlıyorum o zaman müsaadenizle. Başlıyorum Osman Hocam.
Buyurun hocam, sizi dinliyoruz.
Tamam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's session, first session. My name is Ahmet Albayrak. I am the first speaker today's session, and I would like to welcome you all for organization committee of Karabük University and Academician Studies Group. And I hope and I wish all the best during all session, and hopefully it will be very fruitful and very beneficial to all who listen and get benefit from the Congress. Actually, I would like to present you today how a participation bank in Turkey contributes to sustainability efforts. This is my title of the speech today. Actually, I am the executive vice president and deputy CEO of Kuwait Türk, one of the leading Islamic bank of Turkey. I was with the bank more than 20 years, and I'm also deputy CEO and the board member for IOF Governance and Ethics Board. This is the Islamic Finance standard setter organization. Before jump into the presentation, I just would like to give very little clue about what is Kuwait Türk and what is participation banks in very generally, we are part of Kuwait Finance House Group from Kuwait. They own KFH coal. KFH owns 62% of the Kuwait Türk, and together with Republic of Turkey General Directorate of Foundations, they have 18.73% in our shareholding structure, together with Islamic Development Bank 9%, and Wafra International Investment also 9%. They represent Kuwait Social Security Institution. Kuwait Türk Participation Bank is one of the Islamic banks in Turkey, one of the 6 of them. Our participation banking share in all conventional banking industry 75% recently. In asset size, of course. Kuwait Türk has 2.5% of it, which means we are one out of 3 of the total pie chart of participation banking industry. At the same time, we are 10th largest bank of Turkey. Our total asset size 185 billion Turkish lira. And we have a very strong capital base, and we are a very profitable bank. Actually, we have 435 branches covering Turkey from one end to another end, and serving approximately 7 million people with our valuable 6,000 employees. We began our operations 32 years ago. We rated, as you know, all the financial institutions get rates, and their borrowing prices, has to be comply with those rating. And Kuwait Türk used to be investment grade. We used to be triple B minus, but recent downgradings, we right now rated as B plus, and we have, by the way, very unique features among other banks. Even though we are number 10th bank of Turkey in terms of asset size, including all the conventional banks. We are, leader of gold banking. We have made so many new product initiation for gold banking. Right now, we constitute of 13% of the market share in terms of deposits collected. We have also a full-fledged subsidiary in Germany. KT Bank AG is the first Islamic bank and first and only Islamic bank in continental Europe. And we have also wholesale banking branch in Kingdom of Bahrain. This is very brief about Kuwait Türk. I would like to talk about sustainability studies of Kuwait Türk. This year, 2021, we started sustainability studies in Kuwait Türk. Of course, even though we feel that we are the socially responsible institution, CRI, but after the pandemic, there's a huge demand and consciousness related with the sustainability. So that's why we started the similar studies in Kuwait Türk, and we believe that this is a new way of expressing Islamic banking also. How we cover sustainability studies, it was a very inclusive approach, and it will cover all our overall business model. And after that, we approached our board of directors, and we got a sustainability policy they endorsed. And then through their decision, we established a sustainability committee in the bank, and chairing by our CEO. And also under that, we have 4 main working groups. Actually, I just would like to summarize what we are doing. Of course, this is, comply with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whatever we do, we can relate with the different Sustainable Development Goals. We have 4 working group, as I told you. Sustainability Finance Working Group. That group, take us to sustainable financial markets and issues cook, as today I'm going to share with you, and some other important money market or capital markets product that operates in sustainability title. Climate Change Working Group operates in overall Kuwait Türk. We really inform our employees and all the management to support climate change activities, especially for recycling and stopping wasting in the bank. Financial Ecosystem Working Group, which is very, very important nowadays, that drive digitalization in the bank, because through digitalization, we also believe that we are providing the financial inclusiveness is one of the aim of the CDGs actually. And right now we have 2 million customers using our mobile applications without coming to bank. And we have also newly started digital only customers. We have 200,000 people just working with us. And also through our Germany subsidiary, we believe that first time we reached to Muslims and all the people in Germany who would like to really bank in a Islamic and ethical banking products and structure. Our Employee and Communication Working Group is also a very important group at the same time. With that group, we have a we form an employee assembly, and that assembly actually mediate and participate into any important decision of Kuwait Türk that top management will take a decision for the employees. First come to employee assembly, and then we process. In our Employee Communication Working Group and their studies brought three very important rewards in Turkey. We were selected #1 Employer of the Year in financial sector, subsequently last 3 years, 19, 20, and 21. And also first time we got the reward. Again, Great Place to Work panel just provided that reward, that we became the first, #1 European financial employer of the year. This is really proud, it makes us very proud, because we believe that being a sustainable, goes through the employee satisfaction and their involvement and inclusiveness. Without that, you cannot operate an Islamic bank and ethical bank. Actually, any sukuk issuance, you would like to form a credit portfolio so that, I mean, you can show the market what kind of, I mean, sustainability efforts you are doing. So you have to relate with them. In order to issue a sukuk, which is the, I mean, you can say that this is a conventional, and similar to conventional bond. Of course, its structure Islamically totally different. There is a special vehicle company you are establishing on just besides the bank, and that company, your SPV is issuing the paper and giving that the whatever they borrow, giving it to the bank. This is basically, we are just putting some underlying assets in that SPV, and we are sharing with our customers or investors, some profit or rental income of that underlying assets. What we did for sustainability sukuk, we have engaged with very top banks globally, including ABC Bank in Bahrain, and the Dubai Islamic Bank of Dubai, Citibank globally, and Emirates MBD Bank, who owns the Deniz Bank in Turkey, and HSBC and KFH Capital is our group company also involved with the process, and their guidance, we reached to very important sustainability second opinion provider, namely Sustainalytics. Sustainalytics provided us the governance of that sukuk, how we are going to express and identify our activities. They guide us through the process. Actually, when they guide us, we explore that Kuwait Türk is an already sustainable bank, because when they identified, we have approximately $850 million of worth sustainable financial assets in our portfolio already. We just, today I'm going to share with you our tier 2 subordinated sukuk issuance that, we just use half of it. So what we, put it in our portfolio as use of proceeds. After we, get the sukuk issuance, and after we have the money, how we are going to utilize it, and in which portfolio we identify it. Actually, we have, two sides. One is renewable energy, and it serves the environment, of course. And the other side is the social side, and over there we just finance SMEs and affordable housing process. At the renewable side, we have renewable energy projects, pollution prevention control projects, energy efficiency projects, green building financing, and clean transportation, including hybrid cars, clean railway financings. At the SME side, small business administration, we have, we finance the SMEs, especially who have women and young people on their board of directors, work there as the executives of the company. And we also finance housing process, affordable housing projects. And maybe TOKİ in Turkey, that they provide and produce affordable social housing throughout Turkey. And we finance all those. And also education and health is very, very important. And people's access to those essential human needs and services is very important. We finance all those also. After we have the portfolio, and we get endorsed by the second opinion provider about sustainability, we issued our sukuk in form of sustainability. It was the first sustainable tier 2 sukuk issued globally. It was $350 million, 10 years maturity, and 5 years non-callable option, and reges only. This is only regulated in Europe and Europe compliant countries. And also we listed it in Euronext Dublin. This is the technical identification of the sukuk. It was the first sustainability tier 2 sukuk issued globally. And also this is the first time and financial institution, Islamic financial institution issued this sustainability sukuk. I mean, its price is, so good that because of the huge demand, I would show you at the next slide, we achieved that, this tightening. So when we start with the 6.75% annual profit rate, but demand was so high that it compressed it to 6.125. So this is the, for financial, industry, this is a huge achievement, I would say. And the demand, for that sukuk investors comes from international accounts, and those accounts constitute of the 24%, approximately 1 out of 4 of the order book, which is half of it. Half of this 24% comes directly from the sustainability funds from the 5 continents and 150 investors, and the highest oversubscription happened during the transaction. This is another record, and it's a tightest and very good price that since the Turkish bank come to the market since 2017, it was the best price, and it was the largest order book ever achieved by an FI from Turkey, which is $4.4 billion demand we achieved. Actually, this is, at the last slide, you are seeing that, how our, how the sukuk book opened and how we collected the demand over the hours. It was, in the midst of September. So, in a couple of hours, it reached to, 8 times, bigger demand than the original issuance amount, and reached to 12.5% times, which is the record for Turkey, and it made our initial price offering, and it tightened it approximately 62 pips. So this is one of the best transactions ever happened from Turkey into the international capital markets. Actually, it happened due to we are also part of very strong shareholder KFH. It happened because very good bank at the same time. We are very profitable, very solid financials. We have, more than 32 years operations in Turkey, and we are very, very good. And we are also, we caught very good window in terms of financial parameters that actually at that time we issued the paper, the Turkey's CDSs was 350, now approximately more than 450. So we were 100 pips advantageous at that time. But last but not least, we could say that it happened due to our sustainability approach, and we received approximately $450 million of demand from the sustainable funds. Even those funds would cover and would invest the sukuk, and it would be sufficient. So it was so successful in that sense. We believe that really, I mean, sustainability approach of Kuwait Türk and inclusiveness, prepare that result. We believe that sustainability and the Islamic banking has, I mean, constitute very good pair, and it could, I mean, bring a new concept from now on. I mean, this is the last slide. I would summarize what I am saying is that this is not just form, this study that not just form for issuing a sukuk or borrowing a vehicle or instrument, but also this is a very important and good step towards sustainability, because I mean Islamic finance can re-identify, I mean, itself from the sustainability also at the same time. We could go, some stages, but inherently we are so advantageous. Why we are so advantageous inherently and serving UN sustainable development goals? Because we have Maqasid al-Sharia, who knows Islamic finance. If you open any Islamic finance book in literature, it starts with the Maqasid al-Sharia. Maqasid al-Sharia is objective of Islamic law, Sharia. So objectives of Sharia, Imam Ghazali, of course, since the beginning of Islam is there, but Imam Ghazali categorize it, and with his taxonomy, Maqasid al-Sharia identify as preserving and enriching the faith, religious faith, life in earth, intellect, prosperity, and wealth. So this is, as you see from the slide, it really relates with each sustainable development goals at the same time. So I believe that the last sentence maybe, I believe that sustainability is more closer than the conventional banking. So with sustainability, I think Islamic finance and conventional finance would converge more closer. And if we come to and value the stream of universe, and if we come to common word of people, we believe that, I mean, sustainability and Islamic finance would be very good pair, and hopefully new issuances would come. And I believe that Islamic finance institution also identify itself with that sustainability. I believe that this stream of universe would bring sustainability as the common word of people. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your distinguished presentation. And I would like to ask our guest if there is a question. Do you have any question? No, if not, we are going to listen to the other presentation. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite now Professor Dr. Muhammed Ashfaq from MNS University of Agriculture. He is going to present the subject of investigation of vulnerability and climate resilient sustainable agricultural development. And now we are going to listen. Welcome, dear professor.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Could you see the slides?
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes.
So first of all, I would like to welcome all the participants and also would like to, express my sincere thanks to all the organizers, for holding this wonderful event. The topic of my today's presentation is investigation of vulnerability and climate resilient sustainable agricultural development. The climate change will adversely affect agricultural production and induce major shifts in farming practices and patterns in different regions of the world. Global surface temperature will continue to increase until at least the mid-century. Under all emission scenarios which were considered, global warming of 1.5 Celsius and 2 Celsius will be exceeded during the 21st century, according to IPCC. The global crop economic model projected up to 29% cereal price increase by 2050, and these prices are the real prices due to climate change. During the past 30 years, climate-induced disasters have affected 1.6 billion people and caused over $127 billion in economic losses if we are talking about the South Asia alone. The South Asia will be severely affected by the climate change by 2050, and it may lose 50% of its wheat productivity. Additionally, 1/3 of food produced globally is either lost or wasted. Addressing food loss and waste is critical to helping meet the climate goals and reduce the stress on the environment. If we look at the climate change as a global issue and its impact on the whole planet regarding the food supply, so the changes in the temperature will be there, and precipitation pattern will lead to change in the crop's yield. The length of growing seasons will change. The drought extreme events will decrease the crop's yields. Biodiversity will be shifts, and there will be changes in the crop varieties. We could see the new pest, and we are seeing, even at the current era, the new pests and diseases, food security and food supply system, and then trade structure and food prices. Now, the sustainable agricultural development is designed to enhance productivity, maintain or restore the soil fertility, increase the efficiency in the management of water and energy resources, which are very much critical resources, conserve and harness the genetic resources for food and agriculture, strengthen the rural livelihoods, and promote equity and social well-being. And the key to achieve these multiple objectives is the adoption of a system approach. Now, let's take Pakistan as a case study. The impact of climate change on the agriculture sector of Pakistan. Pakistan is ranked at 8th position in the long-term climate risk index and 16th regarding the climate change vulnerability index. The total loss to the economy of Pakistan is in the tone of $3.8 billion per year. And the total death was more than 550 from 96 up to date in 135 different events. And these are the reported loss, but it could be higher, in case of, unreported loss. If we look at the climate change and food security, situation, Pakistan is ranked 95th out of 113 countries with an aggregate score of 44 out of 100 for food affordability, availability, quality, and safety, alongside a fourth factor, that is natural resources and resilience. The Economist Global Food Security Index have presented figures. Could you hear me?
Yes, Professor, we do hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If we look at the food insecurity situation across the Pakistan, it ranges from 32 to 69% in different regions of the country. We have taken the cotton wheat as a case study, and agriculture, if we look at the overall scenario of agriculture in Pakistan, it is a very important sector for the economic growth and development. It is contributing about 19% to the GDP and provide the employment opportunity to about 39% of the labor force. Wheat is the main staple food of the people of Pakistan. It contributes 9.2% to the value added in agriculture and 1.8% to GDP. It occupies around 9.2 million hectares with around 26 million tons of production per annum. The crop, cotton crop is also very important and contributes 3.1% of the value added in agriculture, which is about 0.6% to the GDP. And textile is the largest industry of the country, which is based on cotton crop and its made-ups, which contributes 65% of the total foreign exchange earnings. Okay. Why it is slow? Okay. So this slide shows the cotton wheat cropping system. Starting from November, which is wheat sowing season, then it is being harvested in May, June, and then the crop sowing starts and the picking ends in the October, November. Now, what the methodology was used for these studies? There were three objectives of the study. Number one, what is the sensitivity of current agriculture production system to climate change? The objective number two, the impact of climate change on future agriculture production system. And the third objective was the benefits of climate change adaptation. If we make certain adaptation, what is the impact of that adaptation? Then we have used the trade-off analysis multi-dimensional model for this analysis. The TOAMD model is a unique simulation tool for multi-dimensional impact assessment. It utilizes a statistical description of heterogeneous farm population to simulate the changes in the environmental conditions and impact of new technologies, new adoption. The TOMD simulate various experiments for climate and adaptation impact assessment. These experiments combined with scenarios that represents the state of the world. For example, the current situation with the future. Okay, and they are the basis for the impact and adaptation analysis. We have the current climate, we have the future climate, we have the base technology, which is the current technology available. Then we have adapted technology, that is the changed technology. These are the components in agricultural production system. That is, we have the farm households like farm size, household size, non-farm income, the livestock system, that is productivity, cost, water quality, herd size, feed, etc. Then we have the crop system, that is the soil, water management, cost of production, input use, land allocation, and the social processes like the poverty, health and nutrition, gender, intra-household allocation, etc. And we have the environmental processes, that is the on-farm. that is the soil and water, outform, the runoff, erosion, etc., and the climate change over time. Using TOMD to assess future climate impact and adaptation have certain steps. The step number 1 is design the representative agricultural pathway. The RAPs, and these are the plausible, future scenarios, and identify and characterize the base system and the adaptive system, quantify the impact of climate change on base and adaptive system, then simulate the impact without adaptation, and then simulate the impact with adaptation. What will be the impact on the, the poverty, net farm returns, stuff like that. The following steps were, involved for RAPS development. RAPS narratives were defined, key parameters were selected and reviewed, and then RAP narratives were prepared. So these are, the 5 steps based on. This is a very interactive, with the stakeholder. These are developed based on interaction with the stakeholders, including farmers, including all the NGOs, civil service society, and the farmers and the different organizations and institutions working with the farmers, experts, researchers, etc. So you can see, the different stakeholder interactions in these peaks. So data used in trade-off analysis, multi-dimensional models were the farming system, that is cotton, wheat, livestock, and minor crops were included. Primary data on input, output, socioeconomic, and management data collected from 165 farmers of 5 districts in the cotton wheat cropping system of the Punjab, which is the major agricultural province of the country. Secondary data of climate vulnerability, crop simulation, and soil conditions were used in the analysis. 5 journal circulation models, that is GCMs, under RCP 4.5 and 8.5. 4.5 is a normal or it's a mild, RCP, and 8.5 RCP is somewhat harsh, representing harsh climatic conditions. These 2 RCPs were used. And then for crop modeling, DSAT and EPSOMs, these 2 packages were used along with for as an input in this TOMD. Trade-off analysis for multi-dimensional impact assessment was used for the economic analysis. The results. The impact of climate change on cotton wheat cropping system. So the results showed that mean yield reduction in cotton by DSAT and EPSOM was 31 and 63% respectively. So for DSAT, it was 31%, and for EPSOM simulation crop model, it was 63%. And the mean yield reduction in wheat was about 6%. So it means wheat is more resilient as compared to cotton, which is very sensitive to climate change. The descriptive statistics, the family size, wheat area, cotton area, livestock, kharif fodder, and rabi fodder, that is winter and summer fodder crops. So you can see, the descriptive statistics figures. The climate model results showed that there would be increase in day temperature of 2.8 degrees Celsius and night temperature of 2.2 degrees Celsius, which is very detrimental for the crop productivity, particularly the night temperature, increase in the night temperature. And we also observed the rainfall variability, which is 25% increase in summer and 12% decrease in the winter, using the mid-century scenario. Now, objective 1, what is the sensitivity of current agriculture production system to climate change, in which system one is the current climate, current production system, that is the base technology. And for future climate, we also use the current production system and the base technology. No price trend was used, no adaptation was used. And you can see the relative yields for all the different GCMs, they are less than 1. So it means we have a negative impact on the crop productivity. If we look the socioeconomic impact, so you can see that we have negative net impact using both the 4.5 RCP and 8.5 RCP. I mean, whether it's a mild or it's a harsh climate system. So this is under, for different GCMs, and for all these, we could say a negative, impact for the first objectives. Okay, so what is the sensitivity of current farming system regarding the climate change? Depending upon the distribution of costs and benefits analysis, on an average, 78% of farm households would be the economic losers and vulnerable to climate change. On the basis of relative yields, mean yield reduction of cotton crop is 44%. And wheat showed a reduction of 2%. So as I mentioned earlier, the cotton is more vulnerable to climate change. The reduction in yield would result in the reduction of mean net farm returns and the per capita income by 27%. These changes would increase the farm poverty by up to 70% of the farming community, the farmers. So depending upon the distribution of cost and benefit analysis, there were 65 to 87% loser with DSET and 77 to 90% loser for APSM respectively. Similarly, 54 to 91% loser with DSET and APSM, for the APSM respectively, using the harsh climate conditions. So overall results indicated the need for a comprehensive adaptation strategies for agricultural sustainability, which is very important for the farming community. For objective 2, that is the sensitivity of future agriculture production system to climate change. In this system, in system 1 is the current climate and current production system, that is the base technology. And for system 2 is the future climate and the future production system, plus including the RAPs. But in the system, price trends were there, but no adaptation. So only no adaptation, but rest is we have changed. And you can see still that in the future scenario, the relative yields are less than 1. It means there would be, again, farmers will be in the loss. So net impact of climate change for different GCMs under RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5, you can see that we have a negative, impact. And this is the impact of climate change on poverty. So this is the first half of the graph showing the RCP 4.5 and the second half showing the RCP 8.5. So you can see that, in harsh climate scenarios, we have more poverty as compared to mild. Now, let's talk about the adaptation package. A comprehensive adaptation package for cotton wheat zone was designed based on the RAPs. So this is a very comprehensive, including the biophysical factors, the policy variables are there, the socioeconomic variables are there, and the other variables like IT tools and agroclimatic advisory, stuff like that. But it is very hard to include all these variables in the analysis. So what are the important and what are the variables which we were able to include in the package? Those includes the virtual cultivars. That is that would increase in the having a high yield potential. Those are heat tolerant. Those are drought tolerant varieties, and we also use the variable that is the sowing density would increase by 10%, because at the moment the farmers, they are not having the optimal number of plants per unit area, and the balanced use of fertilizer and the policy variable input subsidy was used, and then we crop and livestock insurance. So these were the two variables included. Now, the objective 3, that is the adaptation benefits for cotton and wheat under both APSIM and DSET. So the system 1 is the future climate and the base technology plus RAPS. And system 2, the future climate, the change technology plus the RAPS, based on the RAPS, the adaptation package. So the price trend was there, and we also included the adaptation package, which I have shared with you. So what was the impact? So you can see the relative yield in all cases, they were more than 1. It means there is a benefit for the farming community to adapt to the climate change with appropriate adaptation package. The research findings for future climate change impacts and adaptation. If there will be no adaptation to climate change, so about 70% of farmers would be the economic losers in the future agriculture production system. Without climate adaptation, 53% poverty would increase due to 90% decrease in the net farm returns and 18% reduction in the per capita income. The proposed adaptation package include the increase in the sowing density, balanced use of fertilizer, improved genetic cultivar, and the input subsidy. With proposed adaptation to climate change through technology and management, there would be 37% decrease in poverty and 23% increase in per capita income of the farming community for the mid-century scenario, that is the 2069. And the adoption rate of this adaptation package is 56%, and it reduces the farm poverty on an average by 36%, which shows a very promising results. So what are the conclusions and policy implications? Agricultural production systems are complex, interlinked, and diverse. It needs special attention to cope with changing climate, technology, food prices, and changes in the input and output market structure. Climatic variations put in danger the global food supply and the sustainable development in the presence of the rising population and resources depletion, like water and soils and other. So climate change policies must be integrated with the sustainable development and have synergy effect with global food security. Global, regional, and local climate change policies should be formulated by considering a broad spectrum and coordinated scenario. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. If you have any questions, comments, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the great presentation. If you have any question to Professor Dr. Ashfaq. Well, Professor, reduction in the production and in the land that is suitable for agriculture and the increase in the world population indicate that the future laid in front of us is not really as pleasant as depicted or portrayed in the science fiction books. In the past, we did experience the wars to control the trade routes, to control the lands, to control the energy sources. But looks like in the future, we are going to have wars to control the food. That's why the agriculture, especially sustainable in agriculture, is very important. And thank you very much for the great presentation that really emphasized the points that important to sustain the agricultural production. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir.
The next presenter is Shaya Othman, but he is on his way. Inshallah, he will be here in 15 or 20 minutes. He just called me. And sustainability model in Malaysian public universities, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmed Yusof. And I believe Professor is over here. Professor, you may continue as you like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor, okay, please.
I will try to share my slide. Sorry. Okay. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you to the committee, Academia Studies Group, and also the Karabag University. Okay. I am Dr. Ahmad Yusof from Azman Hashim International Business School at the University Technology Malaysia. And my topic today is sustainability model for Malaysian public university. Okay. I would like to start my presentation by highlighting the role of higher education institution in sustainability. Okay. To me, the first one is basically to develop sustainability mindset. Okay. Here, what the HEI can do is that we can promote and educate students, of course, the committee and also the industrial to the importance of sustainability. Okay, and in many contexts, for example, in social development context, or maybe in, of course, in economic development context. There are many platforms that we can use to develop the mindset. Okay, the lecture, through the publication, okay, through conferences like this, through kind of what we call meeting and engagements with industry and with the government. So those are the common platform where we can instill and develop the sustainability mindset among the stakeholders. The second role of a higher education institution is basically as an agent of change. Okay, so we should basically undertake the role or the task of initiating and managing change in organization as well as in the community. Okay, for instance, we can initiate the discussions or programs for sustainability with the local council, okay, with industry representative, and also with the governments. Okay, so our contribution as an agent of change can be in the form of, for example, we will coming out with a new policy. We can develop new curriculums and also do some R&D innovation, okay, where we can contribute to the improvement in sustainability aspects. And the last role is basically we can become a collaborative agent for different stakeholders. Okay. This is basically relate to the concept of collaboration and partnerships that we can realize with our stakeholders, okay, to solve certain environmental issue. For instance, okay, we can initiate and we can call the relevant parties or stakeholders. Okay, actually there are 4 main stakeholders, okay, to solve any issues related to sustainability, which is the government, and also the industry, the community, and also the academia, which is the university. Okay, so by engaging, okay, these 4 parties, we can arrive to the relevant solution to solve the sustainability issues and problems. So these are the basic sustainable concept. I'm not going to explain it in detail because I believe that everybody are aware on these 3 concepts. What I'm going to do next is that to do some manifestation, okay, on what are the practices that have been done, that can be done, okay, by any higher education institution to realize these 3 big concepts. Okay. So I will start with highlighting the social or the society purpose, because this is basically the reason for existence for any higher education institution. Okay, I would like to start with the social or the society element or component. Okay, so the way that I'm going to elaborate is that how this concept links, how this concept link with the SDG concept. Okay, and then from there we can see on the implementation aspects. Okay, for the quality quality education as mentioned in SDG. Okay, so what our education can do is that to fulfill this requirement, okay, to provide the quality education. For example, in the context of Malaysia, we have MQA. MQA stands for Malaysian Quality Assurance Standard. I believe, okay, not only Malaysia, others country also, we have our own regulatory body governed by the government to ensure that the quality of education is there. So this is the first thing, okay, comply with the MQA standard in order to achieve the level of quality education. Second is that the ESD component. ESD stand for Education for Sustainable Development. So in developing a curriculum, actually, we should be aware that there must be some element of sustainability in the curriculum so that we can educate, we can train, we can develop the mindset. Okay, the importance of social welfare, the importance of taking care of the environment, everything must be in the syllabus. Okay, and then the professional body is very important, so that when our student graduated, they can fit with the industry. Okay, the next component is that the third SDG, good health and well-being. Under this good health and well-being, okay, any organization actually is required to take care of the welfare element for the staff and also for the student. Okay, and then for the well-being concept, okay, the sharing society. So the scholarship, okay, is not okay. The scholarship. Sorry, the scholarship is not only provided by the government, but for example, in my university, the scholarship issued by the university itself. How? Okay, basically we have a system, the what we call endowment system. Okay, where the staff we contribute our salary monthly. Okay, to the university, and then that money will be the source for the scholarship. At the same time, the industry, okay, will contribute to the university and they will be given some kind of tax exemption. That contribution basically is for the scholarship. So until now, the contribution for endowment is close to 15 million. Okay, 15 million. And the student enjoy the benefit, not only the local student, but also the international student, where they can get fees waived for several semesters. Okay. And then under this element, we also can promote the healthy lifestyle by having a certain program, monthly program, for example, for exercise and running, and also for example, what we call engagement. Okay. And then the third element is that the SDG under the number of 11, okay, sustainable cities and communities. So here, actually, I would like to discuss from the perspective of campus, sustainable campus, okay? So, and also the communities. What we need to do, and we are doing right now, is that all the staff and the student really involved in the community program. We will identify a group of community that really need help in many aspects, okay? So we'll go down to the community, provide the expertise, give some solution. Hopefully they can enhance their standard of living by doing certain activities, economic related activities. And then in the campus, okay, facilities for disabled person, this one is really important. Okay, for example, student who commute to the faculty using bus, we have to make sure that the bus have the facility for disabled person. That one is one of the example. And knowledge sharing with the community is where regularly, okay, we will have a special program to make sure that whatever knowledge that we have, we can disseminate to the community, bring them, then uplifting the social level. Gender equality, okay? So when come to the performance, when come to the reward, basically it's all based on the performance, the promotion. It should not be biased gender, okay? And then when come to the recruitment, the base should be on the competency, okay? And then the decent work and economics growth. This is about the working condition, okay? Health, safety, and working condition, and also the ergonomic factors. So here in UTM, for example, we have a unit, we call it the health and safety unit. They will do some inspection from time to time to see whether the office really adhere to the ergonomics concept and principle, and then they will give some advice so that the working condition in any workplace at least meet the minimum requirement. So that's how we achieve the decent works. The second component of the sustainability is environment. Okay, so here we have SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation. Of course, we have a special services, we call it utility services, and water saving program. This is in line with what we call SDG number 6. And then SDG number 7, how to achieve that? Okay, energy efficiency program must be really effective. And for example, okay, in every building we have a green manager. This green manager will ensure that all the initiative related to the energy will be implemented, and we will monitor and we will report monthly so that any progress should be in line with whatever we have planned. Okay. Next is that the sustainable city and communities related to the environment. Here, the university should provide safe and affordable hostel or residential for the students. Okay, so there are several packages of the price or rental rate. Okay, so those who have they can afford to get a better residential, for example, they have to pay more. But okay, we also have some what we call subsidy for the group who really need help. We subsidize. Okay, we subsidize a certain rate for the student. So we will identify. That's how we help the students. Okay, transport facilities for disabled people. This one is basically reflect the communities, the campus community, and the car-free day program. Car-free day program purposely to have a sustainable campus. Okay, a low carbon. And normally for the car-free days, we will do it every month. Okay. Responsible consumption and production. This one is basically referred to the practice of the 3R, recycle, reuse, reduce waste program. For example, when students go to this cafe, okay, the material, the plate, the container, okay, should be recyclable. Okay, this is, we have to monitor this. And then life below water and also the life on land. We know that certain campuses, especially many campuses in Malaysia, we have lake, we have trees like tropical forests. We have to preserve them, and life underwater and life on land should be preserved together. Okay. So, for example, in UTM, we have a tropical park, we have recreational park, we have deer park. This all park basically in line with the spirit of the environmental component in the SDG. So any universities, even though now I think if we don't have that kind of facility, if that university don't have, we can start planning what kind of environmental aspect that we can add on so that our campus become more interesting. Okay. The third component is the last one is economy. I put it as the third component because this is not the purpose of having the university. Okay, the main purpose is basically to knowledge development. However, now since we have many constraints, the government from time to time allocate resources. They cut the budget from time to time, so we have to be financially sustained. We have to create our own income to survive. Okay. So, in related to that, SDG number 8 is about economic growth. Okay. So what we need to do to contribute for the expansion of the economy is that doing the consultation training, that one is money generation. Okay. Other than that, the special academic program, this one is not subsidized. This one is the price is a bit higher because the main purpose is for business. Only those, we have a special market segment for this. This is okay because we are not sacrificed with the majority of the people. Those who are not able to pay at this price rate, we always they can always have the second option. Enter the normal program with the subsidies from the government. But this one is special just for the purpose of meeting the economic purpose. Okay. And the other one is that we can generate income through leasing facilities and space. And also, okay, we have a special unit to cultivate the entrepreneurship skill. We call it technology entrepreneurship. Okay, this will train students to become an entrepreneur one day. Okay, some of them, even they are not graduated, they already open the company. Number 9 is about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Okay, so we now are focusing seriously on research and innovation. Okay, university by all means will support spin-off companies. So far, we have around 32 spin-off company, range from many industry, IT industry, and then construction industry, pharmaceutical. So they are doing good at this moment. And then at the same time, we are, for those who want to start, who want to learn how to do a business, we have a special park. We call it Innovation Park. This one is, we call it Business Incubator. For the 5 years, they will rent the space. Okay, special space allocated for the new businesses. Okay, once they are successful, they can independent. They will move from this incubator, and then we will take the newcomers to start doing business. Okay, so this is how we support the economic development. The last one is that about the peace, justice, and strong institution, where the value, the culture value should be instilled strongly in our governance. So here, for example, in UTM, we have ISS, the value which is integrity, synergy, excellence, and sustainability. The element of ethic and non-public abuse will always be ensure that all the staff are basically free from the power abuse, and the operation can be done with a very, very smooth operation, good manners, no ethical issues. So those are the three things, how the practices, okay, when we can combine all the practices, will establish what we call the heart of sustainability, which consists of the main big three components: society, environment, and the economy. Okay, I believe that many higher education institutions somehow are practicing this, but maybe there are some differences depending on the nature of that and focus of the institutions. So these are some example, okay, the showcase, just to share, okay, for example here, the car free day, everybody now, okay, uses bicycle in campus. This is the lakes, this is the tropical forest, okay, this is the, how we have students during the COVID, for example, this is the deer park, okay, and this is what we call, how we have the indigenous people, okay, to develop their agriculture sector, and this is the paper cut, okay, how UTM lead in solving the pollution problem in the state. So those are basically a package of sustainability program, initiative, involvement, okay, that I think not only can happen in public university, in private university as well. I think maybe private, they will focus more on the profit, but then now we can see that they are also shifting on the environmental and the society aspect as well, so that they can offer a very complete package of product to the society, to the potential students, and also to the stakeholders. So I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. I open for any question. Inshallah, I will answer if to my best level. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed Yusuf. Okay. Any question? I have a question. Now, Einstein says that the insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Now, we have generation Z and Alpha, but we are still trying the same techniques that educated generation X and baby boomers. And we are still waiting for the different results. Okay, now how can we change or forge the hearts and minds of those kids? Because what we are talking about over here is just the hardware of the education, you know, but the software, if the software is still the same, and if the software and hardware doesn't really work in harmony, the hardware will overcome, you know, and everything will go back to the as it was before. So how can we change the curriculum of the education system, or the way we do educate the generation Z and Alpha to sustain the sustainability?
Okay, good. I think good question. For the content, of course, we have to review regularly so that the content is suit the current generation. So basically, in the Malaysian context, 5 years is the maximum period to review. But normally, we will do a regular review after third year of program. So after third year, there will be some minor changes. After 5 years, there will be major overhaul to the curriculum content. So that is how we try to. This is because we understand that the environment out there is so dynamic. We have to change the curriculum as well. So to us, 5 years is the maximum. 3 years is the average time for us to do some minor modification to reflect on what is happening out there, and also to cater for the, I think that for the younger generation nowadays, we have what we call future ready educator, future ready educator. I forgot the term, but that actually is to be flexible in terms of methodology of teaching, in terms of, for example, the teaching delivery. Okay, there will be no 100% traditional method. There must be a blended kind of teaching. Video teaching now is very, very powerful, because nowadays the current generation, they will learn a lot from the YouTube. So we have to adapt whatever content that put in the video, okay, with a very creative way, that will eventually catch this group of group attention effectively. So now we have to move from the traditional method of teaching delivery, becoming more what we call more creative. Okay, so here that's why we have a special unit to train, especially the generation like me. I'm now 50, almost 50 years old. I'm now 49. We are a bit, in terms of technology, we are not that savvy compared to the younger generation. So there is a special program to train and retrain us at the 50 plus age to be, competent with the technology, the teaching technology, so that the content can be delivered well to the student using a very effective teaching technology.
So they are teaching us to teach how to teach Generation Z and Generation Alpha.
Yes.
So it needs to be changed. I mean, but my real question was, it takes about 20 years to see the results of an education system, because starting from the first grade till graduating from the PhD program takes 20 years. So in order to say if education system is very effective and efficient, okay, we have to really look at the results. And since we are still using the motivation theories of 1950s in today's world for the Generation Z and Generation Alpha, or leadership theories or management theories of 1970s, 80s, still being taught in the universities. Well, educating us to educate the Generation Z and Generation Alpha will not really help, because the content, the curriculum is still the same. If you check the textbooks, you will see that the textbooks are almost the same, 99%, 95% same with the textbooks back in 1990s or 2000, early 2000. But in 20 years, the world changed tremendously. I mean, we really need to, that's what I think, okay? I may be wrong. The curriculum of whole system, whole education system, all classes needs to be changed. Because as you said, we are really fall behind of the current Generation Z and Generation Alpha. That's why they are teaching us, they are educating us to catch them. Normally the educator or the teacher or professor should lead the generation, but we are behind the generation right now. The easiness to access the information, because of they have they technological born generation. They born in network. They born in internet. They have once upon a time we were in library. We were looking for the cards. It will. I mean, it will take. You remember half of the day to find even one resource, one book. Okay. Now they can search it easily. They can access the book easily without leaving their home. So there should be something needs to be done. That's what I think, but I don't know what. Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. What needs to be done to fill the curriculum that suitable for the Generation Z and Generation Alpha, which really requires to sustain the sustainability of education.
Yeah, I agree with you, because we have to be, alert, agile, and dynamics. So the open mind and political will, because we know that education is basically, controlled by the government. So with some political will, we can do a lot of things. Okay, but then it cannot be too rushed, because when it comes to education, it's about civilization. So there are things that, for example, the value. Okay, that one should be good value will be always good value, whether for the younger generation or the old generation. That one we have to preserve, for example, and then that component must be embedded well in the curriculum. But when it comes to the what we call the technology, when it comes to the how to perceive things, what is happening around us, when it comes to the creativity, thinking, that one I think must be relooked. Okay, we have to shape the what we call the way we perceive things. Sometimes people may say, okay, the one is not good because of value, but then because it is a bit what we call we have to be aware that there are some value that are subjective, so we have to be appreciate on that also. Okay, so I agree with you. Something must be done. Okay, but how that it's not the task of one individual. It should come from many. The stakeholders must be involved thoroughly. Okay.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any question? The next presenter is my friend, Professor Dr. Advesh. Yeah. And the title of his presentation is Peace, Way Forward from Humanity to Eternity. Professor?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank all of you for having conducting such a great conference. In fact, it's an opportunity to help us reach many more people, and in a way, we are serving the community only by this means also. Thank you once again to all of you. I hope this PPT is visible.
Yes, it is visible, Professor.
Thank you. Friends, this topic, peace, way forward from humanity to eternity, it is not a new topic. In fact, it has been a debatable matter and the need of all and every beings on this earth. Ultimately, whatever we do, we are doing something. At the end of the day, we want peace. And it is because of this, it has remained the all-time talk. It again wants us to know that how and why right now we have to talk for this peace. Why should we talk about it? We can see these are something which demarcates something special and attracts us. Nature, wherever it is, whatever it is, in its purest form and its original form is always something what we like. It is something that we wish for. Whether it is a forest, or it is an ocean, or it is a beach, or it is the sky, the early morning or the evening. It is something what we wish for. And it is something that attracts us. It is not only restricted to me and you, we the human beings. It is the need of the animals too. We can see how these animals also, they care for each other. They are also a part of us, and they have added to the beauty of this world. In a way, if I say, we can say that peace is the state of harmony with self and environment. But fortunately or unfortunately, it has happened that somewhere in our busy schedules, we have been missing it. And we have missed it. And that's why we say peace is acquiring the state of harmony with self and environment. When we say harmony with self, it is very, very important to understand harmony with self. We cannot be at peace with anyone else if we are not at peace with ourselves. First of all, I had to be at peace with myself. Unless and until I am at peace with myself and with my environment, whatever it is, this environment, I mean by all the things in and around me. Whatever it is with me, I am happy with that. I am satisfied with that. I cherish it. If I can do that thing, only then. And that too, not to say and speak, but in a way, I have to. If I am at harmony with these things, only then we can say that we are at peace. Since we are unable to do that, that is why these days we have to say that peace is acquiring the state of harmony with self and environment. Again, I am saying that we have to say this thing because we have helped ourselves to be sick of many other things. We are so possessive about whether friends or family or relatives or to our community or to so many things that we have forgotten that all the human being, the human existence started with one human. In a way, we are all related to each other. And if it is so, since we are related to each other, we are supposed to know each other, help each other, support each other. But then too, it is because of our selfishness, because of the ideology of ruling the world. Okay, some poor big notions. It is that we have to think and talk of this peace every now and then, whether it is in family or in community or in state, nation, or at the global level. We need peace because we want to avoid hatred, envy, jealousy, differences. It is this peace that will help us to uproot all these things. To have a better life, it is not only about me, it is about what we are giving to the society, what we are giving to the forthcoming generation. Are we responsible to them? And if at all, then what are we giving them? Can we say that we have given them the best of the best? When there is no time to rest, no time to see the nature, no time to feel the nature, how can we be at peace? Not going till nature, even to our family members, the one whom we feel that they are mine. Okay, for them also, we hardly have the time. And if we don't have the time to share and care our joy and sorrow with them, how can we think of a better life? Peace is required for this better life. If we have peace, it adds to safety, security, stability, uniformity, and it adds to our thoughts, ideas, objects, and behavior. It is for consistent and appropriate living as well. For the most important thing is integration of human. It is all about integration of human. When we say about peace, we have to think of what are the sources of peace. We have many sources of peace. Fortunately, unfortunately, Fortunately, unfortunately, the same thing. It works as negative idea also if our understanding is inappropriate. The leaders, our own experiences, our education, family, nature, media, community, organization, culture, religion, books, and there are many more things. These are the sources of peace. Simultaneously, if we are taking it in a different way, it can destroy our peace also. We have to understand it is all about our perception, how we are perceiving, how we are taking it. If we see to it, everything can be the source of peace. Then again, now we need to think of that. What are the causes of lack of peace? Why we have lack of peace? I have some pictures which can easily demonstrate that what is that motivates us to think of about the lack of peace or the causes of lack of peace. If we move ahead, we can see this also, and this picture also clearly connotes something. It is not only between one and many, it is between one to one also. And it is about me and myself also. There also we have the problems. We have to think of all these things. And when we do this, we come up to the causes. Nature has given us a lot. Nature has given us the earth, valley, mountain, rivers, oceans, and of course, sky. We have that. But then we human are no less. We have also created. We have created the earth. We have created the valleys. We have created the mountains, rivers, oceans, and the skies. What have we done? These are the superficial things which we have created. How? We see the poverty, illiteracy, dissatisfaction, grief, sorrow, dirt, bounded walls. These are something which form the earth. And we have formed this. It is we ourselves, we the humans, we have created these earths. Not restricting to the earth, we have also created the valleys. And we have the valleys of injustice, inequality, exploitation, misery, laziness, and many more things. Not restricting to the valleys, we have created the mountains also. And these mountains are higher than the highest mountains which we can see and which nature has given us. These are the mountains of casteism, linguism, racism, provincialism, nationalism, religionism, and there are several other isms. We have formulated the rivers also that are deeper and deepest, longer and the longest, and they exist in the form of cowardness, selfishness. These rivers, they combine and they form the oceans. They are the oceans of ignorance, differences, and hatred. These are such oceans that has unreachable length, breadth, and depth. We have the skies. Man has created the skies. These are the skies of the pride, greed, lust for power, and others. These are wider. These skies which we have created, these are wider than that sky created by the nature that expands till the horizon and the infinity. These are just a few highlights of the comparable objects, but there is still a lot many to be added to the list of objects that has been made by the man and which in fact deprives him of his humanity and many more things. These are those creations of man that are severely disastrous for the universe and certainly for the humankind. These creations are severe than the flood, famines, earthquakes, tsunami, volcanoes, and other natural calamities that we come across and which we are suffering by nature. Then again comes the question that how can we cut out these things? How can we remove this? How peace can be acquired? To acquire peace, it is not something what is impossible. Only thing, we need to have a little of our understanding. It is all about developing harmony with ourselves. We have to compromise and we have to come out of the differences of gender, caste, creed, religion, language, nationality, power, position, ownership, color, etc. And as and when we come out, we are something different. Hereby, whatever earth, valley, sky, oceans, which we have created, we have to remove those things. We have to uproot the unwanted earth. We have to fill all the valleys. We have to lower and level all the mountains and shorten all the rivers which we have created. And as and when we do this thing, we are doing something that is required for peace. To turn the universe the same as it was made by nature or God, whatsoever we say, we have to replace inequality with equality, injustice with justice, illiteracy with knowledge, ignorance with knowledge, exploitation with charity. And this way, we have to put up ourselves. We have to add to the patience, perseverance, faith, trust, confidence, socialism, humanism, and above all, love and affection for one and all. I do not want anyone to be restricted only to the human. It is all about the beings existing in the ecosystem. The idea of mine and yours need to be removed, and feeling of ours. It is our conference. It is our earth. It is our paradise. When we say this thing, when this is inculcated, the things turn something different. The real problem lies. Where is the problem? The real problem lies in lack of understanding the self. We are unable to acknowledge ourselves truly. We are unable to understand ourselves truly, express ourselves truly and completely. We need to understand and mean by what am I? It's a simple 3-word question. What am I? As and when we are clear, we are not supposed to determine and judge ourselves with our role. We are supposed to determine and judge ourselves as we are created by the nature. And as and when we do this thing, at that time, this earth and the idea about the earth and its existence and our existence, that changes. I'm very sure, and you all are thinking that how? It's fine. We cannot change the whole world. I and you, we cannot change the whole world, but at least we can change ourselves. We can start with ourselves. We could not assure righteousness from him and her and, anyone beyond us. But at least we can try for it. The important thing is not to get discouraged by the repetition of do and seek. It is not about give and take. It is all about giving. It is not about replying anyone. It is all about having the courage to forgive. It is all about, remember, to forgive also, it requires courage. And that courage is much higher than any wrong which anyone is doing. It is all about staying on the pathway of justice, equality, brotherhood, and righteousness, which is the right path to peace. Peace, in a way, is a matter of maturity, and we need to prove our maturity. This maturity helps us to be the taste. I am the taste of this world. You are the taste of the world. It's all about me and you. And when we together join hands and we are moving ahead, unidirectional, with the idea of human and humanity, we are something special. Thereby, whatever we have, we enjoy. It is about the company. It is about the togetherness. It is about the oneness. We are the salt and the sugar. We are that. It is we who add the taste. Any food, whatever we have, when we are lonely, whatever tasty it is, it may be prepared with lots of love, affection, and every menu has been. But if we don't have the appropriate company, we can't get the taste. But then at the same time, when we have someone around us whom we love and cherish for, that food turns tasty. So it is not the food, it is the company, it is the people, it is the oneness, it is the togetherness that adds. We are the taste. We have to understand that thing. We need to think what we are pursuing, how we are pursuing, how we are perceiving. As and when we come to know this thing, it is something what is required. We have to take the responsibility for our own actions and need to act as free people who know what they are doing. Unless and until we do this thing, the strife in the world will keep multiplying. We have to move with ourselves. Peace, ultimately, is only a matter of maturity. It is all about conquering ourselves. It is the conquest of self. It is within and has remained unconquered by ourselves. We need to conquer it. And if we conquer our ignorance, our aggressiveness, selfishness, unjust activities, evil, domineering nature, casteism, racism, selfishness, pride, greed, ego, lust for power, etc. And what we do, we spread the light of feeling brotherhood. We spread the light of the feeling brotherhood, selfless action, austerity, and being together, or the togetherness and oneness. That is something what is required. Here, we need to do nothing, rather to just think same for the others as we think for our beloved ones. It's up to us whether we have to select a peace or peace. It is through this conquest we shall have peace, peace within, peace around, and peace everywhere. Everywhere peace, the internal peace, peace of mind. And from humanity, we may move towards eternity. It is all about starting with ourselves. I thank you all for being with me and helping me to have this opportunity to share these ideas. Thank you so much. If any questions, please feel free.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the great presentation. Thank you. Any questions, Professor Avdesh?
Professor.
Yes, Professor Ashfaq.
Yeah, thank you very much. Avdesh, you talked ideally. You know, we could wish that this word could be like that, but reality is very much different. You talked the injustice, the greed, inequality, poverty, and different isms that are really creating, you know, problem and hindrance for achieving a very ideal, you know, peace situation around the globe. But I'm not sure that how we could achieve this great objectives. And also, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Asif Ali, the Vice Chancellor, who has joined us. Thank you very much, sir, for joining this event. Avdesh, please go ahead.
Sir, as such, I said that your question is very true and very correct. It is a difficult job, and I have said that also, that it is not that I and you, only we can change the world, but at least we can change ourselves. Let us start with ourselves. I can do that what I can. And since we are into teaching profession, I am very, very sure that there are people who follow us. There are people who follow us. Today I am 1, 2, 3, 10. We are scattered, but soon we can be together and we can multiply. It takes time, but it is not an impossible mission.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashfaq and Dr. Avdesh. Any other question to Professor Avdesh? Sorry, Professor Ashfaq and Professor Avdesh. Thank you very much. Any question to Professor Avdesh? Now, I believe every one of you have already has already seen the movie called Matrix. There's this conversation between Agent Smith and Neo. I had written over here somewhere. Okay. It says that Agent Smith tells to Neo, every mammal on this planet instinctively develops a natural equilibrium with the surrounding environment, but you humans do not. You have to, you move to an area and you multiply and multiply until until every natural resources is consumed, and the only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus. Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. It's really, when I first heard this saying, first heard this conversation, it really affected me a lot, because we don't really try to get along with each other. As Professor Avdesh said, we can survive only if we know that we can survive together. No survival alone. Everybody is really dependent on another. Every nation depends on another. And there will be no survival if we try to destroy other nation or other person. So I hope human beings will really understand that, and they'll comprehend that we will survive only if we stick together, if we accept all the differences of others, and if we accept the people as they are. Right, Professor Avdesh?
Very true. This is required, and what we said, that it is about conquering ourselves. We have to start from ourselves only. Unless and until we have the acceptance for our fellow human beings, we cannot move ahead. It may take a little time, but then it is, again, I repeat, it is not an impossible mission. We can move ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And the last presenter is Dr. Shaya Othman, going to talk about looking beyond sustainable society by humanistic Islamic approach. Professor Dr. Shaya Othman. He is here. I can see him. Shaya Othman. Okay. Your microphone, Dr. Shaya. Your microphone is off. Will you please turn your microphone on? Dr. Shaya Othman, your microphone is off. Well, I can't read lips yet. No, still, you need to turn the microphone on. Okay, that's great now. We don't still hear you. No. No, no, we don't still hear you. No, we don't still hear you, Dr. Shaya. Okay, now it's connecting the audio. Hold on. No audio. No, we don't hear you. Dr. Shayatman. Dr. Shayatman used to be my CEO. I know him for a long time. He's a great person. He taught me the strategic management. I mean, he was the first person who taught me the strategic management about 10 years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago. He's a great person, wise person. I believe he's going to try to reconnect. I will ask you to bear with me a couple of more minutes for Dr. Shaya to connect. Sorry for have you waiting. If you allow him 2 more minutes, because I know that he prepared a good presentation just to present in this meeting, but he's just experiencing a problem. Professor Adash, do you think that the peace, the achievement of peace, do you think that human being will achieve the peace? You say that if we start from ourselves, everything will change. I mean, one by one, you know, every change starts with one person. You're right with that. Do you think that we will achieve the peace, ultimate peace? And the Vice Chancellor of Professor Asif Ali, M&S University of Mutan, has joined us. Thank you for joining, and Professor Irfan. Dr. Shaya, still we don't hear your voice.
Dr. Khan has joined.
Welcome, Professor Asfali. How are you, sir?
Thank you. I'm very well. I'm very well. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. and Professor Van Bay. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Mustafa.
Thank you. Sorry, we are
for taking us on.
I thank you. We are waiting for Dr. Shaya to. He has a problem with the voice connection. We are waiting for Dr. Shaya to have this problem fixed. Then he will talk on looking beyond sustainability society 5, humanistic Islamic approach. He is exco member of board of governors, Al Medina International University from Malaysia. He used to be my CEO. He is the first person who taught me strategic management. He's really good at management, strategic management, especially the Islamic approach to management. And he has several books on Islamic finance, Islamic management. The first thing he told me that the management functions, I don't know if you are, if management is your domain, there are 4 management functions, planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. He said that there should be 5 functions. The first function should be thinking, because without thinking, you won't be able to achieve any of them. So the first management function should be thinking, and the second should be planning. Now, thinking, planning, organizing, leading, and then controlling. If we have, if you are lucky, we will be able to hear him. And Professor Asfali and Professor Irfan Bayek will be our panelists in the forum right after this meeting. The forum or the panel is about sustainable agriculture. Professor Dr. Asfali, Professor Dr. Irfan Ahmet Bayek, and Professor Dr. Mohammed Ashfaq, Professor Dr. Ufuk Karadavut, and also from Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Zahra Sakimin will be our panelist, and Logaiswari Indiran, Dr. Logaiswari Indiran is going to be the moderator. I believe it's going to be a really good panel on sustainable agriculture. I believe this time they fixed the problem. Yes. Okay, Dr. Shayalpan, I believe you fixed the problem. You just turned the microphone on. Okay. Yes, great. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm very sorry.
No problem.
Today is not a very good day for me because I was thinking tomorrow, and also just came back from the hospital. My wife was having COVID-19.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Dr. Shaya. May shifa Allah, shifa Allah.
So I'm very sorry. So let us just give a brief on this issue. Shall I share my slide?
Sure. You are more than welcome.
Yeah, okay. This is a small slide which I prepared, but I did not prepare well. I was thinking tomorrow. But anyway, I'm sorry.
There's a miscommunication, I believe. Okay.
Okay, I think today I'm trying to bring the attention of today, what is going on, the world we are living as mankind. Now we are facing a lot of problems. As I'm giving a summarize of this into form of chart, you can see
would you please put on presentation mode?
Sorry?
Presentation mode. Just press F5. It will go into presentation mode.
Beg your pardon, I cannot hear you.
Presentation mode, Dr. Shaya.
Do you read my slide here?
Yeah, I do see your slide, but you know, if you put on presentation mode, slideshow, if you start the slideshow.
Yes. Okay, it's slideshow in the sense that, well.
Yeah, full size. I mean full size.
I don't understand, sorry.
Okay, just press F5, F5.
F5, sorry, F5, F5, F5, F5. Okay, F5, all right.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, I was in a state of mind. Anyway, I try to bring my attention to all of us today. It's about the present catastrophe the world is facing. If you look at the chart here, that is on the right is due to the technological development that caused many environmental problems. Basically, you can see from the bottom here, there is a global warming, climate change. And then you can see the poisonous toxic waste in water, air, and earth due to industrial waste and household waste. And also you can see the greenhouse effect, global warming, global sea level is changing, rain and snow also change. And also you can see the depletion of ozone layer. So all these are due to the industrial, what they call industrial revolution, yeah? Without any form of human, not taking to the having human, what do you call that, humanistic approach into it. And we can see on the left is due to the social changes that took place, is going to what global catastrophe. And you can see that they are commercialization now, talking about commercialization, human trafficking, even commercialization of education. And then you can see the medication also now, yes, commercialization, even COVID-19, you can see that the various vaccines, they are so, they are making billions of dollars money. You can see even AZEX developed by Oxford, it just cost $3 compared to those produced by other vaccine, $20 to $30. You can see the different commercialization take place in this case. Yeah, cancer, treatment, all these are caused because of a commercialization, the cost is of ignoring human factors, maximization of profit in that case, when I talk about commercialization. Everything is profit. You can see the intellectual degeneration. Now we can see that having dichotomy of knowledge and specialization took place, too specialized, and then too philosophical, and too isolation by self. So these are intellectual, I call it intellectual disintegration taking place. And of course, human degeneration. You can see human trafficking take place, is $1 billion business, I thought. And then sex enslaved, you can see that they're taking from to the less developed country to bring to the West developed. It's a form of industry, this sex enslaved. Yeah? And alcoholism is other factors, even according to United Nations report 2012. Every 10 seconds, one human being die due to alcoholism. So 2012 report, at the time, the United Nations Assembly even requests the members' country to take stern action to this alcoholism. But because of alcoholic is a $1 billion industry. You see, they are ignoring humans' degeneration because of profit. So you can see even cleansing, human cleansing and depletion. These are all happening today, in spite of industrial development, in spite of development so-called civilized world. This is what's happening. So why this thing happened? Because in 1851, you know, the British writer George Hollicake proposed secularism in the sense that any form of development had nothing to do with promoting social order or religion. So any form of development should not take into consideration of social orders and religion. Because of this secularism, you can see what's happening today. The industries, the private sectors are geared toward profit making and ignoring social and religious order. So you can see these are the situation. I can see just the secularism go toward this. Before it's religious, going toward secularism, back to ritual and so on. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a need to back to social order and religious belief. Okay, what happened in Society 5? If you study or reflect why Society 5.0 is being propagated by Japanese, because Japan 2016 was facing with the problem of aging population, the displacement of labor, the social problem in this case. And so because of this, the industry, if you mention the foundation of private sectors get together and propose 5.0 to the government. And now it is accepted as 5.0 is in order to create a framework of human-oriented development with the aim of targeting, creating so-called super human in that sense, super smart human. You can see in that 2016, this is because we can see this is a development of 2016, 2015, sorry. The development 2011 here, 2002, 2003, 2004. 2001 to the Society 010 is due to human society, due to hunting, so-called, and then due to the agrarian society, then industrial society, then information society, and now we're today. There's so much information that we are drowned with information, but we're going to what? Analyze the information to create knowledge, to get smart society. This is what the intention, to create a smart society in earlier stage. Now, if you read the latest report, 2020, by the, what they call it in Japanese, Keizan Federation, Canadian, I couldn't pronounce rightly, is Business Federation. The latest report is stated there by the chairman, the last word, saying that the Society 5.0 is trying to save the capitalism system, capitalist system. Now the shift, the mind is changing from 016 now at 2020. The mind change is not to create, well, creating society is there, creating a smart human society, but the trend, what I can see from the latest report, from my content analysis, the change of mind, they shifted towards the failures of capitalization to save the social orders. This is what they say. If you look to the report 2020, it is internet, you can see that there's a shift of changes in terms of objective from smart society to sustainable capitalist system. The last word of the chairman. Yes, this is what's happening. So what is happening today here, you see, especially when the COVID-19 is happening today, the situation now affect the economic and social development. The impact is so great. It's matter of survival. There must be balance between economy and social orders. Okay, this is what the industries have to look into. And they are worried too that China is going toward authoritarian capitalist, you see, system very aggressively. So they feel that the present capitalist system need to be revived for sustainable, to put into what I call right perspective for survival. Like Society 5.0 is a vehicle toward that. Okay, because I don't have to explain Society 5.0 is a matter of a digital, introductions of AI, artificial intelligence to make the society more conducive. Yeah, so I'm not going to spare everybody know about that. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, if you look at the contents, the development from Society 1.0 to Society, jump to Society 4.0, Industrial Revolution, what are the failures behind it? As I had mentioned earlier, that the secularism had taken place, putting social orders and religious values aside. Any industrial development, any activities, religious belief and religious social order should put aside. The main objective of the industries, I'm in industries before, there is nothing but maximization of profit. Less is taking into considerations of humans, human factors, environmental factors, and so on. I was involved in environmental business at one time. You see, in the nation, underdeveloped, rich nation, a very respectable company which I was working with, they don't care about the dumping of toxic waste from the industry, because the rules and regulation, the regulation in that country, there's no proper rules and regulation in terms of environmental protection. So they ignore it. They just dump the toxic waste into the pond and going down to the water table, and what they call pollute the water table. You see, in terms of industry, they don't care for this sort of maximization of profit. If you look at this capitalistic system, basically the interest is for the investors. What less is what they call variables taken into consideration in their projection of the future profit. Okay, you see now, in the case of the United Nations Summit 2015, United Nations is getting worried what's going to happen, yeah, in the sense that they put a certain development goal to be achieved in 2030. That I think you know what is about in the SOGS. You see, they're specified: no poverty, zero hunger. They just mentioned clearly no poverty. I think impossible to get no poverty. They should put minimize poverty. You see, zero hunger, good health. All these 17 strategic sustainable development goals for 2030 to be adopted by all members countries of the United Nations. These are the list of carefully here. And every member is trying to follow, even Japan, using Society 5.0 to attain this objective. You look through the report of the Japanese government, of the cabinet report. If you could look to the internet, you can see that the objective is to fulfill these as sustainable development goal. So sorry for spelling here, goal. So again here, you look at imagine carefully. Imagine this. Imagine the goal of the S Society 5.0. Or they says that to create super smart human. You see, this is not specifically mentioned, but I had mentioned earlier just now, the shifting a little bit to sustainable capitalist system. Okay, look at this carefully. There is nothing to mention about soul. You can see the human being as human, we are consisting of mind, body, and soul. You see, Happiness is focused by this all development is the mean to make your mind happy, your body happy. But what about soul? Human beings have soul. If you ask yourself, are you happy with all the environment, all the physical element you see? There's certain missing element of soul. That is the religious element which I need to focus today, just to put the element. We must look beyond. When we talk of soul as religious belief, you say, I'm a Muslim, you say, we cannot deny there are nearly 2 billion Muslims, yes? And the Muslim believe in soul, believe in faith. Even other religion believe in faith. So the element of faith need to be incorporated in any form of development. If such belief, such values, religious belief, not being incorporated in any form of development, look at the industrial 4.0, it failed, you see. When I can see that society 5.0, what I could read from the literature, I could make a conclusion from my content analysis or thematic analysis that the thinking of soul is not being serially addressed to. Okay, now let's look into the soul. In Islam, so I'm not a religious scholar, but I'm just a professional in this. But I believe that certain thing when I read through that we need to develop this integration of mind, body, and soul to reach happiness. And happiness, if I believe, happiness is not beyond this world. It's not alone in this world. It's beyond. That's why I said beyond. Happiness in this world and hereafter. In Islam, we always pray, please give us happiness in this year, in this world, and hereafter. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana. Mean to say, good in this world and good hereafter. So, any form of development, whatever it is, 5.0, should look beyond what I call happiness in this world. Okay, so let us look into what Islam has to offer. Okay. When I talk of, everybody is scared of when we mention about Sharia. Sharia, this what cutting hand, sort of believe. But you look through what is really meaning of Sharia. I did properly mention Sharia because Sharia is a very simple meaning. It's a straightforward meaning, mean straightforward way of life. It's simple way of life, straight way. Sharia is straight way. Okay. In Sharia, why I mentioned Islam? Islam is borderless, without any racial barriers, without any country borders, you see. So Sharia is also borderless. So Maqasid al-Sharia means objective of Sharia. What is the objective of Sharia? So we look at this. What is objective Sharia? So this is Islam. Very simple. Islam is consisting of classification of faith, characters, and then the characters mean code of ethics. That's why we have a code of ethics in dressing, code of ethics in our attitudes, code of ethics in our behaviors at work. They are called, it's part of Sharia. And also, you can see that we have rules and regulation according to how we worship to God. We go to Hajj, we go pray, there are standard operating practice, all standard, pray, paying zakah, go to Hajj, you can see the standard. And then you have another one is family law, also standard. We have law. And then there is one which is not being mentioned or emphasized is the business activities, trade commercial laws. What is being offered in the sense that you look at Islamic finance, yes? Islamic finance is getting popular. Now it's getting over $3 trillion activities, and it is being accepted all over the world, the non-Muslim, Muslim alike, because the element of justice and peace is being built into the system. You see the failures of the conventional collapse of financials, what they call conventional finance, has this resulted Islamic to provide an alternative. You can see Islamic banking, Islamic insurance, Islamic bond is getting popular, you see, because the elements of this. Even London want to be Islamic center, financial center. Hong Kong want to be, Singapore want to be. So irrespective of belief, as long as there are elements of faith. And you can see there are also other form criminal laws in that sense. We look at criminologies. We don't look at the cutting hand, but we're looking at a total perspective for criminology. Okay, these are some of Islam, what it means. Actually, our interest is muamalat, when trade and commercial. Okay, what is the objective of this? You must ask me, what is the objective? What are these humanistic objective? So these are on the left here. Well, the objective of Sharia is basically 5. Protection of religion. That means humanity. Protections of life, human, all form of life, meant to say protection. Protection of offspring, that means biological offspring need to be protected intact. So this is what is being meant of humanity. And the other one is protection of intellect. Intellectual mind is also the objective of Sharia. We must protect the mind not to be intoxicated, not to be incorrupted, because corruption of mind is very dangerous for humanity in the sense that it leads to misunderstanding, it leads to fighting, it leads to killing. You can see what's happening today, you see. And also protection of resources, wealth and resources. These are the elements of humanity in Islam. This is objective Islam. Okay. Now let us go, you understand that. Okay. If you look at this, as successful in other areas, in terms of Islamic industries, Islamic finance, and so on, Islam, in the approach for this 5.0 society sustainable, is only able to be sustainable if the element of humanity is taken into place. For example, if we take it into consideration of I'm a Muslim, it could be other religion as well, in the sense that Muslim, in a sense, Islamic principle, because they take into consideration of human happiness, will lead to human happiness in this world and hereafter. Okay, and you can see, why is it that industry grows tremendously? As a Muslim, you can see, other form Islamic finance, there are Islamic industry in terms of food, the industry in terms of cosmetic product, medication, and so on. These are the elements that to put into why you can see that the Muslim is preferred, or rather shun away, or prefer to take food which is in line with their own teaching. Yeah, so that is why the industry itself grow, the industry taking place as industry finance, now halal food. Now another area is industry in tourism. Tourism is $3 trillion business, and we can see the Islamic tourism is trying to bring away the family happiness of tourism. Yeah? So that in the case that the humanistic element is built into it. So in that way, the industry is pulled toward that. Okay, to see this happen. Okay, another thing is what we can see, what society 5 could offer, in the sense that society 5 looking into the environment, means, ways to make the society happy, making use of IoT, that means Internet of Things, you see, and also artificial intelligence. We look at artificial intelligence today, we can see that going toward automation, going toward assisting humans in making decisions. In other element that AI could introduce to put the elements of humanity as Islam will take into consideration, as I taught earlier, because without this element, with the 2 billion population, I think that society 5.0 will not be able to sustain the situation will occur, what is being occurred, the failures of society 4, you see, in the sense that the social problem will be, again, a new social problem will be generated. That is what I could foresee. And I think that we should look into the new aspect of what you call add values, or rather integration AI with the data elements of what I call this Islamic information. If we look at the IoT, there's so many data of Islamic values, Islamic principles are not being integrated into it, as well as AI. For example, a simple thing, we can see there are over 40,000 of saying of the Prophet is not being integrated into AI, or rather into the system, and also the element principle of the Quran is not being incorporated. You will see that Quran itself, Quran itself is the most read book without understanding by the Muslim. They read it, they don't understand it. Secondly, the most unread book by the non-Muslim without understanding. So you see, the Muslim read the book, the Quran, they don't understand. The non-Muslim, they don't want to read other things and they refuse to understand. Why not just understand? Take the principle, the values of Islam, example, free interest, example, what do you call that, verses, a simple verses say that if you protect humanity, you protect the whole of humanity. If you help one humanity, you're helping the whole humanity. This is a basic wisdom principle. It just across the borders. So I think it is time, Mr. Dr. Mustafa. Hello?
Yes, Dr. Shaya.
Yeah, is it half an hour already?
Yeah, you have a couple of more minutes. If you can wrap it up, if you can summarize.
Think now, yes. So to summarize the whole thing, in the sense that if we look at this society, what we call 5.0, which is advocated by Japan, with this problem, Japanese economic problem, with the old, what do you call that? The generation of, old generation is getting, the rate is getting higher, and displacement of, what do you call it? Of labor and so on. That therefore, they advocate Society 5.0 for the survival of Japan. And now they are trying to advocate it to all over the world. Even now, it is similar to that of the German strategy of, in that they call Industry 4.0, yes? And also USA, they put it, what they call smart IoT, yeah? They are not following the Japanese, but of course they're trying to look into element. The Japanese is trying to look into the new, what they call element, so that they're able to survive the society as well as the economy. And now China is going to what they call the authoritarian capitalist system in order to survive and to restrict the world. And what I see is that all these elements are missing. They're talking about humanity, but they forget about soul. They only talk about mind, body, but not soul. So soul is the most important element of human being. It needs to be taken care of in order to make human body happy. So herewith, as a Muslim, I put agenda towards the integration of Sharia, Maqasid al-Sharia, the values of Islamic values, and protect and object into this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaya, for the great presentation. Any question to Dr. Shaya Otma? Normally the subject that Dr. Shai Othman covered is very close to Professor Advesh's subject, because Islam, as the meaning of the word, is peace. You know, tries to create a peace persons towards himself or herself, towards his or her family, towards his or her society, environment, and tries to create a peace between the person and the surrounding environment, and between the creator as well. So thank you. And Dr. Advesh was trying to say the same thing. It is that to establish peace with ourselves, with the society, ultimately we will establish global peace. Thank you very much. Now we are going to, I believe I'm going to leave the microphone to Dr. Logaswari Indira for the panel on sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a nice day. Dr. Indira, it's yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, Dr. Shai, will you be able to end the screen sharing? There is a screen sharing. I believe you are sharing your screen, right? Yeah, there is a red button at in the upper middle screen.
I can't understand. I cannot hear.
Okay, there is a red button. Okay, you will see says that end screen sharing at the top of the screen, in the middle of the screen at the top.
Okay, stop sharing.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. No problem at all.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to start our forum today. Welcome everyone to Second International Academician Studies Congress 2021, organized by Karabuk University. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning maybe to everyone who get connected today in this forum. Thank you very much. I am Dr. Logeswari Indiran from University Technology Malaysia here. Pleasure to please everyone and to moderate this forum today. Okay, entitled with Sustainable Agriculture. It is, I would like to thank all of the panelists and also participant and also guests who spend their time willing to be with us in this important forum, which will be shared by our panelists, okay, who are experts. Today we have 5 panelists. Okay, first I would like to introduce all the panelists, okay. So we have Professor Dr. Asif Ali, Vice Chancellor of MNS University of Agricultural, Multan, Pakistan. So he has big contributions in the society of agricultural society. Okay, so then we have Professor Dr. Irfan Ahmad Baik, Dean Faculty of Social Science, MNS, University of Agricultural. Okay, he also has contributed high economic contributions in Pakistan. And then we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Ashfaq, okay, from MNS University of Agricultural. Okay, Professor. Then we have Professor Dr. Ufuk Karaudut from Karabakh University, Turkey. And the last one, we have Associate Professor Dr. Siti Zahara Sakimin, Director of Putra Agricultural Center, University Putra, Malaysia. It is a pleasure to have all the panelists here and highly qualified expert, I can say, in agricultural to share with us and discuss, have a very impactful, I believe, impactful discussion on the sustainable agricultural. So let us start the discussion. So I would like to put some issues here. So as we know, agricultural, digital and technology, agricultural, digital and technology ranging from robotics, drone, and also software computers have completely transformed agricultural today in today's world. So maybe we would like to listen from your perspective, your view on this matter, how technology, digital and technology have transformed and how to sustain agricultural in today's world. So I would like to welcome any of the panelists to start the discussion in your opinion and also maybe from your perspective in your own country. Anyone would like to start first?
Should I?
Yes, please, Professor.
Yeah. My name is Asif and I'm Vice Chancellor here in Multan. This is south of Punjab. And this is mainly a rural economy, agriculture-based economy, less urbanization and more, land for agriculture and, rural areas. So I call it as a future farming. If you look overall agenda of the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals, and then you look with FAO, Food and Agriculture Organizations, they say that our actions are our future. So that is the theme. And under that, we believe that, we have to go for better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life. And, we consider all these things. I mean, traditionally, there were more traditional security threats to the countries where there had been wars, First World War, Second World War, and things like that. But now in the present circumstances, there are non-traditional security threats to the countries. And that is basically one of them is food security and climate change. So under that, we have to focus on sustainable agriculture. In sustainable agriculture, I mean, the traditional agriculture we are doing at this time, particularly with respect to, my country or my region. So the land size is getting smaller and the traditional type of farming is not that profitable. It's not sustainable, I should say. So we have started a program in future farming, that how it should look like. Because the future generation, if it is anything which is not related to these IoTs, digital things, Persian things, that would not work. So the generation which would be doing farming, so we have to kind of attach our all farming systems with the digitalization. So we call it as, we are running various programs using drones and GPS and other things. So, and we call it as Persian agriculture. So in Persian agriculture, I mean, there are two sort of streams which we would be working on. One is to have, to convert to go for corporate side also, but also the cluster or cooperative side also, where the communities would get together and have all those gadgets. Because to reduce cost of production, it is very necessary to go for Persian inputs and likewise digital marketing, digital kind of plowing, Persianing, spraying, Persianing. I mean, if you don't even, the weed management and the even human resource management, because, one of the major factors in agriculture production is labor. The labor towards agriculture is getting, short. So this is, there are many factors. One of them is the lack of or deficit of decent work also. But essentially to go towards more profitability, more sustainability, we have to integrate all these systems in the agriculture. And that's what we are trying. So this is what I have to say. To start with, we have colleagues that will speak more.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Asif Ali. Thanks, and I believe that, okay, Dr. Prof. Ashfaq have something to say also. Yes, please, Prof.
Thank you very much, Logesh. Dr. Asif Ali, the Vice Chancellor, MNS University has, very elaborately mentioned all those factors. And he rightly mentioned about inequitable and unjust distribution of resources, particularly, the land resources. And I think another important factor is, which is hindering in the sustainable agriculture is the rapidly growing population, which is one of the top. And energy crisis, I think it has blown fully. And for sustainable agriculture, we also need to look, the water crisis for all sectors of the economy. And we need the technologies in all those sectors. Yeah, and in also the climate change, like good cultivars, like, just high efficiency irrigation system in case of water and in case of energy. So technology is, is playing an important role, but in future, it has to play a very critical role, for the sustainable agriculture and ultimately, the happiness among the developing countries particularly. Thank you, Rose.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ashfaq. So thank you. So I would like to say that it involves a lot of costs, as Prof. Asif Hadi said, and also distribution of resources. Okay, but how about Malaysia? Can I have Associate Prof. Dr. Siti Zahara from your point of view from Malaysia view? So what is happening there, please?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lojas. If I probably share a little bit screen that I already prepared here. Okay. All right. Okay, as we know, our concern right now, when we are talking about sustainable agriculture, when we talk about sustainable agriculture, we cannot run away from, we are producing food basically for the human life and for our sustain to be living in a good condition. Yeah. So it has been for so long. And how the evolution has happened, it's begin with the subsistence farmings, and then it goes to the shifting agriculture, and then we go to the green revolutions. So all this process is actually bringing some of the good things to the human life for their own specific demand. For example, subsistence farmings, they are doing in the self-sufficiency level, small area, very primitive, low production. And then when we go to the shifting agriculture, we can see a lot of forest area has been abandoned due to the activity. And then we are moving to the green revolution, which we are bringing to the better agriculture. And then because of the increase in the population, which has been mentioned by Prof. Asif just now. So in Malaysia, our concern most is how we of our future generations. So when in agriculture, basically, because when we talk about sustainable agriculture, we cannot run away on how we attract more and more people rather than we are doing very primitive or very traditional agriculture to a very modern agriculture, or as what saying by Dr. Lojas just now about drone and etc. And then when we talk about data, technology, drones, so actually it helps us in doing efficient monitoring system. Okay, we are doing better support decision making and quick decisions, and then we can control automatically. We can connect it to the mobile, and then we can increase the productivity of the operations. As we know now, the youngest generation, they cannot live it without phone or mobile phone. Yeah, so they always be connected with a mobile phone and the internet. And then nowadays we are talking about, when we talk about big data, we are talking about modern farmings. This is all the technology that we are talking right now. And Malaysia also, we are moving towards this, even though there are lots of challenges that we have to face right now. We are moving to plant factory, recirculating agriculture systems, okay, or RAS system, modern chicken farmings. This is all the technologies that we have right now. And recently, we also have the lab-grown meats. We are producing our food system in the laboratory. And this is the revolution that we are. Okay, we are in the digitalized revolution. We are talking about urban farming, but how we are connected with that to the sustainable agriculture, because we know that the impact of the agriculture is very vast. Okay, it can cause soil damage, greenhouse gas emission, decrease in genetic diversity, and excessive use of chemical fertilizer and pests. and disease, as well as deforestation. So this is how we want to direct our agriculture future to the more modernized system, so then we could be able to solve all these problems in the future. Okay, Mr. Rogers, I stop for a while. Probably we can continue with others first.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Dr. Siti. So, okay, thanks. So, Dr. Siti, you are saying that Malaysia is actually integrating this modern digital agricultural in the system, right? Okay, so I would like to get anyone else, any panelists, Dr. From Turkey. Dr. Ufuk, do you have something to say from your point of view?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I have asked the question of ecology and economy is often asked, and ecology is defeated by the economy. Agriculture will also be adversely affected. Therefore, it will be very difficult to ensure the sustainability of agriculture. Under this dilemma, what do you think about transmitting agriculture to future generations?
I hope this is a question. You want me to answer?
Anyone want to answer?
Yeah, this is what I say. That is the term I used, future farming. I mean, probably everybody has mentioned it, and the same questions come from Turkey, that how the future generations would be doing the farming. And, we should not think of, farming systems sustaining unless we associate them with the kind of skills the future generations have, or the current generations have, or the younger generations have, and the production systems we are using. So we have to because most of us are sitting as Muslims, and we have inheritance laws. The land passes on to the future generations. But using those traditional farming systems, the future generation of those farmers is moving away from the farming. So therefore, we have started programs in farm management, particularly future farming and climate smart agriculture. We have started program in precision agriculture. We have a program started in smart plant protection. So again, the philosophy is same, to integrate these modern efficiency tools in the agricultural production systems, marketing systems, value addition systems, and overall linking it with the sustainability of the soils and going to the farm to the fork. So we have to think particularly to develop our human resource to have the concept of whole of the value chain approach. So if we, this is not the era that, traditional farmers would keep on producing the things. The middleman would buy and he would sell it, he would make profit, and he would be, very happy living with minimum resources in the villages. No. Now the kind of sons and daughters of those farmers, those who are living in villages, they have access to the most modern knowledge. The skills and technologies, the internet has reached to everywhere. Now they have their own demands. To fulfill those demands, to sustain those generations, it is necessary that they should be thinking of doing these, using these modern tools and doing their farming and looking at the market, national market, international market, value additions. So whole of chain approach would be required for the human resource development.
Thank you. But future generations have great fears about this. They are worried about what will reign. We are not supposed to give them realistic information. However, economic conditions don't allow this. It will be very difficult to leave agriculture to future generation without improving agriculture production and the condition of those working in production. This situation
where, you know, we got the sense.
Worse, yes, worse. Get worse.
Well, I don't think
what
so.
What can we do?
This is not the condition in Pakistan. This is, you know, we are universities. We are agriculture universities. We must focus on this, and we should not lose hope. And, you know, once we kind of show them, we demonstrate them, we involve them, we engage them. And, you know, my thinking is, my view is that the future farmer would have a basic degree in agriculture. It's not traditionally the father has taught and you have learned and doing the same thing. No, the future farmer would come from the universities. Those who have basic degrees, they would think of, you know, getting land on lease, making small cooperatives, linking it with the international markets. And those who are big farmers, fine, their sons and daughters, they are now associated with the university. Even if they are not, you know, agriculture graduates, they are associated with the university to learn, you know, during the course of doing various projects and exercises. For example, I give you a, you know, major transformation here, mango small tree system, which we have introduced here. We kind of trained the farmer, their future, I mean, the young generations, we engage them in production. Now it is, you know, very fastly being adapted. Then we have a smart trap system, for example, which is very small. It is very attractive to the young ones. They can see on their apps. So what is the, you know, insect population in their orchards, fruit fly and other things. Then they can see what is happening in the international market, and you know, what are the branding. What is branding, how to brand it, how to have the traceability and other things. So,
Prof. Asif, probably if I can add something. As a director of one of the repute university as well in Malaysia, I come up with the one tagline which I call it as agriculture is a wealth. Okay, ataupun pertanian adalah kekayaan. If we say that agriculture is business, probably we can lose. Okay, but if we can say that agriculture is business as well, so people are trying to get that as their permanent job forever. As we know that food is we need it for our life. For UPM or Universiti Putra Malaysia, recently we also have discussion with our Ministry of Agriculture to come up with one initiative to attract more of our students, which is agriculture student produced from my faculty, for example, Faculty of Agriculture, because even though from our record, 80%, 83%, almost 90% of our students got a job, but from record of the government, they said that only 4% of agriculture students are really involved in agriculture. So it means that most of them, they are run away to the other business, the other jobs. So what we are trying to do to our graduate, those who already graduated, we want 4 years of study that probably not good enough for them to really get exposure on what will be happen when they are graduated. Because there will be a lot of changes, a lot of challenge to get the land, to get the fund, to get the money to start with the agriculture activity. So what we are trying to do is we bring them back. We are trying to propose this. We bring them to be UPM as the center of agriculture training for the student to ready before they being transferred to the state governments to do real agriculture. Yeah.
Thanks,
So that is about
I would like to add one thing. Well, I appreciate this is what we are doing. After 4 years, we engage them with the farmers for 1 year.
Yeah.
So this is the model. They are there in the real environment and applying all those things which are there, and they do the practice. This is a kind of thing which we have learned from the medical professions, that they do not become doctors or medical kind of practitioner unless they do the house job. So this is a kind of house job. Yeah.
Thanks. Maybe Prof. Irfan would like to add something.
Thank you, Anglaf. I was listening to all the panelists, and it's a very lively discussion going on. So, am I audible?
Yes, it's
okay,
clear.
Fine. So, I would like to go back to the word sustainability. Actually, we have listened to many of the issues and many of the solutions which we are practicing around different corners of the world. But the generally problem with the scientist as a whole is that we are trained to work in the silos. So what we are proposing most of the time, it is the supply side of the innovation or the intervention. But sometimes, or rather, I would say that most of the time we overlook the demand side. But the end user is thinking. So until and unless we don't involve the end user with this research process, we won't be able to evolve such interventions which are readily acceptable to those end users. So there is a need for the co-inquiry into the issues. There is a need to design research in the co-working space with the end users. And then we say it's the co-research design. And I would like to mention here that in a recent project with the Charles Sturt University Australia, and in an ACR funded project at MNS University, we actually started our research designing process with the communities. This is a project that says living with salinity. So we are not we were not planning to eliminate salinity or to work out certain scientific approaches that to reduce the salinity. Rather, we engaged the communities how they can live with the salinity. So we started working with the communities. We worked out the bright spots among those communities, that there are certain people, there are certain farmers who are actually dealing that menace of the salinity well. So then we link those bright examples with the rest of the community. Obviously, there were certain gaps. That's why rest of the community, most of the farmers, as has been mentioned by the Vice Chancellor and other colleagues, that there are certain issues of the resources, there are certain issues of the productivity, there are certain issues of the land holdings. So then what we are doing now, so we try to bridge those gaps with the scientific interventions, but we don't go beyond the desire community. So actually what we are doing, that we are getting a snapshot of the resources of the community, what they require, and how the science can fill those gaps. So we have to come out of those silos. We have to look at this whole process as a whole, the whole of the value chain approach, you can say. But we have to interact with those end users. So coming out of those silos, coming out of that supply side of the intervention, and have to look over the demand side of those interventions. Similarly, if we can apply this approach to our food systems also. Our food supply is not oriented toward the demand. We have created an artificial demand within the RUs to shift them towards processed foods. And the industry, I would like to refer to one of the keynote speaker, Dr. Shaya. that industry has created an artificial demand by involving different technologies. But then we moved away from those indigenous production patterns. We moved away from those indigenous dietary patterns. So both the sustainability would also be dependent on not only the co-working, but not only in the collaboration, but also educating our youth to the core concept of sustainability and the resource use efficiency, the water. So I can say we can talk hours on that, but keeping the time limits, I would stop here. So if any of the other colleague can add to that.
Thank you, Prof. Irfan. So anything else to add before I go to our next maybe discussion topic? So I would like to just have a very quick summary about this. It's just, I was really, I feel that I get many input. Like, for example, Prof. Asif said that future farming, thinking about, but of course, when we are looking into future farming, there are a lot of challenges. We agree that all of us know that a lot of challenges to change the younger generation to come into the agricultural, right? So that is one of the challenges. And I also like that undistribution of the resources with the rapid growing of populations. And then we have also Prof. Imran said about when we talk about the digital and technology, we talk about the don't work in silo. We have to make sure that we involve until the end user into the system. Then we can know whether the system is the acceptance level. We can test the acceptance level of everyone, including the future farmer or the current farmer as well. Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. And now my second topic, I would like to know that everyone knows that COVID-19 pandemic, right, have really hit all the industry. And now I would like just to know, maybe to share the best practice that all of you, the panelists, the experts have come through the challenges, but I prefer to know more, what are the preparation for the post-pandemic era in the, how to sustain the agricultural. We know it is one of the major key player in our economic, right, in every country's economic contributions. So how to make sure that we sustain that in the post-pandemic, or what are the regrets that we had and we do not want it to happen again when we have another crisis in coming years, maybe, if I hope not, but if that, what are we ready and what we should do? Anyone would like to start first? About how to sustain in post-pandemic era? Or any best practice? Yes, Dr. Irfan, please. Prof. Irfan.
Thank you again. So the pandemic has actually changed the entire way of, entire perspective of looking at the sustainability. This is one thing because although in Pakistan, by the grace of God, we don't have that severe conditions, but if we see globally, the word sustainability has actually is coming out of with the new dimensions. The supply chains have the pattern of supply chains have changed. The consumption patterns have changed. Resource use patterns have changed. Even the efficiencies which we were having earlier in the pre-pandemic eras, the efficiency of the resource uses, these also have been changed. We see that in the lockdown time, consumption of certain commodities have raised abnormally, and our supply chains were not actually designed to cater that high demand. Whereas the consumption of certain other food items or the household items, they have dropped drastically. So the resources which were endowed to those supply chains, they were not being used efficiently. So yes, this was the first time in the modern history, we can say, that such a situation hits the globe. But now it's the time for us to look how we can plan the sustainability in a way that our resources can be designed. Our resources, our production patterns, supply chains will be designed with the help of the technology. That the technology that have evolved during these times. That with the help of that technology, we can minimize the inefficient resource use, as well as we can sustain the supply chains. So this is along it's a very you can say it is the start of to that thinking process. But we have to have such interactions within. I think we have to now again we have to think beyond borders. We have to think beyond specific supply chains. Rather, we can have a pattern of global supply chain systems that can integrate multiple, especially food items, interactively. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Irfan. Thank you very much. And you said the pattern of supply chain. You talk more on the pattern of supply chain. Anyone else?
I would use one word.
Yeah,
we should
please,
change, focus on, like Irfan Beg earlier said, the changing the lifestyle also. The way we are living, the way we had been wasting the food resource, particularly because we are from agriculture, we always think about sustainability or food security in terms of food security. So we should be focusing on changing our lifestyle to save food, to kind of reduce the losses which we are making as a supply in the supply chains and in the consumption patterns. And also we have to match the production patterns with the consumption patterns. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Asif. Yeah, Prof. Ashfaq.
Thank you very much. This actually, we had a lagged impact of COVID, when it started, and ultimately, the impact is coming now. When it started, it really hurts the supply of inputs, particularly, for those economies who were having a lot of input supplies from overseas, like fertilizer, like good seed, like machinery, like other things. So, those supplies were disturbed. The freight rate increased, the prices of inputs increased, and even it was not as per the demand of the farmers. So it got impacted on many, economies, particularly, but in Pakistan, because majority of the crops, we are self-sufficient to some extent, so that's why impact was not that bad. But if we look, the overall impact on the prices, so it has got a very high impact on the prices. Now, currently, it has broken the record of the last 50 years. If we are talking about the prices of food, and it is really impacting the low income group. Inflation is very high, income is stagnant for those guys, and the prices, particularly of the food items, have increased. So in the future, we need to look, and the solution for this issue is, looking again the consumption patterns. And the research shows that the kids, the home delivery system increased many times. I mean, the online food supply has increased tremendously. The kids, they are in habit of eating the junk food. They have increased their body weight, and the other negative impact is there. So we need to have a very holistic approach to address the issues in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Ashfaq. So I can integrate that.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, if I can add a little bit info.
Sure.
About Malaysia experience not during the COVID. We learn the process during the COVID, what we are doing, and then what is the positive impact of post-COVID itself. Yeah. So during the COVID, what I can see that some of the farmers, they are trying to change the crop. For example, from paddy, because of like Dr. Irfan said just now, farmers having difficulties to get the fertilizer because of MCO implementation by the government, something like that, yeah. So what happened was our farmers is trying to change to something, to the other crops. Let's say they're trying to change to rock melon. But what happened was when the farmers having no knowledge, because there are long farmers who are doing paddy, but then they are trying to change to rock melon. So, and then the farmers also don't know to whom they should market the products. So that what was happened. I agree with the one of our panel just now said that online marketing is very, very important. And then what now is happened in Malaysia, so people are trying to market the product through online instead of very regular basic marketing. And then the other important thing is our agriculture officer. So they see that it's very important to give more trainings or like workshop to our farmers to diversify the crops instead of paddy. So we have to change or to introduce the new crops, so then the mistake will not be happen again. So at least the knowledge in terms of to whom they should market and how to grow, our farmers have the basic knowledge on that. So when the things happen, the farmers is trying to change to the other crops, at least they have certain knowledge on that. So the knowledge transfer is very important as well from our agriculture officer. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Siti. Prof. Ufuk, you have something to add?
Thank you. For sustainability in agriculture, it is necessary to take into account the foreign interventions made to the countries. Countries can intervene in the economies and agriculture of other countries to meet their own needs. They can create obstacles in ensuring technological development in agriculture. How can we reduce the pressure of developed countries on agriculture? Because developed countries affect other countries economically and can direct agriculture. This creates a problem for countries like ours. Country managers seems to be in a dilemma. This dilemma persists and no solution can be found. The results always goes against agriculture situation. Agriculture sustainability is not only achieved by all individual efforts, it is insufficient. We need to accept that agriculture is our future and always will be. For agriculture sustainability, it is necessary to determine agricultural regions and plan the education accordingly. However, it should never be compromised. In Turkey, 5 divine separate agricultural basins have been created, but economic pressures prevented this from being sustainable. Foreign intervention abounds. Turkey is now investigating what to do. Ecology has been defeated by the economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ufuk. So I feel that it is a very good insight about what the countries are facing. And as mentioned just now, I feel that technology can help us, and also we have to change, as Prof. Asif said, we have to change our lifestyle and also change our consumption. Prof. Ashfaq said that we have to look into the consumption pattern and also look into the other challenges, okay, from Turkey. We have to look into we have to know how to address all these issues. So I would like to open to the guests if they have any question. I personally get a lot of things. I am sure that all the guests also have get many information and also insight from this discussion, this forum. So I would like to open to the guests if you have any question to ask to the panelists. Anyone? While waiting, maybe I have another one. The last one from me is about marketing. So if I see marketing of this product, do you have any issues on farmers do not know, have less competence on market their product, or there are some the government's policy or the government is subsidizing them with some program or to help them market. So how do this, how do you address this marketing problem, marketing issues among farmers? Anyone would like to start?
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is one of the most critical area when we talk about the farming, sustainability of the farming in Pakistan, because as discussed earlier, the farm size has been getting lower and lower. So the individual farmer, they are not in a position to market their products without getting the services of the middleman, the marketing agents, because they don't have those, you can say, economies of scale or the bargaining power with the marketing agents. But unluckily, we are still not been able to develop a successful model of marketing cooperatives that many other countries they are experiencing with the small farmers. The one problem with the farming in Pakistan is that you see that we have around 65% of our farmers who have less than 2 hectares of land. So this is actually the minimum marginal, this is the even less than the economic land holding size, which is globally being considered. So we have to, and another problem is that the majority of those farmers, they are illiterate. So they are still, they want to market their products individually. But now the academia is joining hand with the policymakers and practitioners, and we are working out certain new ways of support the small farmers as well as the middle tier farmers and the large farmers, because until and unless we don't group those all classes of farmers together under with certain SOPs, we won't be able to generate that sustainable marketing surplus that can be marketed in the local markets or as well as in the international markets, because small farmers, they are lacking the standards which international markets or the high-end markets they require. So we are training those farmers, we are giving them access to the high-end markets, even we are linking them to the chains where they can be able to export their products, and we have certain success stories in this regard. You may be able to hear about those success stories from one of the speakers in the next session. So I won't go into those details. Yes, the marketing is a problem, and these marketing problems need innovative solutions. The traditional marketing regulatory mechanisms, they have failed under the burden of the small farmers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Irfan. Yes, Prof. Ashfaq, please.
Thank you very much. Just, taking forward the message from Professor Irfan, we should not be concentrating only, the national market, but also we need to look at the international market. At this moment, it is very less, when we are talking about the, small holders, when we are talking about, the illiterate farmers, stuff like that. But to me, the major issue, in developing countries and particularly in Pakistan is the post-harvest losses. For the perishable commodities, we have up to 40%, losses of the. Second thing is about the value addition. I mean, we are not even doing the 5% value addition to our high value agriculture, like, the horticultural crops, the fruits and vegetables. So unless we look, if we look, along the value chain, marketing is a very big issue. If farmers, 1 year they have a glut, other year we have, particularly, if we look at the prices of vegetables, in 1 year, the tomatoes price is 10 rupees per kg, and the next year its price is 200. I mean, volatility is there. We need to address it, and the only solution is the value addition. And here also the role of technology comes, and that will address, all those issues. So yes, very important issues, marketing. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Ashfaq. So we understand that actually marketing is an issue for all the countries. So we really need an innovative solution. So any other countries, any panelists would like to give some information, some input?
Maybe I can add a little bit information about the Malaysian right now. So again, our Department of Agriculture, in order to help the farmers, this is from Malaysian experience. So we help, our Department of Agriculture is creating online marketing platform. We call it as Geotanaman. So Geotanaman is actually the farmers, they can straight away engage to that system, and then the middle person or the seller, they can straight away get connected to the farmers, and then for them to sell the products. So this is how we are trying to do with the implementation of the internet and then online system right now. Is very encouraging for the farmers as well to use the system to market their products. And then what I can see, sorry, I forget the point, Dr. Lojas.
It's okay.
Continue with the other first. I got one point, but forget that.
Oh, it's okay. So yeah, we know that marketing is actually a big issue. In fact, I like just now, I still would like to recall that Prof. Irfan said we academic are working together, right? Academician can help. We as academic can help them with the research institute also. And we can give some, especially we also can integrate with the marketing lecturers, management lecturers to know just now I saw one successful marketing model, okay? So maybe marketing people might not know, but they have to integrate with agricultural academics. So we will work together and come out with the best innovative academic model based on case by case, okay? So is I still open again? Any questions from the floor, from the guests?
I have one question.
Yeah, please, Prof.
Yeah, I want to ask Professor Ufuk. So, what is the model of agri marketing in Turkey?
Yes, Prof.
Professor Ufuk, you have to unmute yourself.
You're mute.
Ufuk hocam mikrofonunuz kapalı.
Prof. Ufuk.
Might be anyone else from the Turkish side?
Sorry. Yes. Turkish agricultural trade processing free trade, but government intervention get sorry, I remember what net şey diyeceğim.
Sure, thanks, Prof. Asif. Anyone else have any other questions? It's not easy to get all the experts panelists here.
Dr. Lojes, I just recall back what I want to say just now actually.
Yeah, please.
When we talk about sustainable agriculture, and then some of our panel saying about subsidy from the government and etc. When we talk about sustainable agriculture, it's actually how we are trying to get less independency of our farmers to the governments. This is very important point as well, which delivered by the Ministry of Malaysia lah. So I think this is one thing that we should helping farmers in whatever the way through the research, through our enhancement technology, that we should distribute all the information to the farmers. I think in terms of distribution of information of the farmers also is another gaps over there. Because usually we talk using the scientific language, but actually what we should doing is we should talk using their the farmers' language with a simple and easy language that the farmers can understand. Especially when we talk about all the big technology, I mean the big data and everything. We're sure that the normal farmers, they will not understand, but there must be a better mechanism for us to speak with them on how to use, on how to apply. So then our farmers down there, they will easily understand, and then we can improve their living style through the agriculture activity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Siti. Yes, I do agree with you, right? I'm sure that everyone agrees that, you know, the delivery will be efficient, effective if we speak at the language that both understand. Okay, so anyone have any question here?
Sorry, I couldn't get what to say. Agricultural trade in Turkey is carried out on free trade. The production planning is made and production is tried to be made according to needs. But it is very difficult to say that we have been successful in this. The planning strategies is constantly negatively affected by the pressure of foreign countries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Ufuk, for the explanation. I hope Prof. Irfan, okay, you get the message.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ufuk.
May I ask something? I'm not panelist. But,
yes.
In a session yesterday, I asked a question. I mean, is there any law that prohibits dividing land? I mean, because preserving agricultural land is a very important issue. In Pakistan, you know, when a person dies, the land is being shared between the siblings, you know, and the land gets smaller and smaller, and then after a while, it's not worth to carry on any agriculture on that land. Now, the presenter told me that there is no such a law, but India has adopted kind of law that preserves the agricultural land. Do you think that in the future, in the near future, Pakistan will implement such a law? to protect the agricultural land? Dr. Irfan?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mustafa.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very important and critical. We don't have exercise. There were land reforms, I think there's 4 decades ago. But then in recently, we don't have any such consolidation or any such mechanism where we can prohibit the commercial use or the urbanization of agricultural land. But yes, the issue is being discussed at very higher levels, seeing the urgency of the nature, because what we are observing is that the prime land, they are being used in other usage, like the urbanization, colonization, housing, while the marginal lands are being left for the agricultural purposes. So this is also affecting the agricultural productivity. So now the government is in process of making certain laws where any such land which is being under the agricultural practices could not be shifted to other uses. But again, Professor Mustafa, we have so many laws, but the real issue is their effective implementation. Political considerations, government to government, because the sustainability of the policies is also very important. So we have already witnessed in the developing countries that the policies carried out by one government is totally ruled out by the next government. So this is what we are also experiencing in Pakistan. That the law is being made and enacted by one government, but when the regime changes, the next government has its own priorities. So the real spirit of implementing that law has swept away due to the political preferences, considerations. So we hope that we would be able to, because sustainability of agriculture is largely dependent on the sustainability of land. You can say that prime land or the fertile land should be, or we need to place it in agricultural practices if it is. But for that, we also have to make agriculture a profitable business also. Otherwise, the economic motives would sweep the use of the land from agriculture to the other areas. Still, we are working with we are capitalizing on that love for agriculture, but that love for agriculture won't prevail for a longer period if there is no money behind that love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Irfan.
Thank you.
May I accept my, okay, Professor Ashfaq is raising hand. I'm sorry, later on I will ask my other question. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Mustafa. Yesterday we had a very good discussion on this issue, and you rightly pointed out that this is, due to law of inheritance, the land is subdividing, and it is being, subdivided and at the same time fragmented, So if a person have, 3 hectares of lands, but may not be in one piece, maybe in 6 pieces or maybe, so really decreasing the productivity of land. You gave the example of, Indian law where the elder son will retain the land, but in Muslim countries, the religious leaders, they are not allowing, some time to practice because they are saying that it's, but in certain Muslim country, they have come up with solution of this issue. After a certain low limit of the land, it cannot be subdivided further. So either you can, either sell to the other people, or among the family or among the brothers, they can sell to each other, not necessarily the elder one. Anybody can have that piece of land and can, cultivate that land for agricultural purpose. So hopefully that, the debate is there, and hopefully, we will come up with certain solutions. Thank you.
Okay, now my question. Now, the problems rise because we do treat the land as property. Okay, agriculture as property, agricultural land. But if we really treat them as business, will the situation change? Because, like not family property, but property of a business. Suppose that we have a corporate, business entity, and that business entity has 100 hectares of land and using for agriculture. Now, in that point, regardless of the shareholders of that corporate, the whole land belongs to the corporate, and only the income or revenue or the profit will be shared among the shareholders. Now, if we treat the land as the way that we treat the corporate, I believe that inheritance problem or the land problem will be lighter, I believe, right? I mean, we will solve at least to a certain extent. Am I wrong? Professor Irfan and Professor Ashfaq?
No, you're right, Dr. Mustafa. You're on the right way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for the question, and also thanks to the Prof Irfan and Prof Ashfaq for the input given. Any other questions from the guest? If no questions, so I would like to conclude. So I would like to thank all the panelists, first of all, and for the guests also for being here. And today we have, open discussion about many things. I just asked 2 questions, but two or three topics we were discussing, but we could cover big coverage also we have done today. Like, from how digital and technology, agricultural, and also how COVID post-pandemic era in each of the countries, and also about marketing. And after that, and Prof Mustafa have asked about the land issues. So I feel that we have done a big coverage, and I hope that we will bring back the good input, and maybe we can utilize also in our own country and our own field. Thank you very much. So Again, I would like to express the gratitude and thank you very much to the panelists for sharing session. Thank you very much, and thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh.
Thank you, Dr. Siti.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Irfan, Prof. Ashfaq. Everyone, thank you very much.
Thanks, Logesh.
Okay.
Hocam merhabalar.
Merhaba hocam.
Özellikle sizin başkanlık yaptığınız oturuma katılmak istemiştim.
İyi etmişsiniz. Hocam İngilizcem yeterli değil, idare edin.
Hocam hiç sorun değil. Yok hocam bu şeyde ben soru soracağım ya o yüzden hocam. Okay.
Biraz önce ne söyleyeceğimi tıkandım, birden şafalladım. Ondan sonra toparladık ama alışacağız artık.
İyi oldu hocam. İyi oldu hocam. İyiydiniz. Gerçekten iyiydiniz. Tebrikler.
Evet, başlasak mı acaba?
Okay.
Hello everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Academic Studies Congress hosted by the Academic Group Karabük University. Our topic is agricultural sustainability, especially the effect of the coronavirus has increased the importance of this issue a little more. We have seen that if you are not a self-sufficient country in terms of agriculture, there may be serious problems in terms of food supply. For this reason, countries should give more importance to agricultural production. The presentation in this session can be instructive in this respect. The first presentation will be made Dr. Muhammad Hamza Raza. The topic is utilization of agricultural waste for biofuel production as an alternative approach.
Yes, thank you so much.
Here you are, please.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I hear.
Okay.
Your time is 15 minutes. We had better try to keep the deadline.
Okay, I will try my best to conclude my topic within the time limits.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much for all the participants and especially to the university who gave me the opportunity for this forum. Today I will discuss about biofuel and fuel consumption in the world and global, especially in the developing countries. The topic of my discussion is about agriculture waste and biofuel production. I am working with MNS University of Agriculture, Multan, Pakistan.
Sorry, Dr. Hamad Raza, will you please turn your video on? So because it's already being broadcast in YouTube, and if you don't turn your video on, you won't be. I mean, the visitors of YouTube channel won't be able to see your picture, your video.
Just a minute, I am trying to on my web camera.
Thank you. It's on the left lower corner.
Yeah. Sorry, but my camera is not working here.
Okay, then go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Professor Karadavut, just interrupted the presentation.
You are welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Today I will discuss about the main source of energy which we are using in the country for different purpose, for domestic purpose and for the industrial purpose. So first of all, I need to explain about the fuel and why we can use this fuel and what are the major uses of the energy. Fuel are one of the most important substance on the earth. They cook your food, heat your homes, and we use it for different purpose, especially in the domestic purpose and the industrial purpose. Without the fuel, the world should be a very different place, and it would be the different face you can show if we cannot have a fuel, because it is a major source of energy in the world. And this is mostly we use for the transportation purpose, power generation, and other many sectors are dependent on the fuel. According to the studies, mainly we can use the fuel about the 62% of oil consumed for transportation purpose, and about the 25% is used for the energy demand is the fuel in the transportation sector. On the other hand, when we talk about the power generation, which is the main source of our electricity in the world and in the country, the major use of fuel is the power generation. More than 60% of our fuel consumption is under this sector, the power generation. But we are using the fuel in different purpose, especially in the transportation and in the power generation mainly. Due to that, day by day the fuel consumption is increasing due to increasing the population. So it is exhausted in the gradually in the coming years. So we need the alternate ways. How can we get the alternate sources of this energy? This is the figure I can show you in the slide. The use of different fuel sources in the world, and these are the energy sources mainly. As you showed, as I show in the figure, that maximum use of petroleum is in the world. It is about the 35 to 43%. And gradually when we move toward down, the other sources are decreasing in the percentage. But in the last one, we have geothermal, biomass, solar, and use for the electricity. That is about only the 0.05%. We need to shift our consumption from down to the upward. We need to increase the percentage of biomass and waste to produce the source of fuel like electricity and other purpose. Mainly the principal energy resources used in the world are shown in this figure. The fuel mix has changed over the year, but now is dominant by oil, although natural gas and solar contributions are increasing day by day. But we have different sources, which are, some are the renewable forms and some are the not non-renewable form of the fuel sources. Renewable form of energy are those sources that can be used up, such as water, wind, solar, and biomass. And we need to focus on these sources, which are the renewable sources, and we can get the energy from these sources. About 85% of energy comes from the non-renewable fossil fuel like natural gas and coal. There is a link between global warming and the use of fossil fuel, because we will excessively use these source for our different purpose. This production of carbon dioxide through combustion has made, in the eyes of many scientists, a shift to non-fossil fuel what most important, but it is not easy to shift from non-fossil fuel toward the fossil fuel toward the non-fossil fuels. This graph show the demand, or we can say the need of the energy in the daily routine in the coming years. As in the figure show that yearly the need or demand of the consumption of energy is increasing. In the last 3 or 2 columns, you show that the energy demand is much higher than the first one. It means the consumption is increasing day by day. This consumption is linked with our population growth. We say that our demand of energy in the different purpose, as we know that in our daily routine, due to the advanced technology, we have different advanced instruments and our domestic utilization of these energies. World energy consumption continue to rise because the increase in demand, but especially in the developing country, the demand is increasing. Global demand of energy has, I think it will be not wrong if I say that it will be triple in the next 50 years, and it will be most of the in the developing country. Although presently only a small percentage of renewable energy is growing very fast, especially we may say that the wind energy in the different countries, but wind energy especially used in different developed countries. As an example, I would like to quote Germany has planned to meet 20% of its electricity and 10% of its overall energy need with the renewable resources by the coming years. Because it is the need of the time, we need to shift our resources to fulfill our energy need, or we can say that the fuel need. But there is a question here: if we can shift our energy sources, it might be we can shift to the electric cars or solar powers or wind powers. But these are the most advanced techniques and most advanced technologies, which is not possible for developing countries, because they need to many years to upgrade this system and change the energy sources. But in this situation, we have an alternate source which we can afford and which we can easily shift from fossil fuel to another form. That is the biofuel. Especially biofuel is easily adaptable in the agriculture countries like Pakistan, India, and other countries. Biofuel is a type of fuel whose energy is derived from biological carbon fixation. In other words, we can say that fuel which produced from renewable biological resources such as plant biomass especially, and treated on municipal and industrial waste. These are the two major sources which we can convert it into the energy. One is from our plants like agriculture, and the other one is the municipal waste, and we may say the industrial waste. I need to quote here, in our university we are also working on the waste management, and basically the concept of waste management is to convert this waste into the useful thing. So we have also a project of biofuel production here, and we are working on this scenario. In other words, we in Pakistan we also have a practice regarding the use of biogas plant. Biogas plant is usually we can use for our domestic purpose, especially for the kitchen or the cooking purpose. And this is totally local manufactured system which we can use and implement in the different rural areas, and it I see it have a good results for creating the gas in the domestic purpose. Then why we use the biofuel as alternate for fulfilling the need? Because biofuel is the alternate strategy which can fulfill our basic need. Like if we can say electricity is our need or the energy, it can be produced from the wind, water, solar and other renewable resources, and it can fulfill our need. On the other hand, when we say about the biofuels, it can be produced electricity, and it may be from produce gas and other oils like that, which can be used for our domestic purpose. Therefore, many reasons we have to use the biofuel as an alternate source to convert our system. First of all, we need to reduce our dependency on the fossil fuel. If we minimize the dependency on fossil fuel, we can use alternate strategy. And the second point is that to reduce the reliance on the foreign oil which we can import from the other countries, we can use our major part of our economy of the country. The third one is to lower the emission of greenhouse gases. That is a major point which we are facing globally, and in Pakistan our government has taken steps to minimize the effect of greenhouse gases through tree plantations. So we need to minimize the emission of greenhouse gases, which are the main source of greenhouse gases is the fossil fuels. And the fourth point is to bring business to rural economies. If we can use the biofuel is mainly depend upon our agriculture sources, agriculture waste, as I said already. So it means we can develop our economy of the rural areas, because in the rural areas are the major masses for the agriculture production. So if we can convert our system, we may develop the economy of our rural masses. Now I would like to discuss about the different, we may say that classification of biofuels, or we can say that these are generations of biofuels which are used for a different purpose. As in the slide you can see that we have different generations for the production of biofuels. In the first generation, we have major two sources which produce the biofuel for different purpose. That is mainly you can see in this slide, the major source of the raw material for biofuel is from the agriculture sector. It may be the sugar beet, sugar cane, corn, wheat, and potatoes. The other side, we can say that it can be produced from the palm, sunflower, and canola oil. In the second generation, we have different raw products for the production of biofuels. These may be the wood, bioenergy, grasses, and crop residues. The main focus in the developing countries is that to produce crop residues or crop waste to the useful product. Another in the like beans and other fruits, which are the main source for the production of biofuels. When we talk about the third generation is about to produce the biofuel products from the algae. Algae is the main source of production of biofuel, but these techniques are mainly used in developed countries, and they have the mechanism to produce a biofuel from these raw materials, or we can the waste. These are the three main biofuel classification, or we can say that the biofuel generation. In the first generation, also called the conventional biofuel production, it include and the second generation known as advanced biofuel and can be manufactured from different type of biomasses. The biomasses have different material like wood, straw, and waste plastic. And when we talk about the third generation, you can see in my slide is a problem here. The slide is clear?
No, yeah, we do see your slides. No problem.
Okay, thank you. In the third generation, I can say that we can produce or extract the biofuel from the algae, mostly in the marine algae, which is the main source of the ethanol, like that. Now I would like to discuss about the biofuel is the need of the time, because I have already discussed about the 4 points why we need the biofuel. On the basis of these facts, we need the biofuel due to these 4 reasons, and these are the main I would like to say these are main pillars we can use which can show the need of the biofuel. First of all, combating the climate change. Climate change is a major issue in the I think the whole globe, and especially in the developing world. We can see that our temperature is changed, our rainfall pattern is changed due to the climate change, and it's had a directly affect the cropping pattern and our agriculture sector. So if we can minimize the effect of the harsh effect of climate, we need to shift our system from fossil fuel to the biofuels, because it has a low carbon source for energy and fuel, and it have a low emission of the gases which are the harmful for our environment. And biofuel offer a solution to reduce the carbon emission of traffic when other solutions such as switching to electric vehicles is not an option due to the high vehicle cost or lack of industry, I would like say, in the developing world, like the Pakistan, especially in the Pakistan and other countries. And the second point is responding to a higher energy consumption In this point, I would like to explain the expected increase in world population to over about 8 or even 10.5 billion by 2050. If our population is increasing in this ratio, how can we fulfill the need for the fuel? Combined with the significant economic growth in emerging economies will result in significantly increasing energy consumption due to this population. To be able to respond to this growth demand, we need to use natural resources more efficiently and increase the use of renewable energy such as biofuels. The third point, that is about the securing energy supply. As we know, increasing energy demand will pose challenge to security of supply as resources are scattered around the globe. In this situation, we said that biofuel help to enhance and safeguard energy security by reducing the world's dependency on fossil fuel, as I say in the previous slide. Biomass is actually a resource that is more evenly distributed globally. The last point, that is about making the most of scarce resources, using waste like agricultural waste or industrial waste and residues as a raw material for biofuel is an excellent example for answering the need of to circular our economy, especially our rural economy. Reducing the amount of waste and making the most of our valuable natural resources is crucial for our future survival. So these are the main, I think, points we need to shift our mechanism from fossil fuel to the biofuel. It is not easy to shift from fossil fuel to the biofuel totally, but we can do it gradually by increasing the awareness campaigns. Like we need to train the rural masses for production of biofuel, and we can also link the industry with the research stations, or may say that the universities which can work on this system to produce the biofuel for the increasing population. And in the last, I would like to conclude my topic with few facts that, according to the facts and discussion, from the past 10 to 15 years, the energy sector in most countries have been in turbulent condition, like it may be rise or decrease, as we see in the Pakistan. The prices are changed day by day, or it may be increasing, especially in the fuel. Many developing countries have been attempting to restructure their energy sector, but are finding it difficult to implement reforms in this sector because it is not easy to shift in a day. But we need to gradually shift from to this mechanism. The reason, including the multiplicity of actors involved, the changing perceptions of the relative rule and the market are, and the government is mainly involved in this, the policy making. The current energy outlook is challenging, to say the least. Whether government are chiefly concerned with the economic growth, environmental production, or energy security. These are the main 3 points to focus on the policy making. It is clear that to continue in the current energy trend will have many undesirable consequences at best, and risk grave global threats, I think, to the well-being of the human race to the worst. In the last, the situation in developing countries is in many ways more difficult than that of developed world. Not only are there obvious resources constrained, but also a significant part of the population increase may lack the, and even in the rural areas or the remote areas, the population may lack access to the basic energy services, even that. This is all about my discussion. Thank you so much for being a part of this forum. If you have a question, please ask.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad Raza. Have you any question to Dr. Hamad Raza? I have a question. Fossil fuels are expected to run out in the near future, I know. But instead, it is necessary to propose an alternative energy source. There are many studies around the world regarding biofuels, although not yet at the desired level. Radical changes are expected in the coming years. Can the energy produced by geothermal solar energy biomass completely replace fossil fuels? Can all countries provide this? And could this increase the food crisis?
As I understand your question, you are asking about the solar for the energy sources, I think.
Geothermal energy source.
Geothermal, solar, biomass.
Yeah, geothermal and solar are also the alternate sources for providing the energy. But our main focus is to use the waste material like the agriculture waste or industrial waste. We may say that we can use these things to produce a useful product in the form of biofuel. But as I say that in Pakistan, most of the people are shifting from electricity to the solar panels. So it is an alternate source for the providing the energy in the world and also in the developing countries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have you any question? No. Evet, next presentation. Mubashir Mehdi, topic food security via a sustainable agricultural, a perspective on food supply chain system.
Thank you very much, Professor, and actually providing me the opportunity to speak on this forum. So I'm just a second, I'm sharing my presentation. So then I'll start. Can you see it?
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is my topic, food security vis-a-vis sustainable agriculture, a perspective on food supply chain system. I'm working with the
Professor, I believe there is a problem with the internet connection of Dr. Mubashir.
Evet, connection lost.
Shall we continue with the other presenter, Professor?
Yes, maybe.
Bayar Nasir.
Yes. Jawahir Nasir. Yes, maybe. There, Jawahir Nasir?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, I can hear you.
There are some problem connection. You are welcome to your presentation. Here you go, please.
Thank you so much. You can hear me properly. Hello everyone, I am Dr. Javeria from University of Agriculture, Islamabad, Pakistan. And today I want to present about the groundwater management practices and its impact on livelihood in Balochistan, Pakistan. And Dr. Shwab is also present in this research. The sequence of presentation, first of all, we must know why we have to conserve our water and its impact on food security and poverty status of farmers. And after that, we utilize trade-off analysis multidimensional model to analyze the impact of adoption on farm incomes and livelihood structures. And after that, process for the development of groundwater management interventions and the socio-economic implications for the proposed management interventions. Water is an important part in the agricultural production system, and water conservation and management practices are also important policy domains in terms of food security and farm livelihood. And most of agriculture is dependent on irrigation in Pakistan. Like 90% of food and 100% of cash crops are dependent on irrigation. But the Balochistan province is largely dependent on groundwater for its water requirement. It's through karez or tubers, and most of the area in Balochistan is inland, and it's not surface irrigation is present here. And the system of karez is very old, and about 3,000 such systems are also workable that are formulated in 1970s. And but the groundwater harvesting is increased over time due to the progressive nature of agricultural and farming practices. And the number of tube wells has been increased largely, and it increased from 5,000 to 40,000. And that also decreased the water table over time. So the poverty profile of Balochistan is also very important to consider, as the multidimensional poverty ranges between 10 to 76.1% in Balochistan, but the study area of Pishin Basin is also in extreme poverty zone, that is 56%. Pakistan is highly vulnerable for its natural resources and resilience variable, and it is 77th out of 13 countries. Being an agricultural country, the food insecurity structure is also very alarming, and Balochistan province have 63% of food insecurity. And if we want to consider the agricultural production system, all the pillars of agricultural production systems are largely linked with the water quality and water availability and soil fertility, and that ultimately affect the farm livelihoods. So the question is how we can benefit the current and future agricultural production systems by the water conservation technologies or high efficiency irrigation systems. Here we can formulate two production systems. One is the current time period and current technology, and the other one is the improved technology and the future time period. We can utilize the current price trends and interventions that we can formulate using the representative agricultural pathways and adaptation packages process. And in this study, we utilize the primary and secondary data about crop production, and TMD model was utilized for the economic analysis. We consider the Kuchlat and Pishin sub-basins of Pishin-Nora basin, that is utilizing the groundwater at large, and the groundwater extraction is large especially in this basin. Our groundwater table is decreasing over time. So farm survey data was utilized from 100 growers, and the farmers were selected using a random sampling technique. For utilization of trade-off analysis model, first of all, we want to devise representative agricultural pathways and different development pathways to formulate the future time periods. And after that, we characterize the base and adapted systems. For that, we have to formulate an adaptation package. After that, we quantify the impact of those adaptations on base and adapted systems. And we formulate the economic results in the form of poverty and net farm return impact after adaptations. And we can also utilize the TMD model to devise the adoption rate of proposed adaptations based on benefit cost analysis. The TMD model is a unique simulation tool that is utilized basically for the multidimensional impact assessment. We can utilize this model to analyze the impact of technology or climate change impact assessment. And we can also utilize this model for the ecosystem services. It utilizes statistical description of a heterogeneous farm population to simulate the change in environmental conditions and impact of new technology. And TMD stimulate various experiments for adaptation of new technology and impact assessment. Basically, we can utilize this model for any pathway. We can utilize the current system and this technology and future system and adaptive technology, and we can estimate the impact of those adaptations on farming community. We can utilize the representative agricultural pathways for the differences in current and future pathways and the assessment of groundwater management on the future production systems, which will differ from the current production systems due to development of the agricultural sector that will not be directly motivated by due to the groundwater. But after that, we will incorporate the impact of groundwater management interventions, and we can utilize these formulas for the calculation of adoption rate. Here we can also utilize certain statistical model like ESM for the adoption rate analysis, but here we can utilize different pathways, like we can utilize the sustainable agricultural pathways, and we can utilize the unsustainable agricultural pathways like red or blue lines that describe the different agricultural pathways. After that, we devised a comprehensive adaptation package for the farm, specifically for the Balochistan province, and we can devise the current adaptation and future adaptation using a process that is, first of all, we utilize the review of literature and existing knowledge, and we assess that through a process, and we engage the farming community and all the stakeholders, including policymakers and academia researchers from all the fields, and we assess all the information that we can utilize in the model, and we devise adaptation packages. So first of all, review of literature was done for water conservation and management strategies, and after that, expert opinion was collected about the variables, and the practical implications were assessed by farming communities about those certain adaptations. Stakeholder consultative sessions were conducted for refinement of the documentation, and the proposed interventions were again shared with the experts, and the transformative adaptation procedures were, it could be increase the cycles, and we can modify or we can improve our adaptation packages based on the expert opinion, review of literature, and especially from the farmers that have to be, we have to formulate the adaptation packages for the farming community. So the consultative sessions for the development of management interventions were formulated by the farming community and all other stakeholders. And these adaptation packages regarding water conservation and management practices include the substitution of high delta crop with low delta crop like pistachio grapes and pomegranate in case of Balochistan, where most of the farmers are producing apple. And the second is efficient irrigation practices like high-yield irrigation systems and soil conservation practices for better water holding capacity, organic manuring, mulching, conservation, tillage, and cover crops. By for providing the improved cultivar to the farmers, drought and heat tolerant varieties, short duration varieties, and to better tackle the climate change impacts, and drought varieties of apples, because Balochistan is largely facing the drought conditions and tenant farming. We can improve the management practices of existing orchard by balanced fertilizer use and better drainage practices, or recharge of water table and construction of check wells for water storage and water harvesting. At last, there are certain financial and insurance services that should be provided to the farmers, especially that are highly prone to the drought condition and enterprise and crop diversification. Among all of these management interventions, we can utilize certain crop and economic model to identify the impacts of these management practices on the farm livelihoods and farm socio-economic characteristics. But here we are considering the efficient irrigation practices, the drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation, and we want to identify the socio-economic impact of high efficiency irrigation systems on farm income and poverty. The representative agricultural pathways for the mid-century, like 2050, we formulate these representative agricultural pathways procedure that is utilized largely for the projection of agricultural production systems, and here are the descriptive statistics of current production systems for Balochistan for apple and grape production, and we consider one high delta crop or one low delta crop project, and the gross margins are high for apple production as the apple markets are well functioning in the area, and the socio-economic impacts of adaptation benefits on apple and grapes. We can see that improved irrigation systems are responding in most orchards, and the apple growers could increase the net returns per capita income, and the impact of adoption of high efficiency irrigation system is decreasing the farm poverty, and the potential adoption rate is 42% and 48% in apple and grapes growers. So we can conclude that the proposed interventions include substitution of conventional method of irrigation with high efficiency irrigation system. With proposed interventions, we can decrease the farm poverty by 8 and 12% in mid-century scenario, and high efficiency irrigation system could increase the net returns and per capita income substantially. We also consider the cost of these installation of these systems over a period of time, and the adoption of these adaptation packages are more than 40%. Like if there are 100 farms, 40% of farms could benefit from the installation of these interventions. And at last, we can say that effort should be made to maximize the crop yields by using minimum water to achieve more crop per drop, especially like areas like Balochistan where water is a crucial issue, and it is evident that substantial reductions in water consumption are possible through changes in cropping patterns. So we should enforce the farming community, or we should motivate the farming community to grow the low delta crops, and high efficiency irrigation system must be provided to the farmers like the at substantial rates, and financial equities could also be entertained, especially for the poor farmers having new land holdings, and the awareness among the farming community how they can utilize the existing water in a better way, so that the groundwater pumping could be reduced, especially where it is the only source of water for the irrigation and other consumption purposes. We further show that water saving and high net returns are possible by shifting from conventional to improved irrigation technologies, And we can recommend that apart from proposed water saving strategies, other alternate management techniques that could be on farm and off farm should be evaluated for the future studies. And the provision of subsidy regarding tube well tariff differential must link with certain regulations to protect the groundwater aquifers. Like the government of Pakistan still subsidize the installation and the other equipment of groundwater harvesting. Tube well subsidies are present. At certain places, there are solar systems for the tube well or water pumping. So it must be linked with certain regulations so that we can utilize our water in a better way for the poor farming communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for presentation. Have you any question to Javadia Nasser? Did you have any question? I would like to ask a question. Do you think that agricultural production in Pakistan can respond to population growth and food demand in the future?
Pakistan is an agricultural country, and we have a strengthful soil and water resources. We are well equipped with the natural resources that we can utilize that formulate strengthful agricultural systems. But we have to make sustainable agricultural systems that are utilizing the resources efficiently. And on the other hand, we have to control our populations at large, because it is not possible to increase the food production without any limit. So the agricultural production system in Pakistan is naturally equipped with a lot of natural resources in terms of soil and water. We have a lot of surface water that flows from the Himalaya and that is listed in the sea. So if we utilize our resources in an efficient way and we don't waste our resources and control the population pressure, we could be a better food secure country in future might be.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mubashir Mehdi, here you are.
Yeah, I'm here now.
There was a short interruption. Mubashir Mehdi has joined us again. I invite to make a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm really sorry because of some technical issue. There was interruption. So now I think hopefully the things will move smoothly. Okay. Because I just want to refresh that my topic was food security vis-a-vis sustainable agriculture. But I'm looking this issue with the perspective of supply chain system. So if we look the comprehensive definition of supply chain system, we can see that FAO has defined it very clearly that any commodity or supply chain which is market oriented and have some system thinking, they can improve the performance of the food chain system through the assurance of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. So not a single commodity chain which don't have the objective of economic, social, and environmental sustainability, they cannot sustain for a longer period of time. So that is the main focus of this definition, and which is now becoming a very challenging with the food industry and particularly for the production system in the developing country. So there are certain challenges. When we see the challenges into different dimensions, we can see three different dimensions of these challenges. Number one, quality assurance. Number two, complexity. And number three, social dimensions. I have tried to explain these challenges into 3 main bullets. You can see that how the industry can respond to the growing demand in terms of quality and yield gain. I can give you the example of Pakistan. Like by 2030, we will be around 250 million. So the biggest challenge for the production system is how to catch up the demand of a quality product and also to gain the momentum in the per acre production to feed that growing population. So that is the biggest challenge for the production system, particularly in the developing country. Second, when we see the this is a challenge for the production system. Then second challenge is the complexity itself, because the product is passing through the different level actors. This product or this commodity is not just packed with the farmer. Rather, there are different level of actors which are aggregating the demands and which are addressing the demands, like the processing sectors, like the wholesale and retail sectors, which are also engaged in this system. So this system is not very simple. It is a very complex system that need to be worked out. And third, which is the social dimension, which is very important, that how the quality and complexity, which I have already explained in 2 bullets, that can be addressed under the other social dimensions, such as water shortage, diminishing land, climate change, diminished returns for the agriculture producers. So I mean, these quality, if we are able to develop the quality, if we are able to sort out the mutual consensus about along the chain players, then again there are certain issues which have a very global nature. Like we are going to be we are going to face the water shortage in the coming days. Then land size are reducing in the developing country due to you can say due to certain inheritance laws, like in Islamic laws. And then there is a climate change, which is a global issue now, and the agencies are emerging, which are addressing those issues with a loud voices, that the system which are critically affecting the climate, that should be improved. So these are some certain complex issues that need to be looked forward for the value chain system. So if we just categorize these issue into the value chain risk, so we can identify that there are the risk of quality management, there is a risk of logistic and inventory control system to feed the growing population, and there is a structural operational issues. I mean, how to integrate the system from farm to fork. So that is how to structure those value chain or supply chain for a specific commodity. And there is definitely, when there is a long chain of players in the system, there is always information deadlock. So there is a flow of there is a poor flow of information which can address the issues with the common objectives. Then definitely these apart from the growers, all are the business players. So they are working for their business incentives, profitability. And certainly farmer is also looking for the profitability, but he is the part of the contributor in the food security. But other partners are purely business oriented, have the business oriented approach. So how they will cooperate with the farmers and the consumers or the growing populations to address those global and food security issues. Then market is always remain a problem for the farmer to access, particularly the high-end markets, and environmental issues like soil degradations and weather changes. So all these issues I have tried to summarize from the literature, that these issues has been addressed in the form of supply chain risks. So these are the supply chain risks that need to be addressed, that need to be worked out from the agriculture production system. So I would like to share some of my research work, that how we come up with these issues or some of these risks, how we address these risks by using the supply chain approach. For example, we are working on the mango value chain system since 2010. So from the last 10 years, we have been improving the high-end value markets for the mango in Pakistan, because Pakistan is the fourth largest mango producers and second largest exporter. But unfortunately, the Pakistani mango received lowest price in the world market, and over and above, we are facing 30 to 35% post-harvest losses. And because of the poor quality, because of the heavy losses, we are unable to attend or address the high-end markets, which can deliver better value for the business stakeholder as well as for the farmers. So these were the issues when we started our mango value chain project, funded by the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research. And then we basically classified the quality and marketing issues into 4 major categories. That there are certain poor post-harvest handling, which is causing certain diseases and poor quality mangoes. And then we identified there are certain poor grading system, which is basically which cannot allow the market players to achieve better price in the high-end market. Then there is certain wooden packing, which is which is causing the deforestation in Pakistan when woods are used for the packing material, and this material is then wastage, create wasted product, which are incurring certain climatic and weather issues in the environment. And then there is poor logistic. These wooden boxes are carried out by the traditional logistic system, which again caused a certain post-harvest losses. Then we see that there are certain social dimensions and environmental issues which are associated with the poor qualities in terms of poor nutrient value. When you are not able to produce high quality mango, then definitely you are not delivering a better quality or better nutritious value to the consumer. So degradation of forest, which I have already explained, that you are cutting woods for the packing, despite the fact there is a cardboard packaging material or the recyclable material are available for the packaging of fruits and vegetables. Then there are certain poor regulatory mechanisms. We are using certain chemicals to make it more attractive and to get it properly ripe at the right time. So, but these chemicals are banned worldwide because of carcinogenic factor. So these poor regulatory mechanism, which need to be addressed by the government side or the policymaker side, that has been ignored at that time. So what we did, that our aim was, this was our project objective, that we want to improve the system. We want to get a better, best quality mango from our existing system. So what we did, our approach was, first we have to unpack the system. How did we unpack the system? We unpack the system in the technical and pre-harvest issues, which I have already explained in a very brief manners. Then we have unpacked the system into the marketing and economic components, how we can improve the value for the farmers as well as for the other business players, and they come on the same agenda or common platform to achieve the broader objective of sustainability and food security. Then we have engaged different stakeholders from the policy side, from the grower side, or from the industry side, who can understand those issues in a holistic manner and play their role effectively. And this was our concept. And then we hope so that when we repack those, when we address these issues, we can repack the system in a more better way, and we can achieve our objective. So this was the broad concept. We started working in 2008 rather, but more intervention through a better intervention in 2010. So which guided us to do all these interventions. So that was our guiding frameworks, and to address those issues. And our guiding framework, the value chain frameworks. What we did, we developed the mango clusters who are willing to improve their existing system. So we identified elite farmers who showed his willingness that they want to change their system, and we engaged with small farmers, with these lead farmers, and we provided technical services and monitoring of their practices, which we have briefed through the workshop, seminars, and also through the trial shipments they made for certain markets. So they realized through certain trial shipments that if we will develop certain brands with certain specific characteristics, which can improve their values, so many issues can be resolved. Many risks can be automatically addressed through this system. So we develop a Unifresh mango brand, which defined the characteristics of properly cutting of the mangoes, properly grading, desapping, which is a more technical terms. Desapping means to make clean and mango through washing and certain chemical treatment, and then pack the mango into the recyclable or cardboard packagings, which replace the wooden packaging. And then finally, what we got from the last 2-3 years, the farmers are now going with the value-added mangoes to the high-end markets. They are developing their small clusters, getting feedback, getting training and consultancies from the universities, and placing their mangoes on the high-end markets to achieve better price. And now we are developing a demonstration chains of growers, middlemen mean traders, and the high-end retailers, which you can see that these are the high-end markets in Pakistan. And also now the farmers from themselves, they have find out the new opportunities that if they go from the fresh to the dry mangoes, they can also get better price. So now the farmers, through the demonstration chains, they are developing their own ideas how to improve the system to get the better value. So briefly, I would like to give you some insight from this research that supply chain management is a guiding framework because it involves all the players along the chains which are addressing the consumer need. And there is a product flow system which is moving from the farmer to the end consumers. Money comes against that product. So what type of product you will produce, you will get this quality of money from that markets. If you are pushing poor quality, you will get poor or you will get low prices. If you are pushing the better quality, you will get better price. And certainly this system cannot work unless and until there is a cooperative system of working together. So this is the biggest challenge, that how to unite these different players on the common objective. And the common objective, what we observed in our value chain system, that these business players, including the farmer, they are motivated through better price incentive. And better price incentive comes through the better quality of products. Without better quality, you cannot get the better price. And certainly these two will work together when there is a proper or transparent exchange of informations and cooperative relationship towards achieve the common objective. So just to summarize how we can address the supply chain risk, which we have which I have identified in my earlier slides, that there are certain every chain has certain structure. Structure mean every commodity chain can be mapped through certain channel nodes and network. There could be from a very simple chain to a more complex chain. First, we need to understand how the chain is working. Then we have to identify what is the role of each actor at that in that chain. So when we will identify the role of each chain, then we can understand his level of motivations, how we can motivate them, and how we can address the broader issues of the system. Then there is a certain flows in the supply chain. There is a product flow system, there is a finance flow, information. These are a subsystem of chains which define how the chain can work together by bringing them onto the common product quality features to certain fair distribution of finance and the transparent sharing of information along the chain. And then we can be able to transform our existing production system, processing and value addition. And when we see that the transformation is occurring, then you will find that people will try to cooperate with each other. There could be cooperation from firm to firm, within the firm and with the consumer. So you will find that there are different value chain going to be emerged through the certain management of relationship between the different actors. So when these things happen, definitely you can address many issues which are emerging because of the food security, because of the sustainable agriculture, like quality risk, market risk, information risk, social and environmental risk. So these all risks can be addressed if we are able to understand the value chain with its feature and with its structure, actors, flows, transformations, and relationship. Then definitely these issues will be automatically addressed and we can achieve our broader objective. So what lesson we learned that commodity-based supply chain case studies can be kept up to date and used to illustrate contemporary issues. So I mean, the contemporary issue at this time, we are facing sustainable agriculture, food security. So if we go commodity-based supply chain, if we should work on all our major crops or major fruits which we want to focus in our system, and we should try to understand those fruits and vegetables in the commodity chain perspective, then these risks or these issues can be addressed very well. So value chain research is an important emerging field of theory and practices. Value chain research is inclusive because it requires cross-disciplinary teams. So this basically is not a one-man or the job of a business scholar. Rather, it is a job of technical persons who are engaged certain commodity chains, who are dealing with their pre and post-harvest losses. It requires certain policymakers. It requires certain marketing players which can play their effective role. So finally, value chain research is not for everyone. It appeals to system thinker. If you believe on the system thinking, if you believe that something is associated in a system rather than in isolation, then it can work effectively. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm highly acknowledged the different funding agencies who has played a different role to accomplish this research. And this research are still ongoing on different aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presentation. Yes, have you any question to Mubashir Mehta? You mentioned that there are risks in the food supply chain. How will climate change increase in production cost and migration affect this risk?
You mean the production cost, how production cost will address the risk, supply chain risk?
Yes.
Okay, that's right. Okay, yes, like when you say that your production cost is rising, so you mean you are basically the rise in the cost maybe in two different ways. One could be rising in the input cost or rising cost due to improvement in the quality. If it is this cost is rising because you are improving the quality, then definitely you will get better outcome or better price from your market. But if it is coming through the rise in the inputs, then this is a policy issue. So government should play an effective role how to maintain affordable prices for the farmers, which cannot increase their production costs. So that there are different angle to see. So if it is self-motivated, the farmers are motivated to improve the quality, the cost will rise. Definitely, it will because of the quality demanded by the market, and the market will respond accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, last presentation, impact of harmful algal bloom in Malaysia. Atia Binti Mahadi.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity for me to present in this conference for today. Let me share my screen first. Okay, can you hear? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we hear.
Okay, the topic that I'm going to present today is the impact of harmful algal bloom in Malaysia. Okay, my name is Dr. Batia Mahadi from University Technology Malaysia. Let me introduce you the member of my research group. Okay, consists of another 4 researchers, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Rahmah Awang, Associate Professor Dr. Nuraini Abu Talib, Dr. Umar Haya Abdul Kohar, and our research assistant, Ainul Shakira Mahidi. Okay, before I proceed, let me give you some sort of an introduction or a background. What is it actually harmful algal bloom? It is actually an occurrence of algae colonies in which this simple photosynthetic organism that lives in the sea and fresh water, suddenly they grow out of control while producing toxic or harmful effects to the people, fish, shellfish, marine mammals, and also birds. Okay. And these harmful algae can produce toxins which affect mortality and also health of human, marine animal, and also wildlife. And harmful algal blooms usually will lead to shellfish contamination, fish kills, and also respiratory irritation or illness in humans. Okay. And it is very, actually, it is very dangerous. It may cause harm, yeah, to human as well as to animals. And the possible causes of HABs or harmful algal blooms, it occurs when nutrient, mainly phosphorus, nitrogen, and carbon from sources such as lawns and farmlands flow downriver to the sea and build up at a rate that overfeeds the algae that exist normally in the environment. And it also can also happen after the aftermath of natural phenomena like sluggish water circulation, unusually high water temperatures, and also extreme weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and also drought. So this is among the, this is the example in which algal bloom, harmful algal bloom can occur in sea as well as in fresh water. In terms of the environment conditions, such as having an abundant light, high temperatures, or maybe because of the fertilizer runoff coming from the country, okay, into the sea, or probably because of the climate change, increasing the frequency and also severity of blooms, yeah, due to increases in water and air temperature, changes in salinity, as well as the increase in the sea level and also coastal upswelling. This is the condition, or this is the Malaysia coastal area. Why is it important to Malaysia? Because Malaysia has a total coastline of 4,675 kilometers divided into two areas, Peninsular Malaysia and also East Malaysia. And with this size of coastline, economic activities such as fisheries and tourism has contributed significantly to Malaysia's GDP every year. And so far, coastal tourism is by far the most significant in terms of tourist flows and generation of income. However, the hub cases in Malaysia were recorded in Sabah in 1976, as early as 1976. And it started with the number of 201 cases of paralytic food poisoning, which occurred due to the consumption of shellfish. And this eventually led to 7 deaths. This is the condition that has been happening around Malaysia from 1976 until 2015. You can see that there are several locations in which hubs recurring, which is in the West Coast. It will be in Sabah over here. And then it will be in Peninsular Malaysia, will be in Sungai Geting or Kelantan over here, Penang, Kuantan, as well as Johor. Okay, and there are 3 types of effect from harmful algal blooms. It can either be shellfish poisoning or massive fish kills, and as minimum as a water discoloration. Okay, and a report from the STAR have shown that in 2001, in Kelantan, there is a shellfish contamination that makes 6 people hospitalized, 1 death. And then another one in Johor Bahru is only a water discoloration in 2002. But as we proceed, we can see that in 2013, there is a shellfish contamination leading to 3 deaths. Over 40 has been hospitalized in Sabah. This is the example of hub incident, which is near to my university, okay, in which it has reported fish kills since 2002, but it became prominent in 2014 because there were reported total loss of the aquaculture fish. And even one cage fish farmer in Johor had lost more than 150,000 in 3 days due to the mass die-offs of the fish, which is actually 90% in total. And a total estimated loss reported by the Department of Fisheries in Johor in 2014 have mentioned that the loss is almost 700,000 ringgit. Okay, and this involved 8 fish cages. So this is the current incidence in Malaysia. It keeps recurring. Okay, in Kelantan, the same place again and again. Okay, in Sungai Geting. And then another one is in 2020, the death of fish in Penang and also Perak due to the harmful algal bloom. Okay, and this is the reported loss based on the articles and also interviews and in the media between 2005 to 2019. We have compiled the reported loss, which is about 145.9 million. And if we divide that by each of the occurrence, it will give us about 20.8 million per hub occurrence. But the issues here in terms of the hub monitoring situation in Malaysia is that HAB in Malaysia was handled differently according to the states. Sabah, only Sabah has their own unit for HAB, which is called Red Tie and Public Safety Unit, and they have a specific budget for HAB. But for other states, there are no specific unit or budget for red tie or harmful algal bloom. HAB is actually under the Aquaculture Department within Department of Fisheries. The Fishery Research Institute in Batu Maung in Penang is the research center for the harmful algal bloom in Peninsular Malaysia. So every information in regards to HAB will be channeled to FRI Batu Maung Penang. Okay, but there is no specific unit or budget, yeah, for harmful algal bloom in Peninsular Malaysia. Why this research? Because fisheries and coastal tourism industry in Malaysia, it seems that are being threatened by the frequent event of massive fish kills in Malaysia due to the HABs. However, the current HAB studies in Malaysia are more towards identifying the species of harmful algal bloom, but not on measuring the impact to fishery, tourism, monitoring costs, as well as public health. So this is unfortunately has been occurring in Malaysia. So not knowing the accurate impact of harmful algal bloom events will actually create inefficiencies in the management of HABs. So you can see that the HABs or HABs keep recurring more and more every year. Okay, and that is called by other researchers for society to understand the scale of the economic cost of HABs, which could amount to $1 million losses due to the beach cleanup, closing of commercially important fisheries, and also decreased tourism. Therefore, understanding the impact of HABs to Malaysian coast will help mitigate the impact of harmful algal bloom in key areas such as fisheries, tourism, and also public health in the long run. So the research objective is to determine the economic impact of harmful algal bloom to tourism, commercial fisheries, and also public health in Malaysian coastal area. To identify which sector affected the most by the harmful algal bloom in Malaysian coastal area, and also to determine the economic impact of harmful algal bloom to management and monitoring costs of Malaysian coastal area. So this is from this framework, you can see that how all the factors that will be affected by HAB, or the key areas in which HAB will impact all these variables. The method that we use or we carried out in this research is at first we have a discussion and interviews with the expert in the field and stakeholders from various sectors involved in 5 different locations, because looking at the impact of HABs in Malaysia is actually has not been carried out before. So, and that's a lot of in terms of the data, it's quite difficult for us to understand the situation in terms of the impact for Malaysia. So in this case, we have to interview all the stakeholders. For example, Department of Fisheries, we have to interview fishermen and also agencies involved in different areas for this research. So we went to 5 different locations, for example, Gelang Patah in Johor, Kuantan in Pahang, Batu Maung, Tumpat in Kelantan, and also Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. So this actually the place there were recent sightings of harmful algal blooms. And we analyzed the interview data these interviews, and then we develop the survey instrument based on the interview to estimate the impact. And then the survey were distributed online and offline in location which reported major hubs outbreak, for example, in Tanjung Kupang, in Tumpat, and also in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. Finally, we analyzed the data using multiple regression analysis, and the results have shown that all predictors has explained about 40.4% variance, has significantly explained the 40.4% of the variance, and the model is significant. Okay, so based on the result, we can say that the fishery, tourism, health, coastal monitoring was significantly linked to the hub impact, and fishery has significant link to the hub impact, as well as monitoring, tourism, and also health. From the data, from the table also, we can see that the fishery has recorded higher beta value as compared to other variable, suggesting that hub has greater impact to fishery, followed by monitoring and also tourism. However, hub impact is negatively linked to fishery and distance. What it means is that the less fishery activities, the higher the impact of the hub. And the shorter the distance to hub's location, the higher the impact by the hub. This is the summary of the findings. Hub has a significant impact to all the components, about 40.4% variance explained by the model. And we know that hub actually has significant impact to fishery, coastal monitoring, tourism, as well as public health. But hub will have the most significant impact to fishery, and also significant impact according to the distance. And in terms of the second most being impacted by hub will be coastal monitoring. Okay, so from the findings, I can conclude that the significant impact of hub has shown that there is a need for proactive measures from the government in minimizing the impact, especially to all these key areas, to fishery, to tourism, as well as in terms of the public health. And HAB or hubs monitoring will require centralized monitoring of the coast with a specific budget and also advanced technology. Hub events, it is because hub events can withdraw resources from the economy due to the increasing monitoring as well as management costs. And finally, better detection of hub algal bloom events will reduce the impact to all sectors, particularly to fishery, tourism, and public health. Okay, so these are the main reference. Thank you, that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for presentation. Have you any question for presentation to Dr. Mahadi?
Yeah, yes. I have a question. Would you please go back to page 21 or 22, something like that, that shows that regression results? Yeah, this one. Now, you are over here. You are analyzing the effect of the fishery, tourism, and health on algae, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, normally algae should affect the health, tourism, fishery. Am I doing the wrong? I mean, am I concluding wrongly? Do you see what I mean?
Come again. Come again.
Now, over here, your regression analysis, it's showing that your dependent variable is alks or harmful alk bloom, right?
Hub cost.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hub cost. I'm really sorry. I got lost. Now over here, you are trying to assess the effect of tourism, fishery, and health on the hub cost, right? But normally, hub should or harmful alk bloom should affect the tourism, the fishery, and the health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because in your results section, you gave the effect of harmful alk bloom on tourism, on fishery. Looks like causation, you established the wrong causation over here.
Okay, I think because I did not explain the fact that the hub impact was measured using the hub cost. That means in terms of what would be the perception of cost by the respondents, and then hub cost become the dependent variable. Hub cost become the dependent variable. So then the independent variable, the fishery, tourism, health, and also monitoring allocation will be regressed again to how it contribute to the hub costs.
Okay. Now over here, I have another question. Now you are over here measuring the cost of harmful alk bloom, right?
Yes.
Okay. How come the fishery, the most affected sector, because of the because you gave some numbers, you know, some people lost, some fisheries lost about 700,000 ringgit, I believe, right? RM, it's ringgit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some fisheries lost about 150,000 ringgit. Those are just because, you know, because of those harmful alk cost bloom. Now over here looks like fishery. I mean, if you increase the fishery, if you increase the distance, the effect, the cost of harmful alk will reduce. If you increase the tourism, the cost of harmful alk bloom will increase. If you invest on health, the cost of harmful alk bloom will increase again. That's what your regression analysis is telling me over here. I'm sorry, Professor Ufuk is very expert. I mean, this is his area of expertise. If I am really, I don't know if I am interpreting that table, I mean, in a right way. But over here, the table says that the cost of harmful alk bloom will increase if you increase the tourism, but will decrease if you increase the fishery. Although the fishery is really affected, or tourism, those sectors were being affected from harmful alk bloom mostly. I mean, there is a contradiction over here. I couldn't really understand.
Yeah, you need to relook your model, and there is the issue with the model specification. And I think Professor Mustafa Aslan is right in that.
Okay,
I will revisit your model, or there are issues, you know, because the two variables have negative signs and with half. So Professor Mustafa is rightly saying.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashfaq.
Did you apply a logistic regression or standard regression analysis?
Standard.
This looks like linear regression, Professor.
Yeah, linear.
Sorry, I can't understand.
A linear regression.
Linear regression.
Yes, linear regression.
You can logistic regression better than linear regression, as research finding.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the comments. I will look into it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have you any question? Okay, I am ending the meeting. Thank you for your participation.
Professor Ufuk, I believe Ashkar Ali joined the session. He had a presentation.
Hocam bende gözükmüyor.
Ashkar Ali over here. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Investment decision in citrus.
Sorry. Yeah, okay. Güncellenmiş. Asghar Ali, evet, investment decision in citrus orchid for sustainable farming livelihood, a socio-economic and financial perspective. Yes, please, here you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, first of all, am I audible to all of you? Because here is some internet connectivity problem here as at my side. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, you're audible. Okay. Dr. Asghar, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I am very thankful to the organization committee of this conference and giving me the opportunity to present my research work here. And also at this point of time, I am also very thankful to the Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, who just gave us the information and motivated our young faculty to present the research work. Basically, this topic today of my talk, that is the part of the research which I did in the citrus fruit in Pakistan, Punjab. The topic is the investment decision in citrus orchard for sustainable farming livelihood, a socio-economic and financial perspective. Basically, if we see the agriculture in Pakistan, so we are just revolving on the main 5 crops: wheat, rice, cotton, sugarcane, and the maize. And there are very uncertainties in these crops. There are the problems, sometimes the price problems, climate change problems. So our farmers' livelihood and the farmers' food security, that is not the sustainable. So it means that we have to go towards the diversified agriculture. Diversification is very much important if we want to sustain the livelihood of our farmers and to ensure their food security. No doubt that citrus crop and citrus fruit is being cultivated in Punjab, Pakistan, from the last 60 to 70 years. And the hub of that citrus fruit, that was the district Sargodha division in the Punjab. But with the passage of time, due to the continuous cultivation of the citrus in that particular area of the Sargodha, its quality as well as its productivity, that is going to decline. And we have to search out the new pockets which are suitable for this high value crop of the citrus fruit, so that we can sustain its production and the farmers can be benefited that. So for that reason, basically, I will further in the next slide, I will tell you that from where the data has been collected, which area we have selected. So first of all, after this, we can see, yes, the citrus that is the most widely cultivated fruit crop, and it ranks first in overall world food production. If we see the citrus in terms of the total production as well as the area at the global level, so the total production of the world citrus industry, that stands at about 1.135 million tons, and that crop, fruit crop, is being cultivated on more than 8 million hectares in the world. And that citrus includes large varietal collection. Citrus is the main basically category. Its collection is the grapefruits, it's the orange, the lime, as well as the tangerine. There are other so many. In the different parts of the world, there are the different varieties which are basically grown and come under the citrus. And the citrus ranks first position among the fruits in the area and production in Pakistan. And among citrus, the kinnu, that is the most important one, and that is mostly cultivated in the Punjab province of the Pakistan. If we see the statistics regarding the production as well as the area under cultivation of the citrus in Pakistan, citrus that is cultivated on about more than 200,000 hectares with a total production of 2.3 million tons. And yes, that is also a very tasty fruit, a very good fruit, and it has been also being accepted in all over the world. And the Pakistan usually export some of the quantity of the citrus. And the last year, Pakistan also exported this citrus fruits to the different parts of the world of about $641 million. And on an average, if we see the Pakistan's average citrus yield, that is about 12.6 tons per hectare. But if we see its potential, that is around 20. So it means that there is the productivity gap in the average yield which the farmers they are obtaining, as well as the potential of the citrus which can we take. So this productivity gap is due to the different inefficient resource utilization, due to the different physical constraints, that may be due to the different marketing constraints. So basically, this study have the objective first that we will estimate the cost of production of the citrus orchards in the newly emerging districts of the Punjab. We have conducted the profitability analysis of the citrus production, as well as we have seen the financial viability for the longer term, that for the longer time period, is it suitable and it is the most favorable cultivating crop that can sustain the livelihood of the farmers. And at the end, we have also identified the factors which are basically affecting its yields in the study area. That is basically that how we can bridge that gap. What are the basic determinants and the basic factors which can basically contribute in order to yield and increase the yield and improve the yield. Before this objective, I have this one slide. Yes. As I already told you that Sargodha division or the Sargodha districts in the Punjab, Pakistan, that is the main hub, and that is also called as the Citrus Valley or the district of the citrus, because most of the production are the area under cultivation in that particular area. But we have some other lands where the citrus can be grown. We identified those pockets and the 4 districts, which are basically the newly emerging districts in terms of the citrus cultivation in the Punjab, Pakistan. That one is the Toba, Tek Singh, Sahiwal, Laya, and the Bakhar. And if we see in the total term that during the year 2013-14, about 14% of the area, of the total citrus area, that is being cultivated in these 4 districts. And that increased up to about 17.6%. And now at the point of time in the 2017-18, we have had about 20% of the citrus area under cultivation in these 4 districts. So it means that there is the potential in these 4 districts. We can motivate the farmers to grow more citrus there for their sustainable livelihood. Yes. This is the methodology which we use the Punjab, that is 4 districts. We have taken 100 respondents. They have taken from the each districts. So our total sample size was about 400 citrus growers or the farmers. These are some pictorial views of the data collection from these different districts. Our students, PhD students, they have collected the data from the citrus growers from these 4 districts. Yes, that I and some of the other researchers, they have inspected the citrus orchard in the different areas. This is the citrus crop in that particular season, 2019 and the 20. And this, we also have gathered certain farmer training programs and the farmer meetings, that how they are basically growing the citrus, what are their problems, how we can solve their problems. That was basically just the interactive sessions with the farmers in order to get some feedback from that. Now, in the profitability analysis, basically we have mainly used the 3 main approaches. One was the NPV, that is the net present value. Other one is the IRR, that was the internal rate of return, and the BCR, that was the benefit cost ratio. These are mostly basically used in order to calculate, in order to see the economic viability for the longer term projects, that it is, or these are financially or economically viable for the longer time period or not. Yes, we have also conducted the econometric analysis in the multiple regression analysis, in which we have incorporated the different socioeconomic as well as the economic variables to see that how they affect the dependent variable, that is the citrus yield in the particular area. we have also basically done during that survey some characteristics of the citrus growers. For example, as we have seen the age, majority of the farmers, we can see that 55% of the farmers, they are in the age bracket of 41 to 60 years. So it means that they are the experienced farmers. They have the very well matured farmers who are basically growing the citrus. Their education level, if we see, most of the farmers, okay, they are not the highly educated. They have not basically have the graduation as the post-graduation or the other, but they know basically how to read, how to write, and they are up to the matric or the 10th class stage. They have the farming experience, yes. Most of the farmers around, we can say the 60% of the farmers, they have the farming experience between the 20 to 30 years. And at the same point of time, we have also basically tried to understand that what's the farmland holding in those particular districts. So yes, it's also very, overall, if we see in the Pakistan, more than 90% of our farmers, they are the small farmers. But from these 4 districts from where we have collected the data, basically here in these districts, the farmers' land holding, that is not so small, because we can see that 40% of the farmers, they have the land holding between the 5 to 5.5 acres, and also the 45% of the farmers, they have the, we can say the large farmers, because they have the more than 12.5 acres. Similarly, other descriptive statistics we have seen, orchard side, yes. About 38% of the farmers, they have the orchard sites up to 5 acres. 39% of the farmers, they have the orchard sites up to from 5 acres to 12.5 acres. And 23% of the farmers, they have basically sown or cultivated the citrus fruit on more than 12.5 acres. Certain other characteristics and the other variables which are very much essential and the important and the significant for the good cultivation of the citrus crop to have the more productivity from there. That is, one of them is the soil type, and the loamy soil is the best one for the cultivation for the good growth of the citrus crop. And we have seen that 37% of the farmers, they have the loamy soil. And clay loam soil, they have the 17.5%. Sandy loam, they have the 9%. Overall, if we see in these 4 particular districts, the soil type is good for the citrus cultivation, and the soil quality is also good. About 72% farmers, they have the good soil quality, which is also very good for the citrus production. Yes, the salinity level is very low in that particular area. Waterlogging is also negligible. Source of irrigation, yes. They have the underground water source, 60%. But at the same time, canal surface, they have the 16%. Most of the farmers in these 4 districts, they are basically using the conjunctive use of the water, means the tube well plus the canal irrigation. And the quality of water, that is very important, the quality of water for the good quality production of the citrus fruit. And we have seen in that area that about 57% farmers, their quality of the underground water, that is very good, that is the fit. And other 39%, they also have the marginal fit quality. So it means that overall, the irrigation water, the surface water, groundwater, sorry, that is important. That is good for the cultivation of the citrus. And most of the farmers, yes, that is one thing, that our farmers, they are not utilizing the irrigation water more efficiently. 64% of the farmers, they using the flood irrigation, while furrow irrigation is the 36%. So in the basically that particular area, we have not found any of the which have the drip irrigation or other. But now at this point of time, the government is giving the 50% subsidy to install the drip irrigation to the orchards, so that there may be the efficient use of the irrigation water. Yes, source of power, mostly of the tractor, mechanical source of power, and from the farm to market roads are good from these 4. And the land ownership, if we see, about 89% of the farmers, they have their own land. So a very small proportion of the farmers who have rented in or shared in the land. So most of the farmers that have their own land, and they are basically the farmers who are basically taking the land on the rental basis or on the share basis, because the orchard of the citrus that have the probable life from 30 to 40 years. So orchard cultivation in the rented in land or in the shared in land, that is not possible or that is not feasible. So mostly the farmers which have their own land, they are basically, they were cultivating the citrus in their own land. Now, in terms of the financial analysis and the economic viability, we have seen and we have conducted, we have basically have the interactive session with the different researchers, with the research stations, where we have seen that on an average 30 to 40 years, that is the average life of the citrus plant. So you can see from first year to the 30th, 40th year. So in the first year, yes, there is the cost, that is the plantation cost. And in the other years, we have seen that there is a no plantation cost. So land preparation cost, that is also more in the first year, farmyard manure, hoeing. So these are all these types of the costs which we have basically asked from the farmers, as well as we have conducted the different citrus research stations, and we have collaborated with the, have coordinated and connected the different researchers to see about what happens, how much cost has been done basically on the different years during the total lifespan of the citrus production. So from this overall cost, we have basically calculated these three main things: net present value, that is in Pakistani rupee around 1 lakh and the 83,000 rupees the farmers, they are on an average, they are earning from the 1 acre of the citrus. Internal rate of return have the 20%, that should also be more than the interest rate. If your IRR or the internal rate of return is greater than the current Kaiber rate or the interest rate, it means that is the viable. So we have also seen the benefit cost ratio, that is the about 2. We can see that in the wheat, in the rice, and in the other crops which farmers, they are basically growing in the Pakistan, they are round about their benefit cost ratio is 1.2, 1.1. So keeping in view these three things, net present value, internal rate of return, and the benefit cost ratio, it means that orchard cultivation and the citrus cultivation in the Pakistan, that is the most profitable as compared to the other crops. So quickly, I will go to the econometric analysis of the regression results. We can see here that the citrus farming experience, that is, have the positive sign and is the statistically significant. Education of the farmer, that is also significant. Citrus area means on how much area the farmer is growing or cultivating the citrus, that is also the significant. And we can also see that the extension, yes, the contacts of the extension workers with the citrus farmers, that is also, these are basically the positive and the significant. It means they are positively affecting the productivity as well as the yield of the citrus crop. Only one basically variable which we have the negative sign, that is the distance of the farm from the fruit and the vegetable market. Our fruit and the vegetable markets, if they are more away from the farm of the citrus, they are negatively affecting the citrus yield, because that is due to the poor transportation infrastructure, as well as the we can see the high post-harvest losses in the perishable commodities. So this is the negatively affecting, and we have a reasonable R-square also herein. These are basically the some constraints. Constraints analysis we have done. Among the first one, rank, which we rank, that is the flood, then high rainfall, drought, smoke, then the tubewell water quality. You can see that we have asked from the questions, we have taken certain feedback and the answer from the questions from among these 27 types of the constraints we have asked from the questions, and what were the response of the farmers. On the basis of their response, we ranked them, and we have seen that where any constraints that can be ranked. So on the basis of this survey, on the basis of this farmer discussions, on the basis of the analysis of the data and the interaction with the citrus research and the other people, basically, and on the basis of the financial and the economic viability and the other things, that can be concluded that the citrus orchard cultivation in Pakistan, that is the profitable one, that is the good one, and we can basically promote that in order to diversify our agriculture and in order to make the agriculture more sustainable, and we can sustain the farming livelihood of the farmers. How we can improve that, how we can sustain that, that is only due to the diversification. Not basically we depending upon these on these 4 or the 5 crops which traditionally we are growing from the last 60 to 70 years. So on the basis of this, there are some policy implications. This study concludes that the investment in the citrus orchard that has provided favorable returns, farmers should be encouraged to grow the citrus, and the extension staff, agents, and research institutes should need to be disseminate such lucrative information to the farmer that is the more profitable. There is the time to create the awareness among the farming community, and there is the time to motivate the farmer to come in there. The profitability of the long-term investment in citrus orchard, that is also very high, and the prices of the output that are basically changing drastically, that sometimes that reduce the profit. So there is also the need to stabilize the citrus prices by improving the current marketing mechanism. And also we have also to create a very conducive export policy for our citrus growers. So the constraints analysis which we have basically did, that reveals that weather is one of the major constraints. High rainfall, temperature problems, flood issues. These are the main constraints in the citrus cultivation that is being faced by the citrus growers. So more emphasis on the research and development should be given. The new climate resistant varieties that may be developed to cope with the harsh climatic conditions without affecting the production, and the farmers aware towards adaptation measures, basically that how they can mitigate the negative effect of these climate change. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your patience. Any question, query, and the comment, please.
I have one question.
Is it Asghar Ali?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Please, Doçent Doktor Aslan.
Thank you, Professor.
İngilizceye çeviremedim hocam.
No problem, no problem. Will you please go back to page 20 or 21, something like that? 20. You said that the return of investment is 6 years, right?
Yeah, that is the payback period, basically.
No, it's not. It's not. If you go to page 20 or 19, page 20 or 19. Okay.
Yes, that is the 20.
Yeah, that's the payback time is 6 years. Go
yeah,
to
6
page, please.
Yeah, that is basically that. There is also the analysis we have conducted that if we basically grow the citrus orchard, in how much years they will pay back the total cost.
Okay.
So now, in 5 to 6 years.
Will you please go back to page 19 or 18, something like that? Go 19, page 19.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Now, over here.
Yeah.
First of all, you are not really getting anything for the first 4 years or 5 years, something like that, right? You are not making any money.
Yeah, the returns basically in the citrus that starts from the third year. Third year, fourth year.
Yeah. So
your fifth year and the 6th year. Yes.
So your return of investment is not actually 6 years. It's 10 years or 11 years.
Yeah, that is the just payback. That will just which you have spent on these 3 years first, you can get, and the payback from the next 3 years.
Okay,
because of that is the just payback. The profit that will start again after that.
But I came from industry. Okay, I started in academics just last year. Before that time, I have been working as a general manager, or I was always making decisions. Now, when we make a decision in investment,
just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, the light has come. I can put the plug in so that the battery is going.
Okay.
Just.
No problem.
Okay.
Now, the investment decision, you said that citrus farming is very profitable. Now, most people make decision by comparing a couple of investment options. Okay. Now, the return of investment is about 11 years in citrus. Okay, 6 years after you start to harvest citrus from your farm, right? Yeah. And probability will be about 30 years or 40 years as per your table over here, as I can see. If I invest that money into property, commercial property, I will get paid. It will pay me back in 10 years or 11 years maximum in Pakistan, right? In Turkey, it's about 13 years, 14 years, depending on the area. Now, so it's not really profitable to invest in citrus. And another question I have, normally I have this question to Professor Ashfaq. Now, I checked, I Googled citrus production per countries, okay? Now, Turkey's citrus production is about over 30 tons per hectare, about 32 tons per hectare. And Pakistan's production is about 11 tons per hectare. And Ashkar Ali, the figures that given by Ashkar Ali, Dr. Ashkar Ali says that gives me a figure of 15 tons per hectare. Why that's, I mean, why the difference? I mean, the weather, the soil, the water, or the technology, why do we, I mean, do we have that low harvesting amount per hectare? Because it's less than double. Less than half, sorry.
Yeah. So basically, this productivity gap, there are so many factors, not only the institutional factors, not only the economic factors, there may be the economic factors, the institutional factors, the level of the awareness of the farmers, their financial constraints of the farmers, and most important one, that is the weather, which I already told. But this difference in the average yield as well as in the potential yield, basically, which I said that this is the potential level. Some progressive farmers in Pakistan, who are the large farmers, who are not the financially weak, who are well aware and the educated, who have the contacts with the extension agents, and also at the same point of time, who have also the new technologies, they can mechanize their farms, they are getting more. But the average is this one, that this difference is basically due to the economic and the financial constraints, as well as some other institutional issues. And the policy, because most of the policy framework that is in the favor of the big farmers, because the small farmers are always neglected. And the small farmer is also a very financially weak, and that cannot sometimes put the inputs at the proper time because he has no money. He has to take the credit. So there are certain economic, financial, policy making, and the institutional issues basically, which are creating this productivity gap. So basically, we have identified those factors. We want that how our average farmer or the small farmer can go up to that progressive farmer, and how can that he or she can achieve the potential level.
Okay. So as far as I understand from your answer, that normally there are several factors, but most affecting factor is the institutional factors. Yeah. Financial factors. Okay. That's the productivity gap.
Thank you. Thank you. A little times. We have a little times. I can see researchers to present the final paper didn't come. Yeah. I am ending the meeting. Thank you for your participation and impressive presentation.
Thank you very much.
See you all again at our next Congress.
Inshallah.
Goodbye.
Inshallah. Goodbye. Thank you very much, all of the participants and their patients.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Sonraki başlıyor çünkü biz çıkıyoruz.
Tamam.
Hadi kolay gelsin.
Sağ olun. Technical factors are very important, I believe, Professor Ashfaq, because I read on news over here. I mean, while listening the presentation, I checked because I thought it's very low. I mean, 15 tons per hectare is very low. I checked I Googled it, and I saw that there are the machines that are using in the United States can do the job of 2 people. One full day. If they work, 2 people work 1 full day. Machine is doing the same job in 15 minutes.
You are very much right. You are very much right, Dr. Mustafa. In California, I have seen, I traveled a lot over there, and the the management is the main factors as far as my observation is concerned.
Yes.
I mean, financial constraints are there, economic are there, but management and technical constraints are more important. And the recent one, the climate change, also added to that, and particularly this citrus crop, and particularly the quinoa, is very much sensitive to the quality of water as well as pH of soil. So all, in these areas where the citrus is being grown, the groundwater quality is not of good. It's not very much fit, and it is creating, it is causing a secondary salinization to the soil. And the pH is increasing, which is not good for the production of citrus crop.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much for the information, Professor Ashfaq. I believe Nurzadeh, Dr. Nurzadeh is already over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nurzadeh, you are going to be chair of this session?
Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. Can I start?
Sure.
Okay.
Whenever you like.
All right.
Sorry, one second. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashkar. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Aslan. I'm Dr. Nur Zairawati Zaidin from Malaysia, from the University of Technology Malaysia, and I'll be chairing this session. And today not today, this session we're going to have 3 papers to be presented. One is the role of social support for sustainable rural food security in COVID-19 pandemic by Dr. Omar Ijaz Ahmed, Dr. Mohsin Raza, Dr. Sami Ullah, Dr. Chaudhry Isham Ali, Dr. Nasir Nadim, and Dr. Muhammad Arkam Iqbal. Who's going to present for this first paper? Who will be presenting? Hello.
I believe Malik Mohsin, Dr. Malik Mohsin is going to present, but I believe he has some kind of problem.
Problem.
Yeah, because
Dr. Chaudhry is here as well. Dr. Chaudhry, who's going to present for the first paper? Dr. Malik, perhaps, or Dr. Chaudhry?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Dr. Chaudhry.
I am going to present on the behalf of Dr. Samiullah, the third one.
All right. So you have 15 minutes to do the presentation. Then after that, we'll follow with the question and answers session. And over to you, Dr. Chaudhry. You may share your slides.
No. I am not presenting this topic.
Okay. You are not presenting this topic? Okay.
My topic is exploring the nexus between...
your paper is the third paper. You want to go first?
On the behalf of Dr. Samiullah.
Okay, so...
The third one.
Yeah, because I can see that your name is in the first paper as well. So if you want to start with the third paper, also is also possible, since they are while waiting for them to resolve their problems. Are you ready, Dr. Chaudhry? Dr. Chaudhry?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, please share your slide.
Is it visible to all? Assalamu alaikum. My name is Chaudhry Sham Ali, and I'm a student of MSc Honours Agriculture Economics at MNS University of Agriculture, Multan. And I am presenting on the behalf of Dr. Samiullah, who is my supervisor. The topic that I am going to present is exploring the nexus between monetary policy and food inflation in Pakistan, a counter-aggression approach. Let's begin from introduction. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. According to Friedman, food inflation is a very important factor for monetary policy in developing countries like Pakistan. Pakistan is also a developing country. Food inflation is an important factor for monetary economists in developing countries because the monetary economists have aimed to target the inflation as the food has a major proportion in consumption basket and the share of expenditure of the poor household is huge on food. As food expenditure in developing countries are greater, that are basically based on Angel's law. So higher food inflation severely affect the household's welfare because the higher the inflation, the less they purchase the food items to sustain their life and to feed their children. To target inflation, the central bank of developing countries pay a significant consideration to food prices, as maximum welfare can achieved by monetary policy that have to target on food inflation or a general inflation. According to UNDP survey for the year 2017 and 18, 38.3% of the population in Pakistan is multidimensionally poor, whereas 12.9% of the population, which accounts almost 25.454 million people, at the risk of poverty on the base of MPI scale. In the Pakistan, the share of food in consumption basket is about 36%, which is a very huge proportion. That means about half of their expenditure on their food to meet their needs. However, in developed countries, it is almost 15%. There is a huge gap in this proportion. Existence of high food inflation in Pakistan has increased the living cost and decreased the level of consumption, which results in malnutrition. This is the graph showing the food inflation trends in Pakistan in recent year from July 2020 to January 2021. You can clearly see the inflation is increasing or decreasing gradually, but remains double digit during last 6 months of the 2020. And in first month of the 2021, it's decreased and reached to 6.7%. What is the current situation in Pakistan? Pakistan facing the highest food inflation rates in South Asia countries. It undergoes double-digit food inflation from July 2020 to December 2020, and then reached 6.7% in January 2021. That we can see in the figure. After first quarter of the 2021, the prices of food commodities are still going up and increasing at double-digit rate on monthly basis. It is quoted from National News Bulletin. According to estimates of Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, the food inflation rate in cities is about 15.3%. And in villages is about 12.8% during May 2021 relative to the previous month. In May, chicken prices shot up by 60%. That's a very huge difference. Followed by the 55% increase in the prices of eggs, 30% in the prices of mustard oil. Mustard oil is basically used for producing the vegetable ghee. and wheat prices were up by 30% over a year, according to the PBS, that is Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. During October, the prices of cooking oil and vegetable ghee surged by 40 per liter, Rs 40 per liter, that increases from 340 to 380 and varies from cities to city. And the current price of the oil is about 435 rupees per liter or kg. The objective of our study to measure the impact of monetary policy at different quantiles of food inflation or develop guidelines according to our results and give some recommendations. This is some highlights of some research works that we have reviewed for our study. Most of these studies employed simple regression or VAR model or ARDL model. None of these employed the quantile regression. So we have to check that how monetary policy affect the food inflation on different quantiles of food inflation. So then we have used this quantile regression in this study. We use the data from September 2005 to October 2020 for Pakistan. That accounts 182 observations. After data, it's as this data is secondary data, we tested stationarity of the data by employing the ADF and PP approach at level and first difference. And after that, we employed the quantile regression and get our results. And to check our results, we also applied second model for robustness check. These are the descriptive stats of our variable. Fi indicates the food inflation, which is the percentage change on year to year. And the third column shows the monetary policy rate, for which we used reverse repo rate as a proxy. All the data are on monthly observations. The third one is the quantum index of manufacturing that is used to proxy the GDP, gross domestic product in our country. And the next one is the real effective exchange rate and transport prices in consumer CPI basket. And the last one shows the world food price index. These are the results of our stationarity test that shows the world food price index is stationary at level in ADF test, while in PP test, it is non-significant at level. But all the variables are significant at first difference in both of the cases. Either it is augmented Ducky-Fuller test or Philippian person test. In next slide, these are our results of quantile regression. You can clearly see that monetary policy rate, our dependent variable is food inflation, and monetary policy rate is significant across all quantiles, either it 25th or 50th or 75th quantile. Transportation prices are also positive, showing the positive relation with food inflation, but insignificant at 50th and 75th quantile. The second column shows the OLS results, simply the regression results of our model. Exchange rate is also insignificant at all quantiles and shows the negative relation with food inflation at 25th quantile, while on general regression, OLS estimate shows the positive relation and significant and 10% level of significance. World Food Price Index is highly significant for all quantiles and as well as on the OLS estimate, and having the positive sign with positive relation with food inflation, because Pakistan is an open economy country, and the fluctuations in the world global market influence the local market prices, because most of the important ingredient for food, that is palm oil, we are importing from global markets. And the quantum index number is insignificant on all quantiles, but having the positive relation with food inflation at 25th and 50th quantile, while on 75th quantile it is negative, and the OLS estimate also showing the negative relationship between food inflation and quantum index of manufacturing. While the R-square shows that the independent variables explain dependent variables around 69.62%. This is the second model that we employed for robustness check of our results, and as well as with the first model, here is also monetary policy is also positive and significant at all quantiles with food inflation, and replace exchange rate with real effective exchange rate. We employed nominal exchange rate in first model, and here we employed the real effective exchange rate. That is also showing the positive relationship, but significant at all quantiles, and as well as OLS estimates. World Food Price Index also showing the same trend with food inflation as well as the transport prices. Here the R-square increases by some percentage, that is around 7% increases from recent one. These are the from our findings, we conclude that the monetary policy and transport prices remains highly significant across all quantiles, exhibiting the positive influence on food prices. Whereas the World Food Price Index and exchange rate also significant across all quantiles and presenting the constructive relationship with food price in domestic markets. Pakistan, as a developing country and as well as a small open economy, is susceptible to shock in the world market prices as the consequence of globalization. The quantum index of manufacturing that proxies to GDP affected the food inflation positively across all quantiles and showed that the production boost of the inflation in the economy. On the base of these conclusions, we also put some recommendations that are, as the monetary policy exhibits positive and significant relationship with the food inflation, so monetary economists put a significant consideration on food inflation in constructing the monetary policy for targeting inflation. When the economists making monetary policy in future to target inflation, they must consider the food prices as a significant factor for constructing inflation targeting policy. As the quantum index of manufacturing has a positively affect the food inflation, as we shown in previous results, by provoking a rise in amount of food demand. Therefore, policy should be adopted in favor of agriculture, as Pakistan is an agro-based economy, and agriculture accounts around 18.9% in GDP. So, to accelerate the agriculture production in economy, policies should be designed and adopted to reduce the burden of imported product prices on consumer by decreasing the tariff on imported products like palm oil case. Because Pakistan is a major importer of palm oil in national market. So in future, we also we employed quantile regression on 25th, 50th, and 75th quantile. But in future study, one can also employ this regression on different quantiles, maybe greater than these, either 10th or 20th or 30th quantile, which exhibits more elaborates and explain a different quantiles, and a wide range of results will be achieved. It's from my side. Thank you. And is there any question or suggestion or remarks about this?
Doctor, you're muted, doctor.
Gigi, yes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. So I shall now invite any participants in this room to ask any questions or to give any suggestions. Any questions? Okay, if there is no question, perhaps I want to ask one question.
Yes.
From the findings, if I were to make a policy, for this agricultural in Pakistan or any other countries, so if this is a scenario, and what would be the best policy that can boost the industry?
There are a wide range in which we can work, but in Pakistan scenario, I think there is a need to expand the extension services, because many policies are here, but nobody knows about them. So I think there is a very huge difference between information and execution.
Okay, so what policy that I should be bringing forward to help the industry to grow or to combat with this inflation?
I think so. For food and food, on the side of food, we need to expand the production regarding giving subsidies, as in current scenario, the prices of imported products like I have also quoted about palm oil. So we also boost the production locally.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. You can stop. Yeah, anyone? Okay, you can stop sharing your slides, because I'm going to call Prof. Ashfaq. Okay, Prof. Ashfaq. Prof. Ashfaq, are you there? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going to call Dr. Mohsin Raza. Sorry.
No, Mohammed Ashfaq Anjum is over here, Dr. Nurzada.
Yeah. I think.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Muhammad Ashfaq.
Oh, okay. So the second, I'm going to call the first paper actually. Sorry,
Okay.
Dr. Malik Mohsin.
Assalamualaikum, ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam. The session is yours.
Okay, ma'am. I will start.
Yes.
Okay. So WPS ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
Malik, are you able to share your slide?
Ma'am, there is a technical problem. Just give me 1 minute.
Oh, or probably anybody from the group can help?
सर्च नहीं कर सके सर्च नहीं कर सके किधर गया यार
I think then we can, give the chance to the other presenter, and in the meanwhile, Mohsen Raza can fix his issue, his problem.
I don't think that any of the second paper presenters are here. Neither Dr. Nasir Nadim nor Dr. Ashgar. I think both of them are not here. Or probably Dr. Malik, if you need any help, probably the organizer can help to share for you. Dr. Logis, is it possible to have?
To help Dr. Mohsen Raza?
Yeah. Probably he can share this file in the chat.
If he sends me his file through chat, I will be able to share on his behalf.
Yes. Dr.
But
Malik,
meanwhile, we may have Dr. Muhammad Ashfaq Anjum do his presentation, I believe.
Dr. Muhammad Ashfaq.
Muhammad Ashfaq Anjum. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. You are the second paper, right?
Yes, thanks.
Together with your paper is Impact Assessment of Kitchen Gardening Project and Livelihood of Households in Punjab. Is that your paper?
No.
Yeah, I think that is not your paper.
No, his paper is Consumers' Attitudes, Perceptions, and Willingness to Pay for Pasteurized Milk in Punjab.
Okay, the second paper that should be presenting is the Impact Assessment of Kitchen Gardening Project on Livelihood of Household in Punjab, Pakistan by Dr. Nasir Nadim and Dr. Ashgar. Yeah, Ashgar.
But both of them are not here, I believe.
Yeah, both of them are not here. Dr. Ashfaq, which session that you are belong to? Okay. Seems that Dr. Malik is starting this. Okay, that's great.
Assalamu alaikum, ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam. You may start, Dr. Malik.
Gigi, ma'am, there was a technical problem with my PC. Now I resolved it.
But it's
So
okay.
kindly allow me to represent.
Yeah, hiccups happen. So take it easy and you can start now.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mosenza and I am student of Muhammad Nawaz Sharif University of Agriculture, Multan. I am MSc Honors Scholar and I am represented this topic on the behalf of my supervisor, Dr. Umar Ijaz Ahmed Saab, Assistant Professor, Muhammad Nawaz Sharif University of Agriculture, Multan. So the topic of my presentation is role of social support for sustainable rural food security in COVID-19 pandemic. Introduction: Pakistan is an agro-based economy and fall in the low-income country, as Pakistan is the fifth most populous country of the world with rapidly increasing population. The basic needs of people are mainly depends upon agriculture. The issue of food security is increasing day by day. In the recent period, demographic and economic growth have stretched the limits of economic, social, and ecological sustainability, which gives rise to question about food security at global level. So during COVID-19 lockdown in all our country, sudden transmission of COVID-19 has influenced urban areas just as farming and supply chain of rural regions. Wheat crop was prepared, yet due to the COVID-19 lockdown in country, no worker were accessible for harvesting as public authority bound individual to their homes. Further, because of unexpected rain in Punjab and Sindh, whole year of labor was at stake. Following the leads of other nation, Pakistani government forced to total lockdown on 24th March 2020 to check the spread of sickness, permitting just fundamental business and trade to operate. Pakistan began a SAS emergency cash program. The program covers 12 million families and which were given 12,000 rupees per family with a complete financial plan of 144 billion rupees under the regime of Prime Minister Imran Khan. Within the 10 days of lockdown, the public authority had dispatched the SAS emergency cash program, giving direct money installment of 12 million families. So the COVID-19 pandemic has a very bad effect on the food security. There was an emergency situation in Pakistan. Pakistan is among the 55 countries facing acute food insecurity due to COVID-19 pandemic. And the vulnerable groups, which are mostly affected by COVID-19, are daily wages people, refugees, internally displaced people, elderly people, people with specific medical condition, women and children headed for households. And also there was a drought condition in Thar and mostly in the regions of Sindh and Balochistan. Locusts attack also came during this time of emergency, which widespread affect the crops. So there was an increase in employment and underemployment. The purchasing power of people was reduced, and there was decline in consumer demand. Increase of food prices affect badly the lower and middle class. Expensive imported good food items due to panic buying globally and decline in international financing. So, ma'am, we observed many research paper from which some are given. We have received following research article and Atif et al, Abdullah et al, Khan et al, and many more. So the objective of our study was to find the relationship between food security and social support in rural households, and also find the impact of a SAS emergency cash program on food security of household during lockdown due to COVID-19. For this purpose, we employed pre-test questionnaire. Following questionnaire was used for questionnaires and scale for used during this process. DIA questionnaire, UST questionnaire, MPSS, and we also use self-generated questionnaire for investigation of social support. Our data was collected from 246 households from this two districts. One is district Jang, another district Multan. And we use simple random sampling method. We employed logistic regression model. We estimated the every treatment effect of our model like ATT and AT. We also estimated balancing property of our model. And this is the descriptive statistics of our study. This is the descriptive of our study. We can observe that the food prosperity scores of people who are getting support is on average 0.94, which is greater than the people who are not getting support, which is on average 0.90. So from this point of view, social support have positive impact on food security. And the other is age. The other variable is age. We can observe that the on average 42.04 and the people who are not getting support is 40.87. So from this we can observe that the chances of social support increases with increase of age. As we can say that the old people need more social support than those people who are young or energetic and make own money. And third variable is education. From this we can see that the people who are more educated need a very less social support because they can work, and also there is a negative relationship between education and social support, and there is a positive relationship between food security and education. And our third variable is family size. With the increase of family size, food insecurity also increase. So we can observe from our result that the mean 7.3 to 1, and people who are not who have small family have 6.6. And we can observe from this point of view that people who has large family are more food insecure than people who had less family. And our fourth variable is income. People who are financially strong are less food insecure other than the people who are not who are less who make less income. And also from the distance from city, we can observe that as the distance from city increase, with the increase of distance from city, food insecurity decrease, and there is more need of social support for people who are living far away from the main city areas or towns. And the last variable was gender. Ma'am, we observe that the females are getting more social support than males. And next is our results, age, education. We run the logistic regression, income district and gender, and we make results. And we also learn balancing property and treatment effects. And before ATA graph, and concluding the result from the study shows that there is a positive relationship between food security and social support. There is a positive relationship between income, food security. If income increases, the level of food security increases, and people do not need any social support. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khalid. I shall now open for the question and answer. And to ask questions or to give any questions.
Ma'am, voice is not audible.
I think it's Azan behind you, right? Any question? Maybe Dr. Aslam? Any question, Dr. Aslam?
No, thank you. But of course, just suggestion. Of course, the family size, or if people live far from cities, they have to stick together. That's why that increase the social support and which also increase the food security.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Malik. We have actually 15 minutes actually extra time. Dr. Ashfa, would you like to present?
Ashfaq Anjam. Madam, you called
You have two.
Ashfaq Anjam?
Yes.
Both of you are Dr. Ashfaq. Okay. All right. Anyone?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, would you like to present?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, ma'am, organizers and all participants. Madam, are you listening?
Yes.
Okay,
Proceed.
thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, thank you. The topic of my presentation is consumers' attitudes, perceptions, and willingness to pay for pasteurized milk in Punjab, Pakistan. Next. Sequence of presentation: introduction, background, objectives, data and methodology, results, policy recommendations. Introduction.
Dr. Mohammed Ashfaq Anjum, if you push F5.
There is a problem. Return to meeting.
Push F5.
F5.
Yes.
Control F5?
No, just F5.
F5.
Yes.
I pressed but not working.
Okay, hold on.
Can you try to the presentation mode? Switch to presentation mode.
Can I have the remote control? Okay.
You want to be the co-host?
No. I'm not.
Requesting remote control.
Dr. Mohammed Ashfaq Anjum.
Oh, okay.
I already asked.
I clicked approve but not working.
Okay. Then you should stop screen sharing and start again, please. Stop the screen sharing. At the top of the screen, you see a red button. Just click on that red button. It will stop sharing. In the middle of the screen, at the top of the screen, middle top of the screen, you see a red button. If you move the mouse to the edge of the screen to up, not the middle, to up, you will see the red button.
There is written on a screen, Mustafa Aslam is requesting remote control of your screen.
Yes, please press OK.
There are two options, approve, decline.
Approve, just push on approve.
I click but not working.
Okay, just stop screen sharing that.
You stop sharing, then you reshare. Dr. Ashfaq.
Yes.
Okay, I stopped that.
Okay, now please start resharing your screen, Dr. Ashfaq, Anjum.
Yes, I approved.
Now
I clicked on approve.
No, just start sharing your screen, please. Cancel, push on cancel. Okay. Okay, you need to start sharing again.
इशफाक जो दरमियान में है ना ग्रीन बटन शेयर स्क्रीन उसको दबाओ
ओके सर
हाँ और फिर वो सामने आ जाएगी तुम्हारी प्रेजेंटेशन तो फिर वो स्लाइड मोड में आ जाना ग्रीन बटन है ना शेयर स्क्रीन
सर क्लिक कर रहे हैं रिटर्न और मीटिंग आ गया यस
मोहम्मद अशफाक यस यू आर अ को होस्ट यस अब ये ना इस पे ले जाओ जो
जी सर
स्लाइड मोड पे ले जाओ
जी आ गया सर ये
हाँ नहीं स्लाइड मोड पे नहीं आया अभी वो जो स्लाइड शो है ना उस पे लेके जाओ नीचे नीचे होता है नीचे
क्लिक ऑन ऐड नोट्स
नहीं ये नहीं है इसके नीचे जब या इसको F5 करो
F5 सर मैंने प्रेस किया F5 नॉट वर्किंग मेरा ख्याल में
ऐसे ही दे दो ऐसे ही दे दो
ठीक है सर जी सर
Professor Muswa, let him present as such.
It's I mean I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please proceed, Dr. Ashfaq. We have less than 10 minutes actually.
Okay. Introduction.
Dr. Nurzadeh, because the next session will be chaired by me. So I have enough time. Okay, so don't worry. Okay.
Introduction. Milk is a natural food and an excellent source of organic protein and necessary minerals like phosphorus, potassium, calcium, and vitamins. Are you listening?
इशफाक हमें आ रही है आवाज बस बार-बार ना पूछे. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. The world demand for milk will increase by 25% by 2025. Pakistan is the 5th largest milk producing country. Milk is mostly produced and sold by small, medium dairy farmers in Punjab. This raw milk is mostly purchased by milkmen and directly supplied to the consumers. However, about 6 to 8% of milk is processed by the companies and sold. To the consumers. Pasteurized milk plant installed by Punjab Livestock and Dairy Development Board PLDD at Lahore in 2020. According to Chairman of Punjab Food Authority, the Punjab province will ban the selling of open milk with effect from 2022. The Prime Minister in this speech addressed about milk adulteration. He sought the report regarding milk adulteration and asked for an urgent need to introduce a policy which can stop this hideous practice. Punjab Food Authority intends to bring laws in the province of Punjab. According to these laws, sale of loose milk will be banned throughout the province. Study objectives. to identify the socio-economic characteristics of the respondents. Next, to estimate the willingness to pay for consumers for the pasteurized milk, to evaluate the attitude, perceptions, and willingness to pay for pasteurized milk in Punjab, to give policy recommendations for sustainability of dairy sector. Conceptual framework. There are many factors that affect the quality of raw milk. These are affected fodder with disease and insects, use of contaminated water, animal disease, lack of precautionary measures. These factors make poor quality of the milk. And this raw milk collect milkmen, milk collectors. They also make adulteration in the milk, due to which consumers suffer from different diseases like nausea, fever, dehydration, cholera, vomiting, abdominal cramps, and syndrome. If this quality of raw milk is controlled, managed by pasteurization, then consumers can get many benefits like pathogen-free milk that is good for health, do not destroy food contents, and reduce cost on health. Consumers are willing for the purchase of pasteurized milk. I estimated consumers' willingness to pay. For this purpose, data was collected from 150 respondents through stratified random sampling. 3 different localities were chosen for sampling in district Faisalabad on the basis of their income, high, middle, and low income. Descriptive statistics was used to estimate the various variables like mean, minimum, maximum. Binary logistic regression was used for the analysis because the response variable was binary. Study area. The study was conducted from 3 different localities with respect to income from Faisalabad, that is 2nd largest city of the Punjab. Punjab is the largest province of Pakistan with respect to population. Results and discussion. Descriptive statistics. Variable minimum, mean, minimum, maximum, standard deviation. The first variable is age of respondents. The mean age of respondent on average 39 years. Minimum age of the respondent was 18 years and maximum 80 years, which shows that all respondents were adult. Education. Average education was 8 years schooling, minimum 0 and maximum 18 years. Household. Average household size was 5.97. Minimum household were 2 family members and maximum 14. 14 family members were joint family. Income of family rupees month. Average income of the household was 60,000. Minimum 15,000 and maximum 2 lakh or 200,000. Expenses on milk on average 223, minimum 80, maximum 560. Awareness about pasteurized milk, 1 for yes, 0 for no, average 0.41, minimum 0, maximum 1. Willing to pay more for pasteurized milk, 7.56, average, minimum 5, maximum 20. Distribution of respondents according to gender and willingness to pay. Male respondents were 108. Out of them, 67 were willing to pay for the purchase of pasteurized milk, that is 62%. 41 were not willing to pay. Female respondents were 42. Out of them, 22 were willing to pay and 20 were not willing to pay. The number of respondents of male is more than female because there was lockdown and male respondents were present at their home. Distribution of respondents according to their education. Illiterate respondents were 19. They all were not willing for the purchase of pasteurized milk. And primary education, 25 respondents were having primary education. Out of them, 11 were willing to pay and 14 were not willing to pay. Secondary education, 64 respondents. Out of them, 41 were willing to pay and 23 were not willing to pay. The key message of education shows that as education level increases, willing to pay also increases. As master degree holders, the respondents, their qualification was master, were 10 and all were willing to pay for the purchase of pasteurized milk. Distribution of respondents according to their household size. That was categorized up to 3 household, 4 to 6 household. Up to 3 household family members were 13. Out of them, 11 were willing to pay and 2 were not willing to pay. 4 to 6 family members, households were 87. Out of them, 53 were willing and 34 were not willing. The key message is as household size increase, willing to pay decrease. Logistic model. The logistic model regression analysis was applied and various variables are included: gender, income, education, expenses on milk, awareness, number of children, etc. Binary logistic regression. These are results of the study. Number 1, gender. The odd ratio for gender is 1.332 and the sign of coefficient beta is positive. However, results are insignificant because p-value is 0.565. This means there is no role of gender in purchasing pasteurized milk. The second is income. The coefficient value of income is 0.060. That is significant and has a significant impact for the purchase of pasteurized milk. Income increase, willingness to pay for the purchase of pasteurized milk increase. Education. As far as education is concerned, 1 year increase of education increase 45% willingness to pay. Expenses on milk is also an important variable. Its coefficient is negative and significant at 1%. That explains if expenses on milk increases by 1%, 1 rupees, the willingness to pay falls 0.09%. Next, awareness. The coefficient of awareness is positive and significant at 5%. It means the awareness increases the willingness to pay for pasteurized milk. Conclusions. Respondents are willing to pay more price for pasteurized milk as compared to average retail price of raw milk. Consumers' attitudes and habits, as well as their socio-economic and demographic characteristics like income, education level, and the number of households are the key determinants of consumers' preferences and demand for pasteurized milk. Policy recommendations. Government should focus on education and awareness about public health and safety, since illiteracy was found the main hindrance in acquiring and adopting change. Next, Government should devise policies which could provide employment opportunities to masses, because low-income families are less interested in purchase of pasteurized milk. Civil society can play its role in promotion of safe milk for human use. For sustainable dairy sector, industry should be given low-cost finance. Thanks.
Okay, thank you,
Any
Dr.
question?
Ashwa.
Any question or suggestion?
I shall
Please.
now open for the question and answer. If there is any question from the floor, you're welcome to answer, to pose any questions. Okay, there's no questions. It seems so. I would like to thank Dr. Ashwa Anjum for presenting the paper. And then I also would like to thank all the participants that joined this session, this room. Okay, and we have come to the end of the session, the 3 o'clock to the 4 o'clock Turkey time, and 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock for Malaysian time. And what time is in Pakistan right now? 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, yep. 6 o'clock.
All right. Okay, so I pass the session to Dr. Aslan. And thank you, everyone. I have posted some pictures in the chat. Probably you can check your pictures and you can download it for your memory. So thank you, everyone. All the best to you for the next session, for the presenters. And hopefully we'll meet again. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurva Davati. Thank you. Session on sustainability in transportation. I'm going to be the chair. We have 3 papers. One of them is the perception of lectures towards contra-rotating and variable pitch propeller aircraft maintenance trainer as teaching and learning tool. And the second is my own paper, Sustainability in Aviation. And the third is factors influencing Malaysians to use PayWave technology for payment transactions. Now, Dr. Umar Hayat Abdul Kahar asked me if it's possible to be the first presenter. He has some other meetings, I believe, to catch. I said, okay, so I believe it's not going to be a problem for Paramatan Barakis Ishnan. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Okay, now, Dr. Umar Hayat Abdul Kahar.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So may I be the first presenter?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry and apologize to others because I have an urgent matters to handle after this. So may I sharing the slide? Wait a second. Can you guys see my slide?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon for those in Turkey and good evening for my Malaysian colleagues. So for now, I'm going to present a research that has been conducted by my undergraduate students with the title of Factors Influencing Malaysians to Use PayWave Technology for Payment Transactions. So let me begin with the background of the study. So basically, this research basically with regard to the PayWave technology, which is we need to understand what is a PayWave technology. First of all, it's actually a smart card, which is a type of plastic card in which we know that it's embedded computer chip, store and manage data between users. And due to this, PayWave card basically one of the type of smart card. So its unique function allow payment transaction to be made without touching and to be made with touching and very faster. If you look here, what we actually normally do by using the PayWave technology, we can simply use our credit card, debit card, and prepaid card that can be activated on mobile phone or speaker or phone. whereby we touch on the active near-field communication terminal. Okay, so this is how it works. I believe this kind of technology has been used in many developed countries, but in Malaysia, I believe like in 2018, whereby many of the banks has started to change and transform their credit card, debit card, and prepaid card to pay with technology. So during that year, so all the banking institution, as instructed by Central Bank of Malaysia, they need to change the card. Okay, so based on this kind of technology, even though it looks simple, but it actually has been transformed the way we make the payment. However, there are some kind of problem that happen. According to the statistic released by Single Euro Payment Areas, the number of pay-with card fraud, loss and theft has been seen an increase from 2008 to 2013, but this is actually based on developed country. And if we look from this kind of thing, this scenario clearly shows that although the implementation of payway has been successful, however, the user's behavior regarding this card is still at low level due to the weakness of the existing security system. So in order to see to what extent that Malaysian users generally adopt this kind of technology of paywave, so that's the reason why this study has been proposed. So based on the study that has been conducted, there are three main objectives. The first one, to identify the level of paywave card usage among users. And then secondly, to identify factors that influence paywave usage behavior among the users. So for this study, we basically use four main aspects by using technology acceptance model, which are perceived benefits, perceived ease of use, paywave system stability, as well as data security and privacy. And lastly, this study also aims to examine the relationship between the identified factors towards the use of paywave cards. Okay, so as I've been mentioned just now, I just glanced through the literature. So as basically the main model that we use, or theory that we use, basically based on TAM model, technology acceptance model. Okay, so based on this, we try to extend and we actually look from the study of Pikaranin. Okay, so based on this, first variable that we want to look is perceived benefit. So to what extent basically people look in terms of the benefit of the new technology. So with regard to this, the benefit of using paywave technology. And secondly, perceived ease of use. So based on this aspect, we actually want to see to what extent people basically perceive this technology could be easily learned and used by them. And the third aspect that we're going to look definitely is very important, which is safety and privacy. So this is where we're going to look in terms of the findings letter, but this is where basically people might actually perceive some risk might be involved and when using this kind of technology. And last but not least, we also look into the system reliability. So this is where we want to look in terms of the trust in the context of paywave, where consumer have no direct control over vendor actions. So that's the reason why it's depending on the system that has been developed by the vendors or by the banking institution. Okay, so this is basically the conceptual framework that we use in order to conduct the study. It's a very linear kind of simple kind of conceptual framework. There are four independent variables, as I mentioned just now, and the dependent variable basically in behavioral intention of using paywave technology for the payment transaction. Okay, so the methodology that we use, we actually using convenience sampling, which is simple random sampling. And this is in line with our objective, which is to study and understand factors that influence Malaysian in using paywave technology for payment transaction. As I mentioned, all the items that we developed, basically we adapted, okay, from Pikaranin, which is Pikaranin basically conducted a study based on the adoption of technology, but we actually zoom into the application of paywave technology, okay, in the payment, for the payment transaction. So far, we actually conduct this kind of online survey by using SurveyMonkey platform, and then we managed to get about 354 questionnaire. However, based on the data cleaning and filtration, so only 330 questionnaire were completed and used for this study. And then let me share with you the findings. So before we actually go for the finding, we conducted the reliability test, and then we found that the Crumbly Alpha with regard to the reliability test are basically acceptable and very good one, because if you look here, all the item that has been tested basically more than 0.7. So that's the reason why we believe that is actually reliable. And then I forget to put one slide. For the first objective basically want to see the adoption of people using PayWave. I'm so sorry I forgot to put here, but based on our finding among 330 people, so 71% or 72% of them basically have used PayWave. Meanwhile, 28% of people or respondents basically said that they don't want to use PayWave. That means they never use PayWave technology as the payment transaction. However, when we look in terms of the rates, so we're going to say that majority of people have confidence to use PayWave technology. So based on this kind of analysis, we conducted descriptive analysis, mean analysis based on several aspects. So I just glance through this one. So for example, when we look in terms of the perceived benefit or usefulness, so many of them basically said that the use of PayWave technology allow them to make payment easily, okay, rather than they make cash transactions. So that's why they actually use PayWave. And then when we look into more perceived ease of use, quite a number. That means when we look into more of the mean value, so we actually can say that the average mean of 4.13 or 03 said that when it comes to the perceived ease of use, they feel the use of PayWave technology makes the payment arrangement is easy and save times, okay. And then this is quite interesting when it comes to the safety and privacy. So many of them feel that it is quite, I'm going to say it's moderate means. So if you look here, some of them basically believe that there's some kind of what we call it security issues has been happened here. And then in terms of system reliability, again, if you look here, problem or glitches are rare in payment system through PayWave technology. That means sometimes this kind of technical error might be occurred. So based on this kind of things, so we basically run the mean for each, what we call it, for each variable. So if you look here, we can say that the major issue that being raised is actually with regard to the safety and privacy, though many of them believe that the application of PayWave technology would give benefit and easier to use in comparison with the cash transaction. However, when it comes to the safety and privacy, so it's become a major issue. So in order to see this, we want to see, is it this kind of factors, the independent variable might be some kind of impact, not impact, the association, okay, because we just run correlation analysis. So based on the independent variable and dependent variable, so we actually find that all of them basically have a positive relationship, okay, and then all of them basically significant. That means it's actually less than 0.01. If you look here, all the 4 independent variables are significant. However, when it comes to the strength of the association between independent variable and dependent variable, we can say that the highest is actually perceived ease of use, which is representing 74.8%. But the least one should be the safety and privacy of using that kind of technology, because when you use this kind of PayWave application for the payment transaction, you simply touch. So if you actually lose your debit card, credit card, or any other cards that have this kind of PayWave facilities, so people can simply use these kind of things, okay, for payment transaction. However, what basically has been done by the Malaysian government, they only allow the what we call it, the transaction for the PayWave transaction. For each transaction is actually up to 250 ringgit maximum, okay, and then they're going to send an alert through your phone, okay, in case that every time you make the financial transaction. Okay, so I just come to the conclusion. So again, this is actually for me it is basically an exploratory study that we conducted among 330 respondents. So we believe that it can be enhanced more, and perhaps in the future, we actually going to conduct more studies how to increase the confidence of consumers and banking institutions on the importance of data security and data privacy on PayWave usage behavior. I think that's the end of my presentation. So I open for any recommendations as well as comments from the audience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. Any questions, Dr. Omar? I have questions,
yes, please, Prof.
Dr. Omar. First of all, have you made validity tests convergence and discriminant validity?
No, sorry?
Validity. Validity.
Prof, for the validity, we don't actually conduct the validity, but we actually conduct the reliability.
Okay, but without conducting validity tests, how we can make sure that the results or the population you are conducting the research is, I mean, that your questions, your scale is valid. That's why the validity test is very important, vital. It's not an option. I mean, anytime you conduct search, quantitative search, you have to conduct the validity test as well.
Okay, I take note in terms that consideration. I mean, I know it's actually compulsory, but as I said, this is actually exploratory study and it's actually being conducted for, by my undergraduate students. Okay.
Okay. So, well, you should guide them.
Yeah. So I normally, we acknowledge that the importance of conducting the discriminant validity like you suggested, but for the undergraduate study, normally we focusing on the reliability test, like I mentioned here. And then the what we call it, the software that we use just SPSS rather than we use PLS or AMOS for the statistical analysis.
You can use SPSS for convergence validity and discriminant validity as well. You know, there will be no problem. For convergence validity, you will use average variance extracted and CR values, which is calculated by using the factors of. But I see you did not even apply the factor analysis in this.
No.
As well, so you won't be able to get factor loadings. Okay.
Yes.
No question, but you should really conduct. You should really teach them. If you want to teach them how to conduct research, you should really teach them without proving that your scale is valid. Okay.
Understood, Prof.
You won't be able to interpret any results because that's the most important thing. Validity, convergence validity, the discriminant validity, content validity before applying the questionnaire to distributing questionnaire to participants. You know, those are very important. And in your model, you said that the effect of all those stuff, perceived benefits, perceived easy of use, safety, privacy, system reliability, behavior, on behavioral intention, right? The effect.
Correct. No, I don't. This is not a fact. I just actually want to see the association. So that's the reason why we actually don't the level of analysis. Just correlation. Because we want to see the association. We don't actually go up to the impact or effect. So if we want to do that, most probably we're going to do this kind of multiple regression at least.
Yes.
Okay. So that's why I said just now in my presentation, we just want to see the association between each independent variable and dependent variable.
Okay, and I believe you use Likert type scale.
Correct.
The one is totally disagree, 2 is agree, 4
correct,
is
Prof.
Yes. 2 is not disagree, 4 is agree, 5th is totally agree. Now, what is the third one? What is the third one? What is the in the middle? No idea, neither
agree or disagree.
Excuse me?
Neither agree or disagree.
Okay, that means they don't have any idea.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like neutral.
It doesn't mean neutral. It means I don't have any idea. Because you have some scores, mean values around 3.02, you highlight them in your presentation. Can you go back to that page? That means that means those people don't have, for example, I'm not worried about the security or something like that. It was a question, I believe. The item.
This one?
One more. I'm worried about security and confidentiality of my data in using the paywave service. For example, over here, that means they don't have any kind of threat that they are facing to.
Yeah. For this one, the mean value, one of the when we actually analyze this, so basically we want to see to what extent they're concerned about the issue of security and what we call it and privacy. Okay. So yeah. So when we actually doing this, if you look here, this item we actually analyze based on reverse analysis.
Okay, of course, those are reverse coded items.
Yeah, reverse coded, correct.
Reverse coded items, because if he says no, that means he's worried.
Correct,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we aware of that, and then we analyze by reversing the coding.
Yes, no, just I want to mention this because you said it's interesting that we had 3.05 at the time, when you were presenting your paper.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, that means that it doesn't surprise you. It shouldn't surprise you. That means that they don't have any idea.
I need to check whether I put neither agree or disagree, or I put neutral.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Both has the same meaning almost. Am I wrong, Professor Ashfaq?
For me, most I'm not pretty sure. When we put neither agree or disagree, sometimes they're unsure, but neutral, more or less they're unsure, but they actually be safe. They put in the middle.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I really acknowledge. I think this is like I said for my undergraduate study. Yeah, indeed, we actually acknowledge the importance of doing this kind of validity test. So definitely for the future, we're going to improve that. Thank you very much, Prof, for your suggestion.
I thank you. I think. Any other question to Dr. Omar Hayat? I believe no questions. So
okay. Thank you very much to everyone.
I thank you. So we can continue with the paper titled recording stopped. Okay, let's recording. We will continue with the paper titled Perception of Lecture Source, Contra-Rotating and Variable Pitch Propeller Aircraft Maintenance Trainer as Teaching and Learning Tool. And the presenter is Dr. Paramananthan. I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to read this long names. Balakrishnan. Balakrishnan, sorry. Parananthan? Dr. Parananthan?
Prof, he's having technical issues, so he would like to present later.
Okay, so I will start my presentation. Okay. My presentation is a little bit long. I'm going to try to shorten it as much as possible. Sustainability innovation. Aviation, as you may know, contains all ways and means to move people, cargo, goods, mail from one place to another. And that's the fastest way to move people or to move goods between 2 points. And all the sectors directly related with that activity. In that sense, the airlines, the ground service handlers, the catering companies, or custom clearance companies, freight forwarders, all of them are really part of this aviation industry. The aviation industry is very important for all economies. less than 1% of goods being carried by aviation, but in volume. But if you compare that, if you put in values, it becomes more than 35% of goods carried in the world. It's almost 1/3 of goods in value carried by airlines. Sorry. Airlines, aviation connects over 220 countries and employs more than 6 million people. And in 2019, about 4.6 billion passengers traveled by air. And more than 80% of cities in the world connected at most with 2 connections. So the aviation is very important, very crucial for any given economy. And making it sustainable is very important because the export mostly relied on aviation or air transportation. So we have 3 pillars as far as concerning the sustainability. If I give the definition of sustainability made by International Civil Aviation Organization, it will be better understood, I believe. The capacity to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So the sustainability really has 3 pillars: economic, social, and environmental. So any institution or anyone is looking for to develop the sustainable business should balance them, should balance economic, social, and environmental sustainability. And for airlines, economic pillar of sustainability, as far as the social and environmental pillars of sustainability, is not really easy to achieve, because the economic sustainability of the aviation is really correlated with the GDP of the world, because people has to make money, has to make more money than they can use for their daily life. Then they will really choose aviation or airlines to travel from one point to other. That's why in underdeveloped countries, people mostly use airlines for international travel. And only in developed countries, people use airlines for their domestic travels as well. And aviation has improved a lot. I mean, as far as concerning the using the fuels and ticket fares. If you compare the fuel usage of 2000 or 2013 with the 1930s, we will see that more than 80% of efficiency on fuel usage is already achieved. And by the increasing of the technology, for example, from piston motors to jet engines, the aircrafts were able to hold more seats and were able to fly longer, which increased the size of the aircrafts and the number of the seats. This reduced the price of tickets drastically. If you see over here, now this is 2013, sorry. The same ticket would cost 7 times more, okay, back in 1950s, or the cost of 1 seat per kilometer would be 7 times more in 1950 compared to 2013. Now, the aviation has about 51% of variable cost and 49% of fixed cost. That means if the airline doesn't fly, if the aircraft doesn't fly, they are still spending money, 40% of the cost still over there. They have to pay the rent, they have to pay the crew, and maintenance, repair, overhaul, and everything. So they have to really have their aircrafts fly over the skies to generate money to pay their bills or to cover their expenses. Now, the price of ticket is getting lower, but the demand is increasing. Over here, if you don't look at the drastic drop that caused by COVID-19, you'll see that despite all the crisis, the demand for both national, domestic, and international flights increased tremendously. Although the growth rate of world economy is about 9% in total, normally it's about 5%. The growth in aviation industry is much higher than that. But the airline industry is not really a profitable industry. You know, the profit range is about 4%, 4 to 5%. If you look at this graph, you'll see that, you know, most of the time at highest level, it is 8%, the profit from operations. So normally, as far as concerning the economic leg of economic pillar of the sustainability, airlines are not lucky at all. They are not. They won't be able to survive without getting help from government, or if they don't really improve the technology they are using and reduce their expenses, because the profit range is really, profit margin is really low. And as far as concerning the social pillar, the biggest or the worst effect that caused to communities is aircraft noise. You know, in and around the airports, there's too much noise. Noise caused by aircrafts, noise caused by the cars, noise caused by the industries, because the airports are densely, even if you build an airport in a rural area, after a couple of years, it becomes densely populated area, because industries really try to get close to airports, because that's the port they do export their goods, or they receive their raw material. And when they get crowded with the industries, then people start try to find a place to live close to their workplace because of the traffic. So soon that area gets highly densely populated with people, with industries, and that is causing noise pollution. The noise has both direct and indirect effect. For example, direct effects: cardiovascular disease, impaired hearing, and communication performance. And the others are noise-induced disturbance of sleep and community annoyance, and also has effect on children as well. Those effects will be really came into existence. I mean, those effects will affect them at their adulthood. The concentration problem, you know, all those problems caused by the noise. And the secondary effects, risk of accidents by noise, exposed individuals, reduction in productivity at work, and related social behavior effects. And the second effect is the local air quality, because the carbon dioxide emission and both from the aircrafts, from the traffic cars, and from the industries really cause the local air quality go below the critical level. Now, as far as concerning environmental pillar, although the aircraft or aviation industry is causing about 2%, contributing about 2% to carbon dioxide emission that created by humankind, because it's being released at the higher levels of atmosphere, its effect is really multiplied, because if it's being released at the ground level, reaching to highest level of atmosphere will take time. Meanwhile, the winds and everything will cause them, the forest will try to absorb them, and the effect will not be that much. But the aviation industry really releasing the carbon dioxide, water vapor, and other greenhouse effect chemicals at the highest level of the atmosphere, which is staying over there for decades, even for centuries, and causing the warming, global warming, more than any other industries. I'm trying to hasten the process, sorry. That's why I'm skipping a couple of slides. So we have two organizations. One of them is ICAO and the other one is IATA. They are working on to reduce the aviation, the aviation sector, the impact of aviation sector on greenhouses or global warming, and to help the aviation sector to be sustainable. Now, well, since the beginning of the, I'm not going to talk about the first flight made by Wright brothers, but since 1958, since the emergence of the jet engines, you know, they work on the technology, and aircraft fuel burn per seat reduced tremendously, and plus they were able to achieve 54.43% reduction on the carbon dioxide release per passenger per kilometer. Now, if we did not have done anything, okay, I mean, if we don't do anything, if we keep everything frozen at the level of 1990s, the carbon dioxide release will be about 4.7 gigaton in 2050, or 4,770 million ton in 2050. Now, if we continue the efforts that we are doing without any additional efforts, we will have 1,800 million tons in 2050, but our industry goal is 325 million ton for 2050 to reduce the effect of the aviation on global warming, or to have the sustainable aviation. Because if you don't work on the fuel, the emission of carbon dioxide will increase. And the fuel is about the quarter over here. Let me show you again. The expenses made on fuel is about the 23%, 24% of the total cost that the airlines are facing. So if you consider that they are making only 4%, their profit margins are only 4%, having sustainable, using sustainable air fuel, or having low, spending low on fuel, will help them to have sustainable economic pillar as well. So that's why it's important. So ICAO is really working on 3 core areas. One of them is climate change and aviation emissions, and the other one is aircraft noise and local air quality. Now, one of them is related with the environment, the other 2 are related with the social sustainability. But as I said, if you lower the fuel usage, you will also have economic sustainability as well. So they are really connected to each other. So they, what are they doing? They are working on operations, much more effective and efficient operations. That's why they are trying to do airspace planning. They are trying to find optimizing the routes, and also they are trying to optimize the ground operations and working on technologies to have the airlines use less fuel and to have alternative energy sources, and also to make it much more stable and sustainable, also to reduce the aircraft noise and improve the local air quality. Now, as far as concerned the local aircraft noise, the ICAO has adopted balanced approach. In this balanced approach, they are trying to reduce the noise at source. So that means using less noisy aircrafts. Okay, so for that reason, they are measuring they have measurement points at every airport. So to find out which aircrafts are really causing the disturbance at the community. And the second approach is the land use planning and management. This is basically building new airports away from the noise sensitive areas and improving the current airports. So the problems caused by aircraft noise, the effect of to reduce the effect of problems caused by aircraft noise. And if nothing is done, then to inform the if nothing is possible, then inform the community living around the airports about the possible side effects or possible effects the aircraft noise. These are the measurement points. We don't have enough time. That's why I'm really going very fast. Noise abatement is the that's about it's really related to the physical place or physical layout of the airport and in surroundings. But as you may know, the highest priority in aviation given to the safety of the operation, safety of the aircraft or passengers has the highest importance. So, and the last one is the operating restrictions. This restriction advises to implement restrictions based on the airport. For example, if the airport is really located in highly dense area, then the restrictions may be placed on strict restrictions may apply. But if the airport is placed in a rural area, then the restrictions should be not that much strict, should allow noisy aircraft to land as well. Okay, and local air quality. Local air quality, to improve the local air quality, the International Civil Aviation Organization is trying to work with the aircraft manufacturers to reduce the carbon dioxide emission of the aircraft to improve the local air quality, and moving the airports far from the cities in rural areas will also help the communities not to be affected by low local air quality. IATA is trying to get the net zero, which means zero carbon dioxide emission. It's a little bit hard, but they are trying very hard as well. They are trying to do their best. For example, this is the passengers in billions. That's forecasted passenger will be about 10 billion passengers using the airlines in 2015. And in 2040, 7.5 billion. And by using that fly net zero, or by using the sustainable airfield and technology and operation and infrastructure, they are trying to make it zero carbon dioxide emission by 2050. Now, the achievement they are planning to make is sustainable airfield will contribute 65% to the achievement of net zero carbon in 2050. And offsetting carbon capture is 19%, new technology is 13%, and infrastructure 3%. They already start to use biodiesel sustainable aviation fuels in 2008, and in 2011 and 2015, 22 airlines performed over 2,500 commercial passenger flights with blend of 50% biojet fuel and 50% regular jet fuel. And their IATA is an international organization that companies are becomes member. You know, despite the International Civil Aviation Organization, because the members of International Civil Aviation Organization are the states, not companies. IATA, because the companies are the members of IATA, they are really taking the they are the one who is they are the one that taking the decisions. I'm sorry, I'm trying to hasten the process and everything is mixed up. They are trying to hasten the process. They are trying to lower the fuel consumption. They are trying to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the engines. And also they are trying to spend less money on their expenses like maintenance or fuel or aircrafts. They can come up with better solutions like engine, electric engine, over here. Fully electric aircrafts or hybrid aircrafts, or over here, hybrid electric aircrafts, which will have about 15-20 seats and plan to start operation in 1930s, and also fully electric aircrafts, which will have about 19 seats, and then plan to operate in later on this decade, 2020s. And also hydrogen. Hydrogen is the reason, the problem with the hydrogen is very light and it doesn't really release any greenhouse gases, but it is lighter than regular jet fuel. It's about 50% lighter than regular jet fuel, but it's as far as concerning the volume, it is 4 times larger. So if you want to fly 10,000 kilometers, then you have to have 4 times bigger fuel tank if you want to use the hydrogen. So and they are also working on the aircraft configurations to make the fuel or fuel much more efficient. One of them is canard wing. It's already being used by military aircrafts. The other one is blended wing, which is really saving aircraft fuel. You know, and the other one is starter or truss-braced wings. These are really causing aircrafts to use less fuels and fly longer distances. That's my presentation for now. I try to make it as fast as possible. I'm sorry if I have missed something. Any question? Any question? Do you hear me? Professor Ashrak, I had to be very fast. Sorry. You know, while preparing the presentation, I was thinking, well, I have to put this, I have to mention this as well, okay? And I end up with 81 pages. 81 pages for 15 minutes, it's not possible. Okay, so Paramanand.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please. I believe you are going to talk about the aircrafts as well.
Yeah. but yeah, it's related to teaching and learning.
Okay.
About training.
Okay, training and teaching.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to seek apology because just now I had some technical issue, so I had to sort that out. Okay. So let me continue with start my presentation. The title: Perception of Lecturers Towards Contra-Rotating and Variable Pitch Propeller Aircraft Maintenance Trainer as Teaching and Learning Tool. My name is Paramanandan. Okay. This project is okay. These are my team members. Okay. Next. Okay. As introduction, as we know, aircraft maintenance consists of the training. We have licensed aircraft engineers. They have to obtain their license. In order to get their license, they need to go for their theory. They have to complete their theory modules. Then the second part, they need to complete their practical training. So our institution, Polytechnic Banting Selangor in Malaysia, we only focus on theory training. We prepare the students for part 66 exam modules. We prepare them for category A license. So theory, as you know, it's not easy for students in classroom, you know, especially students who has just finished their secondary education and they are coming, you know, fresh. They got no experience on aircraft. So when they are doing their theory modules training, classroom training especially, they won't be able to, you know, visualize and capture the practical aspect, what we are trying to convey. So these kind of trainers, you know, will assist the lecturers to give some, you know, idea for the students, you know, to strengthen their theoretical understanding, prepare them better for the theory exam. So if you can see, if students are involved physically, if they can use their eyes, their ears, and also they can use their motor skills, it's better, they can understand better. So this trainer will give them involvement. They will involve, you know, with their motor skills, so they are able to do some little practical. So they will get some idea on propeller. What is propeller? How does a propeller operate in an aircraft? So that is the purpose, objective of this trainer. Okay, next slide. So if you can see, this is the introduction as a propeller. Propeller is a device attached to an aircraft. we have two types of engine in an aircraft: gas turbine engine and propeller engine. So, so this propeller operates with the same principle, aerodynamic principle. So it creates thrust also. So it acts like a wing also. It creates lift, but at the opposite direction, it propels the aircraft to the front. So the aircraft will be able to, move fast, and it will, the thrust will be created by the propeller. The next slide. Okay, this concept, propeller aircraft, normally they have one single propeller, but here you can see two propellers, two set of propellers. One will be, the propeller at the back, it will rotate at a different rotation, and the front one will repeat, will rotate at the opposite direction. So, but due to its pitch, the angle of the propeller difference, and the second propeller and the first propeller, the second propeller at the back will give even more force to it will speed up the front propeller. So the front propeller will rotate at even faster rate. So more thrust is being created, and this type of aircraft is for military type of aircraft, and military, and also for their cargo, military cargo, for heavy, for weight, heavy weight. So this propeller is very normally used for that type of aircraft. Next. So if you can see, it is virtuous to stimulate the students or keep them active for eliciting in teaching and learning process, but at most of the teachers do not use adequate visual aids as teaching material. This may cause barrier to teaching and learning process and directly affect the learning outcome. There is an auditory and visual channel in our working memory. The auditory channel handles information, that is the hearing, while the visual channel processes information that is seen. So these are the literature review related to this trainer. Next slide. If you can see, the problem normally faced, students are not able to understand the content without any example. Normally whiteboard will be used, chalk and talk. So it won't be enough. That is the first approach. So we need more example, and practical approach should be given so that the theory is well explained. Second, instructor having challenges in delivering the topic effectively, because students does not have any exposure on different types of propeller in the industry, because they are new, they are still fresh. They are not exposed to the industry yet. So thirdly, operating real aircraft propeller is dangerous in front of students. So before they go to the industry, they get, at least in classroom, they get to, see how a propeller works through this trainer. Finally, the thrust testing operation of the propeller on the thrust measuring stand is not safe without any shielding. So there's another safety feature incorporated. Okay, so we have incorporated a safety feature into the trainer. Next. Okay, the objective of the study is to investigate the perception of lecturers in regard to the implementation of the contra-rotating and variable pitch propeller aircraft maintenance trainer as a teaching and learning aid tool for theory academic courses of the diploma in aircraft maintenance program at the Polytechnic Banting Selangor in Malaysia. That the tool will assist students to engage in practical tasks related to the module, which will enhance and strengthen the understanding of the topics of the theory module delivered by the instructor. Next, let's see the next slide. Okay. Next slide. Okay. This product is actually it will improve students' understanding on the topic. It's the same thing, okay. Next slide. Okay, as you can see the scope, it is developed with a low cost material, with a safety structure, and then you can compare, the different variables, truss, the different pitches, different pitch and the speed will affect the truss. Students will get understanding of it. Okay, next slide. Let's see the next slide. Okay, this is actually talking about the product lah. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, if you can see, the model can demonstrate the movement of the propeller pitch, and also it will affect the thrust. The pitch and the speed will affect the thrust. So students will be able to increase the speed and see how the thrust, it affects, how speed affects the thrust. And student will play with the propeller pitch, and they also will see how it affects the thrust. Okay, next. Okay, a questionnaire survey was distributed to 20 lecturers who are involved in teaching and learning. Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, they have put the module 17 propeller, module 8 basic aerodynamics. These are the two modules is related to this trainer. So responses were received from the 20 academic lecturers in the Department of Aircraft Maintenance of Polytechnic Banting, Selangor, Malaysia. Our population were found to be 20 lecturers involved in teaching and learning of these two modules, module 17 and module 8. Okay, to determine the sample size, we use all the population because there are only 20 lecturers are found to be usually involved in teaching the theory courses at the Department of Aircraft Maintenance in Polytechnic Banting, Selangor. Okay. Next, let's see the next slide. Okay, you can see, let's go to the result. Okay, we found that, the figure shows, the figure 1 shows group of the lecturers by category of gender. Okay, from the total 20 respondents, it is found 12 are male lecturers, 8 are female trainers. Okay, they have attempted the survey. Okay. Let's see the next slide. Okay, if you see the age out of the 20, you can see the age group. The most is 30 to 40 years old. That is the most. Okay, so next. Okay, their academic qualification. Most of them, they have degree and masters. They have degree and masters. 8 lecturers are degree level qualified, and 12 lecturers are master's level qualified, and most of them they have a degree in aircraft maintenance. Okay, next slide. Okay, years of teaching experience. If you see, the most of them they have 6 to 10 years of experience. Okay, next slide. Okay, the questionnaire, if you can see here, we have divided into 3 parts, part A and part B. Part A is perception of lecturer on the trainer, which has 10 questions. Okay, we have used the Likert scale, 1 to 5. Okay, if you see, let's see the next slide, part B. Okay, part B is 13 questions. It is on the perception of the lecturer on the usage of the system as part of the teaching and learning activities. These are the questions involved. Okay, if you can see, the mean is 3.96. You can see most of them they have agreed on the usage of the teaching of the tool, the trainer. Okay, let's see. Shall I go through one by one? Let's see the part E. I'll go through the previous slide, part A. Okay, if you can see, the first question is, this trainer able to be an additional reference material for you when the reinforcement of the skill or concept is necessary? Okay, you can see the mean is 4. Full display in this trainer allows you to view results easily. Third question, the design is suitable for you to use as it is more mobile and accessible. Okay, these are the questions related. The second part, okay, design is suitable for students to recognize concept of aerodynamics. The design is suitable for students to recognize different types of. Once they have tried out the. We design a lab sheet, for this trainer, and the lecturers, 20 of them, they went through. They did the practical with the trainer. We completed the practical, and then they answered the survey. So this finding is based on their experience when they use the trainer. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, the findings of this research conducted also clearly indicate that from the perspective of the lecturers on the contra-rotating and variable pitch propeller for the trainer for the theory academic courses developed is high. The mean value from the study is found to be as 3.96, which is more towards the high category. Generally, the lecturers, they accept the usage of the trainer in the department. So it is proposed that the trainer used for the theory academic courses during classroom teaching should be made available as part of the teaching and learning of all theory-based courses in the Department of Academician Polytechnic Banting. Ultimately, by this teaching and learning tool, design development of the contra-rotating variable pitch propeller academic trainer hopes to improve the efficiency of the coursework assessment, which are currently being done in the Department of Academic. Okay, so that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any question? I believe no question to Dr. Paramanthan. Professor Ashfaq. Professor Ashfaq says that if industry have 4% profit rate, then why they are in the business? They are in the business mostly because the aviation is a very strategic sector. And most of the flag carriers are government companies, government institutions. They have to be in business to show the sovereignty of the government. And also, the Berlin lift back in 1948, I believe, or 47, something like that. After the Second World War, the Soviet Union and the United States, England, those Western countries, they got together to fight with the Germany, with Nazis. And after they succeeded, they defeated Nazis, they started to fight with each other. And then the Soviet Union says the Berlin, cut all the roads and all the road that reached to Berlin, surrounded Berlin for a long time. During that time, United States and England were able to carry all the goods to people by air. At that time, they really realized that the aviation is very important, especially during the war. Aviation is the key to success. That's why they have to continue. Every country has to continue their efforts to sustain the aviation, even if they are losing the money. So, as I said, most of the flag carriers are the governmental institutions. they do inject money even if they are losing the money. Like I believe I forgot the name of the person, but the owner of the Virgin Atlantic Airlines says that if you like to be a millionaire, it's very easy. Just invest billions of dollars to aviation industry, and soon you will become millionaire. So it's strategic that governments have to really continue that business. That's why they are doing, for example, they are trying to positively discriminate local companies, local airlines, not charter airlines, that scheduled airlines that making scheduled flights, you know, because their survival is very important. And also the aviation industry really supports tourism, you know, the export and import, all other sectors. As I said, you know, the 1% of goods were being carried by aviation, but the total value of those goods is over 35%. You know, all perishable goods, all pharmacological goods, vaccines, you know, all of them were carried by aviation. Now, if a country leaves the aviation sector in the hands of others, or it says that, well, I'm not going to take any activity in the aviation sector, soon, very quickly, it's being filled by other governments or other countries, which will jeopardize the future of that country. You know, leaving the air sovereignty or aviation industry in the hands of other countries, you know, like giving the key to thieves. So that's why the profit margin is very low. It's you can, I mean, 4%, that's the best evaluation. It's lower than that. So it's not normally economically sustainable. Aviation industry. And it's really harming the environment as well. And social sustainability is not there either. So the only way to make it sustainable, to get to start to fly around with the smaller aircrafts, smaller and electric driven aircrafts, that will be the solution, I believe. Because everything you do has to be certified. Now, you cannot touch any part of Boeing if you are not certified by Boeing. You cannot touch aircraft if you are not certified by Airbus. You're not certified by Airbus. And to get certification, you have to pay money. And it's very expensive. I mean, you cannot just go and go to the next mechanic shop and hire mechanics from that shop to fix your aircraft. Yeah, you have all certified people, you know, and the material used in aviation also has to be certified as well. For example, the headrest covers you are using, it has to be certified FAR 25 certification, FAR 25 certification, which means, you know, it's water fire resistant. Everything you are using, I mean, everything you are using has to be certified, and each certification costs money. That money is really coming out of our pocket, either by the taxes we pay to government supports the airlines, or it's being reflected to the tickets we purchase. Also, I mean, if you have a scheduled flight, even if you have 10 people on board, you have to fly. You cannot say, well, I'm going to wait for all the seats being filled. That's not the case. So, flying with less than 50%, especially during the COVID, it's killing the airlines. So that's why, I mean, that's the industry I wouldn't like to be part of, I mean, as far as concerning the business. It's worse than agriculture. Dr. Ashfaq.
Very, very interesting. You know, I really learned a lot, but I wish that we could have your full presentation, but due to the shortage of time, we were unable to, you know, listen the whole presentation. But anyway, next time might be.
Inshallah.
Yep.
Inshallah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So since there is no question, all the presentations were already made. I'm just going to call this session, and okay, I'm going to complete the session. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hello, good morning or good evening from Turkey side. Can all of you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
I think, is that Dr. Nod is trying to tell me, and however, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, Prof, it's clear.
Very good, very good. Now I can hear you. Yeah, and then that's Dr. Indiram. Thank you for signing in.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else, please? And I see Mustafa, Dr. Aslam is here too. I think since he is one of the organizing committee members, maybe he is here to make sure that our conference would be smooth today. And right now it's 8:32 from my time. At my time, I'm from the US side. And so I think I'll go ahead and start the session because that would be 5:32 right now in the Istanbul, Turkey time. Okay, so anyway, welcome my session presenters to this 2.5 hour session. And also welcome to a beautiful Sunday. The beautiful Saturday today, and I would very look forward to start the session today. So today we're gonna have 8 papers during this 2.5 hours presentation, and I am your moderator. I'm Winnie Lee, and so so technically I calculated the time. Every presenters likely would have about 15 minutes. And I have a timer in front of me. And I want to know, right now, I try to see if I can make one of you my co-host. Hey, Dr. Aslam, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. And so,
Professor Lee?
Yes, and so I know you're here, probably help us to smooth the whole procedure. And since our first presenter will be Dr. Noor, I think is Rasalizwati Noor, and Dr. Noor will be giving us the presentation, the first one. So I need to make sure that he is the co-host so he can have the share screen.
I believe everybody has tried to share their screens. Let me check.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody.
So that way, I think if we are all co-hosts, so to our turn, we can just share our screen to post out the materials that want to be covered.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah. And so please do that. But then did I see Dr. Noor here, the first presenter? I don't see
really,
him signing for some reason.
Our third presenter is over here, Hakima Mohammed Zee, protection of fire against effective access in fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So based on the schedule, the conference program, Dr. Noor's paper, listed the first, but if he is not signing in right now, I can certainly go to the next one. And so that way we can come back. Hopefully he will join us later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And so welcome for all of you. So far, there are 7 participants. And I know at your time is in the evening. And I really, really appreciate that you work over business hours that prevent you from taking a rest in the evening time. But I'm sure this would be a productive and very interesting session, especially we talk about social sustainability, cover many, many different fields. And I myself is one of the presenter. And given that at this point, I don't see Dr. Noor joining yet. So according to the agenda, my paper is listed on the second. So I'm gonna go by that order unless any one of you have to do it earlier or leave earlier. And so that way I can move you up. Okay, otherwise I will take the floor, and hopefully while I'm presenting, then we are waiting for Dr. Noor to join in. And I myself, I had a clock in front of me, so I will time myself. So that will be about 15 minutes. Okay, so once 15 minutes is due, I will stop. I will shut up. That's just me. That's just me. You all can continue to talk, but I will give you a friendly reminder. Okay. And so anyway, I'm going to get the floor on and get my presentation material. Okay. So that way you can see it. So let me do share first and see if you can see it. Okay. So let me see. Just give me a second, please. I'm sorry. Even though I have done it for so many times, I'm still trying to navigate the Zoom. Wait. Let's see. So I try to do the share screen. So that's what I'm trying to do. And for some reason, I couldn't get that.
We do see your screen right now.
I see my screen. Yes, yes. Let me see. I see my screen. Okay, now I see it. I see it. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So can I ask if you can see my slide?
Yes, it says how does the theoretical supply demand sustainability paradigm work?
Okay, so you can see my slide, and it's funny that I cannot see my own slide. But that's okay. That's okay. I can still get it managed. Okay, so the most important thing is you need to be able to see my slides. Okay, so all of you can see it right now, right?
Yes.
Just fine? Okay.
Yes, just fine.
Okay, so I will start right away. I will time myself. Okay, so welcome to my floor. And I know according to the organizing committee, our the rule of the game for this session is we will reserve all the questions and answers to the end of the session. And so I will spend my time just present the material to you, okay? And so my topic here is heading to a sustainable future society. What can we learn from the COVID pandemic to move on? And so again, I'm Winnie Lee from New Mexico State University, New Mexico, USA. And so for any of you wonder where New Mexico State University is, or New Mexico as a state, we are in between Arizona to our left and Texas to our right. So we are in between Arizona and Texas border to Mexico. Okay, and so today my topic is about sustainability to create a future society with sustainability. So here, my paper abstract, I kind of loaded.
Professor Lee, since this is the last session, don't worry about the time.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, so take your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and so I have this paper or research project produced around summer. I start to think about, we're during pandemic. So what can we do to promote our living and livelihood, especially, unfortunately, pandemic, this COVID virus had disturbed all lives of human and also, unfortunately, kill a lot of victims, through different medical conditions. So I started to think, we should do something, better. Okay, we should rethink who we are and what we do for our future and what we want for our next generation. So over the summer, I spent time to study different discussions, different literatures, but then at the same time, I started to cultivate my thinking about what can we do as a group globally to move on. And so in the past, conventional sustainability models usually focus on three things. One is environment, one is economy, and one is society. Then I started thinking, how can I combine them? I'm an international economist myself. So day in and day out, I talk about production, consumption. I talk about economic equilibrium. I talk about supply and demand. And so I started thinking, what can we do from the economic point of view? So then I started design this new, expanded model from the conventional three elements model. And so then I make it into a dichotomy to make it two stream, like brain stream under the structure to combine this environment, economy, and society together. So I make them into a dichotomic structure, focusing on supply and demand in each side and how supply and demand can cooperate. And so also in the past, the conventional models, they don't usually talk about publication, public education and intergovernmental or institutional efforts. So then I started thinking those are equally important and how we can promote that into this extended model. So that's kind of how I start my thinking over the summer and start to read and start to write. And so that's in my second paragraph here that I use a dichotomy based on supply and demand system. Then I want to do it following the principle of sustainability. That means to the environment, we want to do ecological conservations and balance. And then to the production and consumption side, we want to reuse, renew, we want to recover, and we want to recycle resources. And also we want to cut down the waste and pollution. The waste reduction and pollution is also very important. And finally, we want to combine public education and outreach at the same time, the interinstitutional efforts. And so the whole ideas here is sort of a report to tell all the policymakers and stakeholders of our big community that who we are, what we want, and how we do for our future. I want to raise their attention to understand where we are and what we can work together to move on for a better future. Okay, and so that's kind of the whole research idea and thinking structure I start. And so now I'm gonna follow with the lit review. So on the literature, there are so many discussions over sustainability issues on almost every field. And so I kind of highlight a few relevant to what I want to discuss. So from the environmental section, there are some climate change and environmental issues or global warming or natural disasters or deforestation. And so these kind of environmental and climate change topics have been produced by many researchers, including Chen et al. And Hughes et al. And Ripple et al., Schindel and Alcott and Maniate. And so these are only recent. If I go back to longer ago, I can probably find a lot more. Yeah, and then the other topic or areas that a lot of researchers cover is about the disease of development, the development of disease and human dietary issues, and also public health issues, including such as COVID since 2020. And so before COVID, there are a lot of studies, including what you see here. There are a whole bunch of researchers around the world. They publish their contribution, their studies in this area. And then the next one is focusing on the business and economy side, which is the production and consumption, that I can link to. And so in this area, a lot of researchers talking about pollutions, or how to do the recycling, how to reuse the resources, and then the production using the renewable energies. So a lot of evidence shows that this is not something we should only talk, we should do it. And so that's the literature review background. So now coming down to the theories. So the conventional model of sustainability, as I reported to you earlier, is in three components. A lot of them are presented into a nested model, like you see it here, the environmental, the society, and then the economic levels. And so these are nesting one inside the other. Another kind of layout is the overlapping model, which, as you can see, is just like a Venn diagram, that they have some unions, but then at the same time, they have all differentiations. And so these are pretty much the two fundamental or conventional sustainability theories, mostly adopted in a lot of studies. So be inspired on this, then I started go to design my own extended model. And so this is the extended or expanded theoretical framework focusing on supply and demand. And so as you can see, the structure itself is not too complicated. However, it's the process how we combine and mutually function it. And so such as from the supply side, the supply or source dimension, I use the environmental combined with a supply economy to create sustainable society. But on the other hand, on the demand side, I can also focus on the environmental issues, and such as to reduce wastes of consumption, and then also combine with a demand economy. That means the consumer's economy. And so together, how can we create a sustainable society? And not to forget, equally important, that public education for sustainability is on one side, we need that, and the intergovernmental or institutional efforts is on the other side. We equally need that. So combined together, this should make a picture perfect to make how the economy or how the environment and how the society can run together as a group. So that's the extended model here. And so then I started thinking, how does the theoretical supply and demand model for sustainability work? So then I started to think about what can we do to do it. Okay, so theoretically, there are three goals we can focus. From the environmental level, we want to have ecological balance. And so from this approach, or to reach this goal, we have our supply dimension and demand dimension. So from supply dimension, such as we respect Mother Nature and we conserve resources, that's what we can do. So then we can also avoid excessive resources use. A lot of us should adopt green technology and innovation. And finally, we want to reduce the production wastes and pollution. On the other hand, from the consumer side, we also can do similar efforts, including we cut down the pollutions from consumption, and post-consumptions, we have the knowledge and the concept and the practice to do reuse, recycling, and waste reduction for the consumption. So that will be from the environmental level. For the economic goals, we want to develop a sustainable economy. So that means from the supply side, we can exercise fair trade and fair pricing. That means from the source of supply, we want to give them equitable, justifiable, fair price. So then that can encourage them to trade. And so then we can also try to learn and apply production productivities and efficiency. So we imply that we can apply the measures of those efficiency and productivity measures in our production process to try to increase our resources use to reach the sustainability. And then for the business planning, of course, we need that based on sustainable principle too, including how we plan to run business and what the supply chain is managed and how do we distribute and market our products. So those are also in our business planning from the corporate level. On the demand side, of course, that we want to maximize our consumers' welfare for consumption, but that's not simple. We need to follow the sustainable principles to do, to maximize their welfare. And then at the same time, whenever we have surpluses of those goods and services, we want to have fair share. So those are important for countries, for different institutions to share excessive consumption or goods and services. Otherwise, you all go to the waste. And then the third one is we want to have a sustainable pre and post-consumption planning and execution. So individual, household, business, government, we should all learn how to do sustainable consumption. Okay, and so then going down to the society level, our goal is to hopefully promote global humanitarianism and coexistence, especially during this pandemic time. We see that it's so important to maintain all lives across countries around the globe. So that is to promote social sustainability, including social equity and justice, communal health and development, social capital and welfare supports, social responsibility across all stakeholders in the globe, cultural appreciation and adaptation, and human and labor rights. So those are some important or key components to promote humanitarianism and coexistence. And then equally important, we must have the efforts from intergovernmental and public education, their efforts and their work together. So we combine their efforts, we use them to help promote and practice this sustainability across all countries around the globe. So this is how supposedly that a supply-demand sustainability model can work. So then I started to check, do we practice them? And so indeed, in around, in the global village around countries, there are more and more countries, they start to practice sustainability, some from supply side, some from demand side, and some from the combined supply and demand side. And so that's how the sustainability goal that we can follow. And these are the actual practitioners. So including supply side, there is a Sea Bank in Norway, the Global Sea Bank. They conserve and reserve over 1 million seeds that cover 13,000 years of agricultural histories around the world. So they don't want anything, any seeds are not recoverable, or a lot of them gonna get disappear. And so that's how they started a plan many years ago to have the Sea Vault. And also a lot of countries also do renewable energy production, such as Costa Rica, that they do 99% of their electricities are provided by renewable energies. And they are one of the very important green producers in the world. And also sustainable and green energy examples happen in Denmark and many other countries too, that Denmark owns the biggest wind farm to produce wind powers in the world. Talking about fair trade, there are many global participants that they are on different kind of agricultural produce, or on metal, the scrap metal, or on textiles. They use fair trade principles to give their suppliers a fair value for their production, so then they can encourage their trade. On the demand side, there are some food assistance, the global food assistance under UN. They have the World Food Program, and so they also do the fair share. If there is any excessive goods, then they start to channel them to other countries who needs more food. Also, a lot of countries, they try to participate in the zero carbon footprint and carbon neutrality. The goal is not to produce carbon dioxide, so then not to increase the global warmings or the ozone effect. And then recently in 2018, European Union, as a joint group, they also banned the use of single-use plastic items, and so not to pollute the ocean or pollute the land. So these are actually practices by many countries, many more, there are many more. And the combine of this supply and demand model for how they do the sustainability practice, including in 1990s, there is the UNDG. Okay, so United Nations, they have the Sustainable Development Projects. Over 162 countries, they do mega or different projects. And so with a lot of budget, over $2.5 trillion per year, those are their budget to exercise the sustainability projects. And recently, more interesting, I have learned is in Saudi Arabia since 2017, they are now ongoing creating the mega city of Nuam. The Nuam means new future. So in these cities, they are covering over 10,000 miles in the city size, and everything inside production to consumption, they will all be renewable energy, all be recycling. And so it's a city for the new future. And so I'm looking forward to see the reality of it. Right now they are under construction. And so finally, the final thoughts on sustainability. I feel that all of us to realize that the climate change and global warming, these are not fancy terms, these are realities. So it's a threat to our living. So we should respect the mother nature and to start to think what we can do better. We don't want to take things for granted. And then at the same time, we need to rethink who we are, what we want, and how we do for our future. So we want to create a livable futures for our next generation and on. And so leave them a clean environment, right? And so finally, we want to recycle, reuse, renew, and recover resources and reduce waste. We should go green if we can do it at all level. And in Chinese or in Asia, there is a slang, we say, turn dangers into opportunities. So every danger presents many opportunities there. It's how we do it. It's how we take the challenge, how we learn from it, and turn them into an overcomable event. I think that's something we can have to test our noodles, do the best and see how we can do better. And actually, take the challenge and says, yes, I'm going to learn from you. And then we're going to turn it into achievable goals. Yeah. And so that's how we turn the dangers into opportunities. And so my conclusion would be sustainability is not only a mission, it needs all of us to take actions. So that's my conclusion. I think it's important that we don't want to be a dreamer. We don't want to be a talker. We want to be a doer. We want to do it. Yeah, and so that's something that I hope you see. This is something that we all need to do together. Okay, thank you. And I'm done. I'm sorry, I probably passed 2 minutes more.
Was that your alarm clock?
Yeah, I do have my alarm clock. So I hear my own beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep. I'm like, oh, stop it.
Made me laugh.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you. And I'm good. And let me get back to the floor, okay? And so that way I can have my our next presenters here to do your work. So thank you for listening to mine. And then now I want to proudly present you Dr. Zin from University of Technology, Malaysia. And so I see you are here, if I may call you Hakama. And so Dr. Zin's here. His topic for presentation is protection of hire against defective assets in hire purchase agreements under Hire Purchase Act 1967. And so Dr. Zin, are you ready?
Dr. Zin is not here.
He's not here? I thought I saw.
No.
No, I thought I saw him earlier, but probably I'm wrong.
Maybe he, we were more earlier, but I believe there are some connection problem.
Correct,
Maybe,
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will hopefully, we will hope that he join back, and I will move back to him when he comes back. So let me move on to the next an interesting, also very interesting topics by Dr. Yulia Sapiga from Ukraine. It's a RCS university, and then the topic actually catch my eye right away the other day when I read through it. Well, courts go online, application of online dispute resolution mechanisms in Turkey. It would be interesting to hear what it's about the courts online. So please, is Dr. Sapiga here?
It's really interesting.
He's not here too?
Well, no, I believe, but he or she was she was here, I believe.
Okay.
A couple of minutes
or
ago.
maybe in the wrong session. You know what? Now, bring our champagne. Okay, we can talk now.
Okay.
We have more time.
but I believe Photographic Tourist Malaysia promote destination image of its own.
Yes. I do see some of you are on my screen, so I will go to you right now. Okay. The next one here is from University of Technology, Malaysia. I don't know if Dr. Bajuri is here. If not, we'll move down.
No, Ian is here.
Okay.
Ian.
Okay. So good. I will go down to let's see who is here. Okay, Dr. Na, do you want to go first?
Ian Naung.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Yana, Dr. Na, I think that's your last name.
Yes.
Am I right?
I'm Anna actually. I'm Anna. Can I present first or?
Yes. So let me introduce you, and then the floor is yours. Okay.
Yes.
So right now, in front of my screen, another paper here is by Dr. Anna Ng. And so also she had her co-author is Abdul Hamid. Okay, and so Dr. Hamid is also another co-authors were presenters, and both of them are from Malaysia. So the topic they're presenting will be photographic pluralists Malaysia and promote destination image of its own. So welcome, Dr. Ng. And so the floor is yours. You should be able to do the host and post your material.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm Anna. I'm today going to share my slide now. Can you see my slide?
No, Professor Lee, you need to stop sharing.
Okay.
You should stop your sharing.
Yeah, let me stop my sharing. Wait. I'm sorry. Just wait for me. This morning I'm a little clumsy with the sharing thing. Yeah, and so let me stop. Where do I find stop sharing? Okay, stop. Good. Thank you. Yeah, you were better.
You did. Thank you very much for the Prof. I'm Anna from Malaysia. I'm from Polytechnic Tuanku Said Sirajuddin, and my partner will be Abdul Karim Abdul Hamid. He is from Polytechnic Ibrahim Sultan, but unfortunately he's not able to join today. So I'm going to present alone here. First, my topic will be the Photography Malaysia promote destination image of its own. Okay. As we know, when we see on the topic, and then next we'll be going to discuss about the tourist destination image. Tourist destination image has become for more influential in the tourist future intention to visit the destination. The destination image concept as an important factor in destination marketing. So from the destination image, we know that actually the destination image actually is the consumer perception of the product or institution, brand, company, or person which may or may not correspond to the reality. But for the significance of the visual representation of the destination and their role in creating the tourist image, the visual representation of the destination is to convert the unknown into the reality. Okay, photographs have a quality of transforming the unknowns into the reality through the tools of visual representation, making the object of the photography available for all. Photographs provide potential tourists with the information needed to build their expectation and mental image, giving them instruction about what is worth to seeing once at the destination and what to photograph. From the circle of the representation for the tourist destination, we can the image of the destination are projected collectively by the mass media. These images are perceived by the individual and may impress travel to the destination. At the destination, the tourist will likely visit the main attraction and in the projected image and record his experience using a camera. These personal photographs are displayed back home to friends and relatives, partly for the proof of the visit as their memory also. Okay, based from the concept of the circle representation of the photographic tourism through the shedding light on the nature of the relation between the consumption and production by the tourists, that is one of the main pillar of the online tourism marketing, especially for the newly technology innovation for the camera, mobiles. All these contribute to make the photograph more to become the more essential for the tourist experience. And of course, as we know that most of the people, they like to share the photo, they like to share the experience in the social media. So this also will be contribute to the popularized or the concept of the photographic tourism among the general people. And this mainly due to the tourist behavior that has adopted the habit of the photo sharing as a social event on the different social networking platform. Okay, as we know, the photographic tourism, photograph add so much value in our life by recording special events, people, places, as well as helping us learn and grow as people. It allows us to share our life and experience in more meaningful way by the image, either in the print online or printed as a gift. Travel photography is all about bringing the world to people, to exposure them what else is out there. Photographic tourism is that form of the special interest tourism in which tourists visit a particular place with the primary aims of the photographic subject. They are unique to them. So from the relationship, between the tourism and photography, we know that before the traveling, tourists will use the picture to collect all the information about the tourist destination. During the traveling, tourists capture photo in order to correct their own memory. After the traveling, they will share the personal photograph with the family. They uploading their photograph on the social media. So this is how we see it from the importance of the tourism and the photograph. So photograph is the essential part of the tourist experience. We cannot deny that. And also, photograph as a means for helping to take tourist decision. Photograph also as a tool for the creating the destination tourism destination image. Okay, Now we go for my case study in the Perlis. Okay, Perlis is a tourist destination, which is a lot of the natural resources. We have the interesting place such as Gua Kelam, Kota Kayam Museum, Padang Besar Snack, and we also have the Perlis State Park. For your information, actually, Perlis is one main port of the Perlis is a smaller state in Malaysia and located at the northern part of the west coast of the peninsular Malaysia. And the capital city of the Perlis is Kanga. Okay. Then the main port of the Perlis is Kuala Perlis, which is provide ferry service mainly for the passenger to the famous Langkawi Island. Padang Besar is the town located at the Malaysia-Thailand border. Okay, and then from we can see from we know that actually photographic tourism at Perlis is a lack of the promotion activity, and actually we can say that Perlis is a tourism function to that of the transit town and also the minor border tourism destination. It is a lack of the accessibility for the tourists to access to the place because of the location. So this paper objective to clarify the possibility of the analyzing a set of the photograph of the Perlis as a tourist destination that share on the social media like Instagram as the most popular photo sharing application in Malaysia. To understand how, second is to understand how tourist images are formed and reproduced. So the study method, we have the three main stage. We are using the online visitor employed photography technique to build a virtual database to determine the tourist destination image of Perlis. First, we are selecting a representative sample of the photograph of Perlis that are taken by the tourists and posted in on the Instagram. And second, we are clarifying this photo into the three items. First is the type of the tourist, where they come from, are they the resident or tourist? We have to verify on that. And time of the tourism, they come to the Perlis for the what kind of the purpose. And then second, so we also divide, we look into the tourist photography, whether they are for what kind of the tourism activities. The last one will be the attending the statistical result for the each item, and then we are going to have the result how the photography tourism happen in the to be promote as the destination image in Perlis. Okay, this is some of the sample of the photo that have chosen from the social media. This is the hiking, how they take it and how they post it to the social media. And most of the activity they post is the adventure activities. They hike because police have so many natural view, all these things. Okay, this is a one clear one of the famous, which is suitable for the most of the families and young people to come to join the, and then they like to take the photos. And then this is a Bukit Keteri, and this is one of the interesting place, which is a lot of people like to take the photo by to prove that they are coming to the police because one of the iconic place to take the photo. Another one, and next it will be the Tasetaso Tima. This is a lakeside. This kind of photo actually they mostly post it, but they have to mention whether which because they couldn't see any specialty on here. Only they can get the picture with the beautiful sightseeing picture, landscape, all these things. And the next one, because of the police, they have a lot of the paddy field. That's why they easily for anyone who stop by there to take the photo. So one of the icon identity of the police also the paddy field of the landscape. And then this is some of the photo, and this is a result of we could identify the police image as the tourist destination for the adventure tourism. Second will be the recreation tourism, and the third will be the cultural tourism. So this is we can say that this is the three type of the tourism that are going to suggest to promote as the image of the police tourist destination. In the conclusion, this study highlights the importance of the visual representation of the place, and is creating the tourist destination image becomes like a standard or measure to their global success. Tourism and photograph has become two sides of the same coin, especially for the appearance of the digital camera and smartphone. This lead, and that is the main due to the tourist behavior, which has adopted habit of the sharing their private photo online. Okay, so this they share it in the social media habit, lead it to the famous for the photographic tourism. Thank you very much for my side. Yes, is any? That's all for me. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Nal. And so it's a very interesting topic. I saw all the pictures. Those are beautiful places. And yeah, in the end, when we have time to discuss, I think there will be a lot of thoughts, or maybe some questions as you know, how you promote it, or how you can make the photographic tourism's a new industry for people to learn. And I think that would be very, very interesting to hear your perspective. Thank you much. And so then I'm going to come back to the floor. I thought I saw Dr. Onakawa, Onakawa from Syria Arab Republic earlier, but did he just sign out? I thought I saw him.
I believe so. Because it's, I believe, dinner time. People are signing out to have dinner.
maybe. Yeah, I'm like, I thought I saw his name earlier, and then that would be, if he would be around, that would be the next paper about regression analysis for child mortality in Sudan. And so I'm sorry that he signed off. I didn't see it. And so let me try the last paper here, Values and Sustainable Society by Dr. Sai. Is he or she here?
No, I mean, I believe they all signed out.
Probably is their dinner time.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, and guess what, Dr. Ng, we are the winners.
Yes, exactly.
yeah, Dr. Dr. Ng, right? You and I were the two presenters of the evening. Yeah, but no less. They're equally important, even though we cannot hear their works. And I do thank all of you. The participants, at least we have 7, earlier we have 8. And so you should have a glass of champagne, have your nice dinner entree, and then listen to our presentation. Yeah.
Have you seen your video on YouTube?
No, I didn't. I haven't got chance.
Okay. I was watching your video.
Oh, okay.
Which video?
My video. Okay.
Opening.
Opening ceremony.
That would be embarrassing for me to see myself.
You know why?
Yeah, but it's a great party. It's a great conference party. I want you to know, I think a lot of us, we do enjoy it. And so since Dr. Ng, you are still on, right? Dr. Anna Ng? Yeah. Since we're the two presenters, so let me don't spoil the taste of this session. So I'd like to invite any thoughts or Q&A to Dr. Ng in case Dr. Ng can answer questions. And then if any questions go along, you also want to ask about my research project on the sustainability, I will be also very happy to answer what I know about your question or how I can explain the structure of my thought. Okay, so please, anyone?
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, not question, not related really with the paper, but it's related with the paper for somehow. Which social media is being used to promote these photographs mostly? Because I know there are several places that you can promote the play. You can post those pictures, like Instagram. I'm not using Instagram. Facebook. I'm not using either Facebook either. Yeah, well, I mean, how do tourists or how do people decide the destination? And how they reach your photographs?
Sorry?
Okay.
So Dr. Aslam's asking you if you in at least in the city of Perlis or in Malaysia in general, are people using social media? Well, what kind of social platform that they use the most? Because Dr. Aslam's question is about, how do you promote, the cities? How do you, when you talk about photographic tourism, can you maybe give a little bit more ideas of how you promote it?
Yes, sorry, Prof. Just now I was not focused on that. Okay, actually in Malaysia, we would like to share our personal photo, all this on social media. Okay, especially on the Instagram, Facebook, and also some nowadays they are using the TikTok to share their video, all these things. But before that, actually the photograph they are mostly using by the commercial purpose. That means they have the professional photographer to take the picture, to take the photo and to promote the place. But nowadays we can see that actually we will do the some review before we go for the destination. So the personal image or personal photo share is more meaningful to the tourists to make their decision whether there is a real or the real experience from the tourist or based on the advertising or all these things. That's why normally most of the tourists they will they will search for the review on the how people comment on the place, how is their experience, all these things. So the social media is one of the essential part for our for the respondent to, that means for the tourist to choose the place.
Okay, my next question will be, since you are really sharing those photos in social media, and social media, they have a like button, like this in Facebook.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Which kind of photos are being liked mostly? I mean, nature photos, or architectural photos, or pictures of people? What kind of photos are being liked mostly?
For my personal view, there is a lot of our lifestyle. That means our living lifestyle photo which gains the most like. Okay, when we share about the story, the photo, not only share the photo, but also share the story behind the photo. They will gain a lot of likes.
Well, Professor, normally it's really good research area, determining which kind of photos are being liked and affect the decision making of the people, decision-making process of the people. Natural or historical places or architecture or lifestyle or people. It's really good research area. I don't know if this kind of research has been done.
According to the study that I studied for the police, actually mostly the nature view is they like the most. They like the most.
But does it change from social media to social media? I mean, people, for example, in Instagram, they like nature photos more, or in Facebook, people, because the Instagram is created to share photos mostly, and Facebook to share stories. So, people, I believe people in Facebook looking to see more lifestyle photos or people photos, and in Instagram maybe more nature photos.
Yes, because the different social media platform will target different type of the user, the consumer.
Yes,
from here we can see that actually the Instagram is targeted for the use to the use to use more compared to the Facebook. Facebook most likely for the above average based on my study is mostly for the 35 years old above is they are prefer for the Facebook. That's why my focus will be for the Instagram, because of the photo sharing is more important. It play an important part for my study. That's why the Facebook I couldn't get more on the photo in the police, because police is one small, actually the smallest state in the Malaysia. Actually, it is not really popular for the tourism destination. But I can see that there is a potential to promote, because it is near to the Langkawi Island, it's near to the Thailand. So we can see how much, because most of the people they like the natural view and the adventure tourism, because they attract a lot of people, a lot of adventure tourists come to the police. But as you know, adventure tourism need the special skill for the activity, but it's not for the mass market. That's why it is not easy to target a lot of people to come to the police.
Okay, my last question, I'm sorry, Professor Lee.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Now, since most people are, checking those pictures by using their cellular phones, and the screen size of cellular phone is very small. Does it? The angle of the photo or the construction or structure of the photo should affect their perception. I mean, for example, if they are looking a natural view, they won't be able to see the details. But if they look at the picture face, they will be able to see details better. I mean, does it affect their perception, their intention to visit? Do you see what I mean?
They have two types of the tourists actually in my study. One is the professional photographer. Another one is a personal use photographer as a normal tourist who are come. But I most target for the normal tourists who are come to the, not for the professional photographer, because for a professional photographer, they need the special equipment. So, but now actually the faster way to promote the destination actually is by the general general tourists who are come to the police to capture the picture, and then they promote it. So of course indirectly they will increase the popularity of the police in Malaysia tourism. So of course for actually I can see from here actually a lot of Malaysian, they invested quite a good mobile, a smartphone for just purpose for the camera. They like to do the selfie, take the photo to share in the social media.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Aslam that there are, what you presented, Dr. Wong, what you presented, there are a lot of valuable information, and I had similar questions as Dr. Aslam. I think from the governmental promotion, if the government, the city government or county government want to promote Perlis or Malaysia in general, the government sector can make good use of these photographs. Yes. Since as you see, when we for personal use, if we go tourist and tour in your country, it would be, we posted pictures in our personal social medias, it would be rather unstructured. It would be scattered.
Yes.
You have to go, hard to find it. But then I think government can make good use of it. And so then to make it a structured presentation of this place. Yeah. And so to turn it into not so structured into a structure, organized, photograph section. And so that way they can make good use of these photos, or also from the professional photographers. They can kind of make good use of that and then start to do the presentation of the city or of the county or this place to the world. I even think there are things they can do as a government if they want to promote it. They can host some seasonal or annual or biannual photographic events, and so invite different participants to come, and that will promote even more of all kind of adventurous purposes or cultural purposes, or just the, like you said, relaxation visits, so those are good informations you have.
Thank you. Actually, our Malaysian government, especially Tourism Malaysia, they do a very good job to promoting Malaysia tourism. They do have the professional photographer and also the media social, all these things they do promote through the Tourism Malaysia. So, but the only things that actually a lot of people they like the marketing. In terms of the marketing, they prefer, most of the people, they like on the word of the mouth marketing. That means they believe on the people who have their own experience when they visit a place. So they are not relying on the commercial photographer. This is the reason why the different amongst the personal use and also the commercial use for the photographer. So we need both together to promote a place, actually, in this case, actually.
Right. Very good. I really enjoy. And then the other question I had similar to Dr. Aslam is, I'm interested in too, like which tourism is more popular. I believe that's depending on the age. The younger one, they probably want to go to adventure, and then the older one or the one with family with young kids, they probably want to go for cultural or relaxations. Yeah, and so I think certainly we can subgroup those different tourists and start to promote. There
is a market segmentation for the tourism. Actually, we do have the market segmentation for the different type of to target different type of the tourists to come enjoy their traveling, all these things also.
Right. But I think we all agree, when I look at some of the pictures you put in your presentation, those are beautiful places. We should all go next time. Let's do conferences there.
Welcome to Malaysia.
Yeah, Dr. Logai said that Perlis is her hometown.
Yes.
Right. That's perfect. And so I see the participant coming back with two more audience, or actually one presenters. We have been longing for Dr. Alankawa, and then so he is back. So can you please unmute yourself, Dr. Anakawa from Malaysia, right? No, I'm sorry, from Syrian Arab Republic. Welcome back.
Welcome, my teacher. How are you?
Yeah, we are looking for you. We know probably you have to sign off for a moment, and we wish you to come back. And you do come back. You are super.
Yes, I do come back.
You are super. And so, so we have presented two papers already. And so given that you join us back, we will let you hold the floor to present your work, because you have the studies about child mortality and you want to do a regression analysis. So please, audience, if you have any other comments or questions, please hold until the end, and then let's give the floor to Dr. Nakawa. I'm sorry, I'm bad pronouncing names.
No problem.
Thank you. So please.
Okay.
Are you able to turn into your share screen?
Okay, I will share that.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. My name is Muhammad Al-Nakawa. I am Syrian. I am a doctorate student doctorate at Seljuk University. Hoş geldiniz. Benim adım Muhammed Al-Nakawa. Ben Suriyeliyim. Doktora öğrencisiyim Seljuk Üniversitesi. Ahlen ve sahlen. Ben İngilizce, Arapça, Türkçe konuşuyorum. Welcome to my presentation about the application of Hurdle regression models to modeling data of children mortality under 5 years age in the Sudan. This is a study consists of 4 parts. The first part, introduction, includes count data, generalized linear models, and overdispersion. The second part includes Hurdle-Poisson regression model, Hurdle negative polynomial regression model, Hurdle geometric regression model. The third part includes evaluation models. The last part includes application about my subject. Now, count data. What does mean the count data and what does mean the count models? Count models are suitable when the dependent variable is a count bound between 0 and infinity. A count variable counts the number of discrete events of interest that happens during a time interval. For example, the number of cancer cases in a hospital during a given period of time. This is the count data. Another example, the number of cars that pass through a toll station per day and phone calls received at call center. This is the definition of count models and count data. In this presentation, I selected 3 models: Poisson, negative polynomial, and geometric. Why I selected these models? I selected these models because these models are the most popular methods to model count data. Now we have count data. How we can modeling count data? Can we model count data by using GLMA? GLMA means generalized linear models. Generalized linear models concept was first introduced by Nelder and Woodburn. After that, many researchers continued to work on GLMA, such as Olson, Dobson, Hilbe, John Fix, and etc. Now we can see there are some differences between a classic linear model and generalized linear models. I can explain that in the short time. The generalized linear models made up of 3 components. The first component, distribution, which comes from the exponential family. The second component is linear predictor. The third component, link function. Link function describes the relationship between the random and symmetric components. It's specified via a link function. We can say that in another shape. We can see the classic linear model is a special case of generalized linear model. Response variable in a classic linear model need to be continuous, but in GLMA can also be categorical. For example, logistic regression model. Distribution of residuals in the linear model is expected to be normal, but in GLMA, not. For that, we can see the linear model is a special case of GLMA. Now, in the count data, there is a problem. This problem is called over dispersion. What does mean the over dispersion? Why is over dispersion a problem? How we calculate over dispersion and how we can solve this problem. Over dispersion in the Poisson models happens when the response variance is greater than the mean. This is a problem in the count data because some variables appear significant, but in the fact are not. For that, this is the big problem in the count data. Now, how we can calculate the over dispersion? We can calculate the over dispersion by computing the ratio of defines to its degrees of freedom. If there is over dispersion in our data, that means there is a problem in our data. To solve this problem, we use alternative models. For example, if we take Poisson regression model, after that, we calculate the over dispersion. If there is over dispersion, that means there is a problem in our data. To solve this problem, we must use alternative models such as negative polynomial regression model, Gauss regression model, Gauss-Poisson regression model, geometric regression model, and etc. Now, I will explain harder regression models. What does mean the harder regression models? Harder regression models consist of two parts. The first part, a binary process of generating the zero counts only by using binary model. The second part, a process that generates positive non-zero counts only by using truncated count model, such as truncated Poisson, truncated negative polynomial, truncated geometric regression models, and etc. We can see that by equation number 1. This is the general form of the harder regression model. The harder regression model consists of two parts. The first part for zero counts, the second for non-zero counts. Now, Hartle-Poisson model, how we can boil the Hartle-Poisson model. If you want boil any model in Galileo, we need 3 components. The first component, distribution. We have distribution, Poisson distribution. The second, linear predictor and link function. Now, in the harder regression models, we need truncated distribution. For that, I took the zero truncated Poisson distribution, which is given by equation 3. This is the first component, distribution. The second component, we can write the Hartle-Poisson distribution by equation 4. We need 2 link functions. We need two link functions because there are 2 parts. For every part, we need 2 link functions. For that, the first link function is given by equation 5. The second function is given by equation 6. Now we can repeat the same steps to building Hartle negative polynomial regression models. The first step, we will write the Hartle negative polynomial distribution. The second, we need two link functions for the first part and the second part. After that, we can build our model. Now, Hartle negative polynomial model. The Hartle negative distribution is given by equation 7. The first and second link function of Hartle negative polynomial regression model are given by equation 8 and 9. Hartle geometric model. Hartle geometric model is a special case from the Hartle negative polynomial model when the alpha equals 1. For that, the Hartle geometric distribution is given by equation 10, and the link functions of Hartle geometric are given by equation 11 and 12. Now, we boiled the models. How we can select the best model? For selection the best model, there are some information criteria. such as Acacia information criteria, which is given by equation 13, Python information criteria, which is given by equation 14, and Acacia correct criteria, which is given by equation 15. Now, this is the first part. We boiled the models. After that, we selected the model. Now I will do a practice in R programming. Application about of child mortality under 5 years age data in Sudan. Why I selected this data? Because the child mortality rate is one of the most important problems in our world. According to the reports given by the World Health Organization, child mortality rates in 2017 reached nearly 6.3 million children. And most of these deaths are in the first 5 years of life period, called the cause of child death under 5 years age. For that, I selected this data. The source of data from UNICEF, multiply indicators, cluster survey 5, by using Hurdle-Poisson, Hurdle negative polynomial, and Hurdle geometric regression models. The goal of a study, analysis of factors affecting the mortality of children under 5 years of age in Sudan. I want to say something. We can use count data in every year, in every light. For example, we can use it in the economic, we can use it in the education, in the health. For that, the count data is very important in our life. We can see the variables which are used in my study. JDED, this is the dividend variable, describes the number of children deaths under 5 years age. Education, attended a school or not attended a school, it is categoric. Windings, wealth index quintile, 1 for poorest, second, 2 second, third, middle, fourth, and 5 richest. Array of residents, 1 urban, 2 rural. Where age, mother's age, from 1 to 7, 1, from 15 to 18, 2, from 20 to 24, 3, from 25 to 28, and etc. Breasting feeding status, received breast milk or not received breast milk, 0 and 1. Pregnancy method in the same way, category 0 and 1. This is the summary of data. We can see the dependent in the dependent variables there are a lot of zeros. Windings, weigh age, array, JP, breastfeed, education, the other variables are categorical. Now, this is the histogram of dependent variable. We can see there are a lot of zeros in our data. In the count data, there are two problems. The first problem, overdispersion. How we can solve the overdispersion? By using alternative models. The second problem in the count data, if in the count data there are a lot of zeros. To solve this problem, we must use some regression models such as Hurdle regression models or zero inflated regression models. Now, in my data, there is a problem. This is a problem, a lot of zeros. To solve this problem, I will use Hurdle regression models. Table 1 shows the results of Hurdle-Poisson regression model. We can see the Hurdle-Poisson regression model consists of two parts. The first part, count model, the second, zero model or binary. We can see the binary. Table 2 shows the results of the Hurdle negative polynomial regression model. Table 3 shows the results of the Hurdle geometric regression model. I estimated the parameters in R programming. Now, I estimated the parameters. After that, I must select the best model for my data. I use some information criteria such as Acacia, Python, look-likelihood. I found the best model for my data. It was the Hurdle negative polynomial regression model. For that, we can write the link functions of Hurdle negative polynomial regression as follows. The log link function for first part is given by equation 2.1, and the second link function is given by equation 2.2. After that, we can write interpretation for the first link function and the second function. For count model or first part, it means that the expected number of the deaths of children under age of 5 years age for women between 40 and 44 will be higher than the mortality of children for women between the age of 15 and 19. We can write the interpretation for second part or for zero model. The log odds ratio for deaths of children under 5 years for levels 4 and 5 of the wealth index is lower by 0.7 and 1.2 units. That the log odds ratio of the deaths of children under 5 years for reference category wealth index 1 respectively. Reference. I finished.
Thank you, thank you. Very nice, very interesting, Dr. Anakawa, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so I want to say, my teacher, I want to say something.
Okay, okay. And so who can I introduce?
Okay, now I created a new distribution in file of math and statistics. It's called the Poisson-Ilamugia distribution. After that, I created seven new regression models. We can use these models for solve some problems in the count data, and we can do application for these regression models in equation, economic, and health, and in other files.
Do you mean you came up with your own model, regression model?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes. If you want, I can speak Turkish.
Well, I will understand your Turkish, but Professor Lee won't be able to understand most likely.
I personally, I have no problem if you have to quickly use Turkish to convey some thoughts, as long as the floor audience are also okay with that.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Yeah, but no, we totally respect. This is very welcome and friendly conference. You know, if there is a little moment that you need to communicate in different language, we totally understand.
Okay. Okay. What kind of regression model you created or you came up with?
What my teacher?
What kind of regression model?
In the sum count data, there are a lot of numbers. For example, there are a lot of 1, there are a lot of 5, there are a lot of 7. Okay. In the same way, we use count data, but I do a new distribution. Is called A, B, G, etc. inflated distribution. Okay. If there is a lot of values in the data,
that means you do aggregate the values. You do gather values depending on their you do gather their results depending or data depending on their values, right?
Yes,
you do aggregate them. Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a question, Mohammed, if I may call your name. So the title here says application of hurdle regression models to modeling data for the child mortality. So in your explanation or your presentation, as I heard the whole thing and understand, are you suggesting that this hurdle regression model is better than other models like a count model, like other models, because you can correct the variance that, like you said, there are the over dispersion problems. And so then, and probably you have tried many different models already, and ending up you believe, or your group believe, that this hurdle regression model would be the best fit to the issues that you're studying.
Of course, we can use another regression models, but I selected these regression models because they are the most popular regression models for the count data. We can use another.
I see. Yeah. So I think that's interesting. Yeah, because I see some of your descriptions on the model with many technicalities, all this components. And I think, and like you said, your group design this regression framework.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you have created some intellectual values to study.
If you want, we can do research about the relationship between corona and economic. We can use by using the count regression models.
Understand. Very, very interesting. And then, so you select child mortality event to do study, like you said, because you believe the child mortality under 5 years of age is very important in the global population growth. And so then you use that to control.
I took the data from the UNICEF because this is the important or the most important problem in our world. Child mortality under 5 years.
And I'm interested in why Sudan. Why Sudan come to your mind, or your group's mind, to study their child under 5 years old and how their living rate?
Can you repeat your question, my teacher?
Neden Sudan?
I didn't hear you.
Neden Sudan?
Well, I say, yeah, my question is, why Sudan is the country your group chosen?
Country. Because I visited the country. I talked to my teacher. He is a prof in Sudan University.
I see.
He gave me the data. For that, I selected the data about Sudan.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Since I thought there may be some special reason if their child mortality rate is higher or lower. Yeah, so it's because you have some association there, the professional association. Great.
You said that you received some, you used data, UNICEF data from UNICEF. Okay.
Yes.
Did you make any comparison between countries?
Yes. In my master thesis, I did comparison between 10 countries: Sudan, Zimbabwe, Singapore, Vietnam, Pakistan.
By using, my next question is really linked with this question. Now, did you use the common regression models that you use and your own model and compare the results?
Yes, I used another regression models in my master thesis. I used zero inflated regression models.
Okay.
You can see that in the Ulusal Tez Merkezi in Turkey.
Okay.
My master thesis is named Zero Inflated Poisson and Negative Regression Models with Application in R.
Okay. How about your own regression model? You said that you came with a total new regression model of your own.
Okay.
Did you compare the results?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Which one was much more accurate?
Now I am working. Now I am working to doing comparison between the new regression of my new regression and the old regression models.
Okay.
After that, I will write article about that.
Okay, you are just doing that. You are just conducting that research. Okay, you are just making the comparison. You haven't done it yet.
Yes.
Okay, great. Really.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Thank you. And so I think that's an interesting paper and studies that you have put, your group have put a lot of efforts in. I really appreciate your presentation. Any other audience, if you have any questions or comments? I see Mohammed's colleague, maybe Dr. Gent signing. Welcome. And so, but any other questions from the audience? For any paper presented today. Today, we have 3 papers presented, including mine and including Dr. Eng Ng, and then just now, Mohammed, Dr. Anakawa had just finished his. So any other comments or questions? You are such a good group of people to work with. I want to tell you. I want to go work. I want to go work with all of you. You know, yeah, because you are easy. You are such a collegial group that I feel like working with.
Okay, I've come to the United States to work with you, Professor.
Yes, yes. And then, so I guess, do I left out any other papers?
I want, me too. Did we finish it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to check right now. Did I accidentally lift out anybody that I should introduce, and the paper that want to present, but I missed out? Then that would be my fault, and I want to make sure I can go back to the floor. I think everybody is presented for those attended today, right?
Yeah, we all done, I believe.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So did you have your imaginary champagne? Raise up your hands with your imaginary champagne.
Well, I don't take alcohol.
I know, right? Okay, water would be
water.
fine.
Well, tea.
Okay, tea would be perfect. Okay, so then I had a toast. Thank you for all of the presenters and audience. You were great. You were
Can we
great.
take photos because we talk about it, you know?
I really appreciate it.
So I think we need to stop sharing first.
Okay, Mohammed, would you please stop sharing?
Okay.
Sharing.
Yeah, and then.
Okay.
Yes.
And Professor Asher, please, Asher Bey lütfen şeyinizi kameranızı açarsanız. Thank you.
Camera. Then, and I will post on Instagram. I have my personal account, so I love to share photos. By the way, I would like to say,
one second, Sida. Hamza hocam sizi.
İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar. Karizmanızdan lütfen şey yapayım. Hocam tamamdır. Osman hocam, herkes. Barış Bey.
Yes.
Tamamdır.
Who is taking a photo? Me? No.
Yeah.
Who?
Okay, I'm taking the photo.
I don't know if there is a.
I'm taking photo. I'm taking photo.
Screenshots, maybe.
Okay, I got the photo. And I'm sharing the photo right now.
And Dr. Simsek, Hemzat Simsek, you should bring your child. I see you have a child next to you. Yay! You look so good.
He's really handsome.
Super.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, super. Yeah. We should bring you candies.
Okay, I'm sharing right now. In a second. Yeah. Okay.
And so what's your local time right now? It should be almost 8 o'clock. Am I right?
7:04 p.m.
Okay, 7:04. Yeah.
7:04.
Well, I'm so thankful that you sacrifice your dinner time and come join the group.
Well, it was my pleasure, at least. Okay.
Thank you.
I can talk to all my...
It's fun. It's fun to have all of you. I saw you're sharing a photo.
Yeah.
Can anybody see it?
Yeah, everybody should see it.
Okay. Let me click down low.
Mohammed, if you check the chat.
Yep. Yes, yes, I see it. I see it. Thank you. From my terminal, from my computer, I can see the pictures you took. Thank you, Dr. Al-Islam.
Thank you very much.
I hope all others can see it too. Do we have?
Yeah. Everyone should be able to download the picture. We are going to post the picture on the website as well. All the pictures, so they will be able to download from our website as well. And Dr. Na says that thanks received. So everyone is waiting, I believe. Everyone is receiving already received the picture.
Perfect.
Okay.
So thank you. I guess if you don't have other questions or comments, I know you're in the evening time, and so you work so hard, for this whole session, or even before that. I do wish you a good night from my side. And so tomorrow, if I had a chance, I will log in again to listen to other presentation. And I hope some of you all join too.
Okay. See you tomorrow then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Take care of yourself. And see you. Bye bye.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Osman Hocam şimdi açtık kamerayı. Demin açtınız ya Osman Hocam. Sesiniz kapalı Osman Hocam. Yok, sesiniz kapalı.
Yeni geldim.
Şimdi geldi.
Ben de yeni geldim.
Ay, siz de yeni geldiniz. Tamam hocam. Hocam oturduğum yerlerim ağrıyor sabahtan beri.
Ama ya, bir de gün erken başladı, sistem problemi falan.
Canlı yayındayız.
Bir de neyse, görüşürüz.